今天是我们考拉挑战周冠 flag 1分钟吃柠檬，兄弟们 O 不 OK？OK。那准备开始了，3、2、1，开始。
好苦啊！
哎，是我出什么问题吗？好酸呐，好甜啊！你是甜的，我怎么感觉是辣的？
你在装什么啊？你谁啊？啊！
我楚大少修罗榜第1，没有资格看奖杯吗？
我小星神联赛第1泰，凭什么不能看奖杯？
小德柱，你终于来了！我太刀之魂为人方正，凭什么不能看奖杯？还是小德柱好啊！你们啊，看门都不会看，谢谢啊，小德柱。新赛季我们必将跨过这条线。
我那个娘也聊天，
赶紧来试试。
哎，我先来。这没啥。哎，让我试试。
哎，看见没有？我那个娘哎，看着啊！
没事。哎，让我来。哎，这种事情就不要问了，让我来问正事要紧。
乐哉院中游，周览无穷也。百会吐芳华，重台鸟高枝。林木分交错，悬池系房柳。清完必详情，仙轮出战尾。座中发美赞，意气同阴魁。
There is no point to this, Viper. You've spent too long fighting mortals and have forgotten much. But I am no mortal. Your antics were amusing for a moment. But it is time to accept your fate, sweet daughter.
You're not my mother. You're a monster!
Oh, ungrateful. To be my child is an honor, for I allow you to serve me in death as in life. Now kneel.
Viper?
And who is this pest?
Justina Gu, Winter's Grace. Not bad for a princess. Let's finish this!
今天是我们考拉挑战周冠 flag 1分钟吃柠檬，兄弟们 O 不 OK？OK。那准备开始了，3、2、1，开始。
好苦啊！
哎，是我出什么问题吗？好酸呐，好甜啊！你是甜的，我怎么感觉是辣的？
你在装什么啊？你谁啊？啊！
我楚大少修罗榜第1，没有资格看奖杯吗？
我小青神联赛第1泰，凭什么不能看奖杯？
小得主，你终于来了！我太刀之魂为人方正，凭什么不能看奖杯？还是小得主好啊！你们啊，看门都不会看，谢谢啊，小得主。新赛季，我们必将跑过这条线。
我那个娘也聊天，
赶紧来试试。
哎，我先来。这没啥。
哎，让我试试。哎，看见没有？我那个娘哎，看着啊！
没事。哎，让我来。哎，这种事情就不要问了，让我来问正事要紧。
乐哉院中游，周览无穷也。百会吐芳华，重台鸟高枝。林木分交错，悬池戏房里。清完必详情，仙轮出战尾。座中发美赞，意气同音魁。
There is no point to this, Viper. You've spent too long fighting mortals and have forgotten much. But I am no mortal. Your antics will amuse them for a moment. But it is time to accept your fate, sweet daughter.
You're not my mother. You're a monster!
How ungrateful. To be my child is an honor, for I allow you to serve me in death as in life. Now kneel.
Viper?
And who is this pest?
Justina Gu, Winter's Grace. Not bad for a princess. Let's finish this!
再次恭喜2023永劫无间之联赛春季赛首个双周的3排冠军，他们就是 KLA。
随着其他队伍的进步以及版本的更替，我们的优势或许已经在减少，但是我们的默契以及比赛经验，他们仍然难以匹敌。
你看这点要不要开？
哎，我的小
上2把，抓了一个 ，OK， 能补。
冲了！
他这边积极把杰 team 在环游界里面打败了，时间还有，时间还有，但是如果被秒一个，那就有可能不好打了。
秒了一个小
坏了，
心情注定是难以平复的，只能说我们没有把握好这巨大的优势。与其说魔之友来了，还不如先从自身找问题。
屡战屡败成为了我们的常态。既然考拉也熬出头了，我认为我们夺冠的那一天也不会很遥远。
这个时候啊，基地中间在帮自己的队友拆火，平头那边受不了了，平头只有一丝血了，平头倒了。
哦呦，再抓一个，直接刷，漂亮，一锤定烟，基地。
我这边，我来了。
与捷杯冠军失之交臂，对我们来说算不上什么遗憾。得到进一步补强的 GoIL 一定会给你们全新的答案。
从开赛第一天的发挥稀烂到周冠军的失之交臂，新赛季的起步就充满了波折。离开赛场的这半年时间，我一定能追回来。
战与边缘直接打起来了，这一刀直接开砍，伤害还不错，能秒人吗？
能秒掉最后一丝血。
哎呀，
如愿以偿的获得了第一个冠军，虽然只是一个小小的周冠，但是对于我们来说是莫大的激励。
来空了，神庙，
打神庙，
放符了，符这边的话应该是已经盖下这个手动，而且还抓了一个，直接就双抓了，
一颗草。
全新的 KLA 充满了无限的可能。
What's going on, ladies and gentlemen? Welcome back to the NARAKA BLADEPOINT Pro League. I'm your host and your caster, the Runekeeper. Joining me, as always, is my main man, my right-hand man, Davier. And let me tell you, it feels good to be back. You know, I had to leave for a little bit this week. I got to fly out to San Francisco and talk with the NARAKA team. And man, let me tell you, the future of NARAKA looks very bright. But you guys know I'm ready to be back and happy to be right here with my boy Davier casting the NBPL. I mean, you know, I missed a lot this week. I've been playing catch up, looking at the games, checking the stats, and you know, Team TE and of course J Team on a tear. 2 Titans at it again this week, Dobby.
It's been a lot of madness in the trio section because most of the time, me and Rune have really just been sitting in the solos, like kind of enjoying our 1v1s and our realm of yangs and really just enjoying that just mono type of fighting. But in trios, it's been an entirely different change of pace. It's been an entirely different set of aggression. But at the same time, with a new tank on the horizon, it's also switched up the whole meta.
In here, the ability for the monk to just jump into the giant mech, build more rage, and immediately monk up afterwards, or vice versa. You can go ahead and pop his ultimate, run it down, and then jump into the mech and start building rage while he has the defensiveness of the mech to cover that space. Has been huge for many of these teams. And then of course we also have to talk about Zipin Yang making her way into trios, even when she was an absolute dominating menace in solos during season 2 last year. She was not played in trios. It just didn't happen. And then yesterday we saw J Team play Zipin Yang and absolutely dominate a match in trios where they did almost 50k healing because of Zipin Yang.
Yeah, we here at NARAKA BLADEPOINT have a very interesting chat, a very private one, as you may say, between me, Rune, and a few other casters. And let's just say this displeasement of the amount of healing that has been portrayed by Ziping has been outstanding to watch here as I'm sitting with popcorn, watching with gleefulness as both Jake and Moxie lose their minds. Okay, it absolutely goes out of their way to scream about it, which I absolutely love and thoroughly cherish. Thank you, NARAKA. I appreciate it. It's by the way, while you was out in San Fran talking to the developers, I also had a little bit of some fun of my own. I get a chance to do a 1v1 against one of the top NA monks, one of our friends that we know. It was actually my first time meeting him, Pooby, which was a fantastic experience. I actually did win a round. because there were 4 rounds of NARAKA that we were playing, and one of those rounds I ended up winning, and I actually won the game on my account, on rank. Mind you, it was bronze, but that doesn't matter. Secondly, I got a cool jacket.
You did. You got an excellent jacket. But as much as I love to talk about Poobie, the man, the myth, the legend, the giant, we're here to talk about these players here in the NBPL because we are jumping in to day 2 of trios here in our second bi-weekly of the season. And man, time flies. We're already in our second bi-weekly, and it just feels like things started yesterday, Dobby. You know, I'm super excited to get in here. I'm ready to watch these trio teams. Trios is my bread and butter. Don't get me wrong. I love my solos, but trios is where I get to see these comps come out. I really get to see, you know, these teams coming together and having to use their heads, really pick together these different comps that work well for them, and kind of watch the meta be shaped before our very eyes, right? You know, we came in day 1 and we saw that Faria, you know, we talk a lot as casters behind the scenes about what kind of comps we expect to see, especially coming into the season. And Faria Monk comp was one of those comps that we theorized was going to be very, very popular. And then almost immediately out of the gate, these teams prove us right, bring it in here, and absolutely start dominating. KLA, of course, taking the first bi-weekly championship here by storm, using that exact same composition. And then, of course, now it's become meta. Many of these teams playing the same hero comp here. And then, of course, now we've seen J-Team start to pioneer this Z-Ping and trios meta as well. So I'd be very shocked if we didn't see a couple of teams running those Z-Pings into that Takeda Monk comp today as well.
Oh, absolutely. It's definitely one of those things where 50K in healing is absolutely absurd. I mean, we knew there was high tier healing in a lot of these games, especially in trios, but I don't think we've really seen 50K, let alone anything slightly under or above that, at least often, right? So obviously seeing a 50K is absolutely massive. Look at that suit with the roses. I like that. Nice, clean look. As we're looking at all of the teams here backstage, getting ready to rock it in for 6 games of absolute madness in trio. Just madness coming in as we got games 1 through 6 with teams A through C here. So it's a stacked list of teams here who have put in work. Now, mind you, this is my first time casting for trios this season. A lot of the stuff that I've been casting so far has been nothing but solo. So this is going to be kind of a treat for me, for myself, to really kind of catch up on everything in terms of how trios has been. And obviously, it's just like how you said, we knew that when it came to Feria, we knew the moment she was introduced into the game, we knew she would shake up the entire meta and basically the maps in terms of how people have been playing so far and where they're expected to go, who's going to be playing them. So we knew the popularity of Feria was going to take the game by storm. But now, with this new character that just came out, it's funny. I'm kind of hearing that Akos isn't really all that much of a threat when it comes to trios, which has been kind of interesting because mainly, you know, obviously you have the 2 main transformers, and obviously you have something of a healer behind you to keep the game alive. So it's understandable why Akos is kind of taking a backseat in some way, but I don't know. Rune, what are your thoughts on Akos in terms of trios?
So Akos is going to be very, very interesting. On paper, Akos was designed as a hero to counter these Transformer comps, right? Because Transformer comps have been so dominant for so long. And I mean, literally every available ability he has staggers a Transformer. The problem is when you start getting into these double Transformer comps with the Monk and Faria, he doesn't bring enough to bear. If it was a single Transformer comp where you could just focus down the Transformer with Akos, it would be a huge advantage to have him on your team because you could just keep that one Transformer off of the rest of your team. The problem is now is many of these teams are running dual Transformer just like they did back in the day with Yueshan, but of course now it's with Faria. We're coming in and they're running Takeda as well. So Akos just doesn't bring enough to that sort of trios area. But I don't want to speak too soon and say that he's not going to make an appearance in trios in the Pro League yet, because typically we see these players will find strategies that we haven't thought of before and make some things happen in terms of the team compositions. And I harken back to the very first World Championship where J-Team brings that Viper comp to life, that Viper that was considered heavily non-meta during the time, and use it to dominate the first World Championship, Dobby.
That's actually insane. I actually did not know that. a lot of stats. You never really know like what you can learn from some of these other teams once you start to actually see it. But obviously, I mean, coming into it, let's hope that maybe Akos kind of can help somewhat kind of shake the meta a little bit. Maybe there could be some fixes, could be some alters to him in the future that do make him a lot more threatening for some of these transformer comps here, because we love to shake it up as much as possible. And obviously, as they're going to get ready to lock in for our game number 1, you know, obviously the meta has been set so far. So let's see where this takes us for the next few rounds, because we have 6 on the way for our trios, and obviously it's going to be absolutely monumental. I gotta get my bearings together, man. It's been a minute since I done cast the trios.
Well, things are going to get very intense very quickly. You know, these teams are going to be running out looking to pick up those early eliminations. A lot of these teams typically going hyper aggression in the early, trying to use those resurrections while they have them, trying to pressure onto those realms of Yang here in trios. Of course, many of them looking to get early points, especially like, you know, Viper comp not as viable as it once was because of the changes coming in with Varia, because of Yodo kind of falling behind after some nerfs. It's just not as strong a comp as it used to be, and a comp that was more geared towards the late game, now a comp that's geared towards an early to mid game. So if you see those Viper comps coming through, they're trying to pop off aggressive and early, where they don't have to deal with so many of these transformers. They don't have to worry about that Varia pillar so early on, because as soon as you drop, you want to pressure in onto those teams and fight them while they don't have those ultimates available to them. And because of that, many of these teams taking the aggression even stronger in the early game, trying to rack up points so that they can then just cruise into the late game with, you know, 9 to 12 eliminations and still get enough of those ranking points to make those rounds count. But we're going to find out what the hero selections are about to be as we lock in for our first game of the day. Dobby, I hope you're as excited as I am, because I want to see how the meta continues to shake up, especially now that these teams are running Zping Yang. I expect to see some Monk Takeda Zping in this first game, Dobby.
Absolutely going to be insane, as we're going to lock in for our hero picks here, and still learning kind of where everything is here and seeing some of the other team members that we've seen. Obviously, we've seen the King, we're seeing Zai Liu. Ooh, not surprising here for some of these lock-ins, but Rune, tell me what's going on.
We're seeing a lot of this traditional Transformers comp here, where we have Yueshan, Monk, and Karumi. And again, this has been statistically a very good team. They have a huge win rate inside of the realm of Yang because of that Karumi healing. They actually have the most win rate in overall team comps thus far in the season, with 37 wins out of 57 attempts inside the realm of Yang. So no wonder many of these teams continuing to run them, because those realms of Yang absolutely huge. Not only do they get you those buffs, but if you're running that Transformers comp, the extra armor and weapons are so crucial for that comp. So the fact that they have such a huge advantage inside the realm of Yang, and it also buys them better gear to take into the late game, means many of these teams are going to be positioning to try to take these realms of Yang throughout game number 1 here, Dobby. Speaking of positioning, tell me about the map.
Man, we love positioning, especially for a massive map like this, as we look at G, who's going to be landing straight in the middle of Celestia here, right next to Celestial Corridor. Meanwhile, we have OUG and JDG heading towards the left side here, at least near Shipwreck's Expanse, as one team is going to be landing all the way up top into Ventide, straight into the Hall of Penitence. We have another 2 teams headed towards Emerald Cottage, and we have at least 2 or 3 headed to the small huts right to the south side of the Immortals Temple. So very, very close. But as we come in, it's going to be immediate madness coming in as XCG and EWG. Looks like they might have been lucky enough to find one of JJ's players out by themselves, and obviously catches the first elimination and an easy Elim steal, as the rest of the teams, Godly and Truly, start to back off as far as possible. Meanwhile, EWG has a massive opportunity though, but they don't have a lot of weapons on them though, as Zai Liu actually doesn't have anything, so they might need to start at least looking for some weapons to fight with. Meanwhile, OUG looks like they are ready to fight as well. XCG is ready to fight as they already have their weapons out, and EWG is fighting it out, but they don't have one more player with them that doesn't even have any weapons. Meanwhile, it looks like XCG's NIHQ ends up getting absolutely dished out by Zyliu, and immediately is going to start to back off as the Bane's Breath starts to get called in. Beautiful time for this. Could be a potential free elimination for them, as it looks like NIHQ ends up getting hit, and so does one of the other players. I don't understand why they're still sticking inside of the circle here, and one of them's going to get hit massively, and two of them end up getting eliminated by the Bane's Breath.
This super unfortunate here for the members of XCG. They were really banking on that Zping ult to be able to buy them through the Bane's Breath so they could pick up these eliminations onto EWG, but almost immediately the ultimate gets popped as two members get hit with the same Bane's Breath drop coming down, and XCG now on the back foot trying to get those resurrections, but JJH shows up for the fourth party here and is able to keep Lingx10 here from picking up their team members, as well as now continuing to push towards XCG's Lingx10. Lingx10 just trying to create some distance, doesn't want to get eliminated here and give any points here to JJH, but also needs to be careful. They don't want to give that information away where XCG plans to respawn. Luckily, Team GD coming in for the third party onto JJH here, and Team GD in an excellent situation in terms of armor and gear moving forward. They're going to drop the Bane's Breath as well, and JJH is going to find themselves in a very precarious situation, actually monking up inside of the Bane's Breath. They're going to find themselves in quite the predicament, but the Monk able to just duck, weave, and dodge his way through the Bane's Breath. Hasn't taken a hit yet, but a lot of these range shots coming out from Team GD. Godly trying to get hands onto Don Quing. Don Quing just blistering him down with the repeating crossbow, but no hands able to be found. Godly still trying to make something happen here. He's going to demonk, and it's going to be Don Quing who looks to push in onto this and get the party started. Viper, 61% of the way to ult. No ult to really come in and counteract and slow down this team yet, but it doesn't matter. The Monk is gone. They've got the Bane's Breath to fall back to. The ballista shots come in, and I do believe that is JJH's LXH in the background here trying to cover Godly and the rest of the team here with this ballista, pumping out tons of damage. We see a Kurumi ult come out from Chu Lee to buy Godly some safety, and Team GD is going to have to back off to the safety of their own Bane's Breath here.
I mean, it's a small call to make currently here, as XCG is already starting off really strong with 4 eliminations. AOW and EWG leading it up with 3 eliminations, as EWG does have 1 player, Elim so far here. Could be a possibility of picking them up, as well as it looks like GD is going to start to push in immediately onto JJH, which already has lost one of their lives already here. So this is going to be very unfortunate if they end up getting eliminated again, and obviously that will be a game over, as Chu Lee looks like they want to go for the ballista, but it's not going to be enough, as they both are going to absolutely push in. Dive bomb on one of their players. Truly gets absolutely pushed in as the Terracotta Warrior comes through. Lixing trying to give as much defense as possible, as Godly is going to hit a massive parry on a K, as the Yonohime LT immediately comes through, catches the elimination off of Chuli. Can he get a second though? Very dangerously close on each side of the margin, as Godly is going to claim, sadly, going to get the second version of it claimed, as Lixin by himself just trying to give some elimination, some chance of this, and obviously GD is just going to absolutely bully Lixin, and just like that, JJH is sadly fully, at least I think that so, they should be out of this game. They might have lived actually through it.
No, that was actually their first elimination. We were watching JJH come in and pick up eliminations onto XCG earlier, but no, I mean, the target acquisition by Team GD there, they focus out Chu Lee, who's playing the Kurumi there. They know that Chu Lee doesn't have the ultimate to buy themselves safety, so they just have to burn the one heal onto the Kurumi, and then that team has effectively no healing, and of course they don't have the Monk transformation either, so Yueshan really the only one able to do anything there to cover the team, and he's not able to cover both Kurumi and of course our Tian Hai there, so that ends up being the fault for that Team GD with a very good target acquisition. TK here backing off of this fight with KZ, as they are down to just their Yueshan ult, which is about to run out. Kurumi getting their ult back up here now. does give them some options if KZ wants to push back into this fight, and it looks like they do as Fajin begins to come in here with the repeating crossbow and start to just tick down the members of Team K. Jen going to come from over top of the rooftops here, using those grapples to lock these players down in position. We're going to see K getting completely locked down, going to be forced to use the bell. A massive parry comes out from 40 IWN onto Fajin. Fajin, the Karumi for this team, going to be forced to pop that ultimate, but they do have that ult to buy them some space to continue this fight here with Team TK, and they're going to pick up the elimination onto Lee, onto the other. There's only a single member left remaining. Jen trying to hold on. There it is. 40 IWNL goes down, and Team KZ picks up the eliminations.
Absolutely insane, but a beautiful push towards that. Obviously playing it as smart as they possibly can, and obviously sometimes you have to be aggressive, especially in these early games, and obviously it was very, very helpful to them, as it looks like TK will be the first team that ends up getting eliminated completely out of the game for our game one with one elimination. Unfortunate, but they can come back towards it in game number 2, as AOW is in the lead with 6 eliminations thus far. Looking in on Alliance here that doesn't have any, and they are going to need to do something as we go back to our leading team, AOW, which looks like they, Shutong ends up getting destroyed by a fiery bow. Looks like they got some decent range here, so obviously they were able to put that one together and shut it down as best as they could here. OUG looks like they're sitting idly by on top of this building, seeing if Ventus maybe wants to push up. WX98 is by himself though. Ooh, if OUG pushes on that, that could be a really good advantage for them, as it looks like Lin is going to be pulling out the Monk ult immediately into this fight here between them and KLA. KLA CXZ trying to see if they can do something. A massive Yoda Hime ulti coming in from QGG. Oh, and it immediately ends up getting grabbed. And the question is, can he get a second? Oh, no! Looks like it wasn't able to do enough to even get the first one to get the throwdown. Obviously, the heals coming in for Lin has been very helpful, but obviously it's not going to be enough, as CXZ is going to be able to back off, get the heal off, and full shield, and they're still on the backside of the circle. They still need to be able to rotate this in. Now, obviously, the early ticks aren't going to be too damaging, but sometimes it's just enough that could end up getting them a free elimination if they're not careful. As KLA is going to be running away from the circle, but also away from Alliance, which Alliance are still stuck outside the circle here, and they're going to need to rotate in a little differently. Looks like KLA might actually try to meet them on the other side here. They're not going to give them really any opportunity to try to push out inside a circle here. Oh yeah, they're gonna push in with massive aggression, knowing that all of them need a little bit of some heals, and sometimes that's all you need is a little bit of an advantage, as they catch one slipping, and it looks like one of their players is gonna try to see if they can help with the support. The Viper ult comes out, everybody scrambles immediately trying not to get caught out, and it looks like one of them sadly does, and that is QGG, but it looks like he was able to reset and get out of there, as it looks like the Realm of Yang comes out. WG and XCG looks like that fight's gonna be happening, as the Wushin is gonna be able to take them out. And sometimes the Wushin could be the best thing possible, as we're going to start the first Realm of Yang between Jin, XCG, and WBG. Fight comes out immediately. Monk starts to come through, ends up getting the first throw and the grab. NiHQ absolutely gets destroyed by that one. Immediate arrows and bows trying to get caught in, as NiHQ ends up getting grabbed. Holding on for as long as absolute possible, dangerously low, but the heals from Zping comes through at a beautiful time, exactly when you need it to, and it looks like he's gonna repeat the same thing. Lexington ends up getting slammed, thrown, and just like that, it's still not going to be enough. A minute and 16 left on the clock, and they still have so much time left to try to see if they can gain enough eliminations here, as Jing ends up coming through with the Terracotta Warrior, puts pressure on NiHQ here, desperately trying to get out of there, out of harm's way. Beautiful longsword throw, end up hitting both two teammates here on the other side as the scramble comes through, and it looks like PP is going to claim their first elimination off of Lexington. NiHQ trying to go up toe-to-toe against a massive ulti here, but it's not going to be enough as the parry comes through. Beautiful time defense on each side. Zaunen scrambling, trying to back off here as PP is going to catch him on the same side, and it's just not going to be enough as they claim the second. Oh, and Jing ends up getting eliminated. Beautiful timing on that one, and here goes the 1v1 here as PP is getting absolutely destroyed. This could be the switch that we all see before us. WBG switches it around, and just like that, XCG is done.
XCG played this fight very well here, but WBG immediately recognized the team comp they were going into here. And typically, if you're coming in as this traditional Transformers comp, you want to pop both transformation ultimates immediately so that if you're up against another Transformers comp, you don't have to worry about the double grab coming through. They realized that they were up against the Z-Ping ult there, and they waited it out. They used the Yuashan ult to cover as soon as the Monk goes down to continue keeping that pressure on because of how drastic the heals are. Turning now to KZ going up against Team Alliance here. We watched KZ absolutely destroy another team earlier. I do believe it was Team TK that they went up against here. Now looking to do the same to Team Alliance here. They are able to pick up Alliance's Lucky, and Juan and Lin forced to actually go through the zone to create some distance and escape the remaining members here. Juan taking a lot of zone tick as they try to get back in, but look at this. The remaining members of KZ do not seem to care as they push into the zone, looking to pick up the elimination on to Lin if they can make it happen, and Lin just wants to keep giving them the runaround, doesn't want to take this fight whatsoever, but Fajin going to be able to find Lin here. Lin going to be forced to go back to the zone, turning around with the dual blades here, actually catches quite a bit of damage onto the members of KZ, but it's not going to be enough. Jen looking to use the bell to cover themselves here. Lin not going to be able to lock them up here, and they try to go for the ultimate, but it's not going to be enough as KZ is able to pick up the elimination before the ult goes through. Now turning back to WBG, the winners of our Realm of Yang here, still with that Vermilion Bird's Might, looking to put it to good use here as they start to pick up the members of Team JDG. JDG down to a single member left alive. Kopi picks up a good parry, but then immediately is turned around and parried on by the members of WBG. WBG will be picking up all three members of JDG. Ironically, JDG, the other team with a Vermilion Bird's Might, will be able to respawn and find their way back into the game, and OUG just hanging out, not wanting to give away their position here as they know WBG has a Vermilion Bird's Might, and somehow PP steps into the house that OUG is hiding in the ceiling and just doesn't find them. So WBG is on the hunt for another team, and they are going to leave OUG behind. OUG breathes a sigh of relief as they live to fight another day.
Fighting another day and another round, as it looks like XCG is going to be coming in straight towards KZ here. The absolute aggression coming through real strong as NiHQ is going to be able to pop the Terracotta, not the Terracotta, but the ulti from Takeda immediately coming through. The Ghost coming in with maximum efficiency, but NiHQ dangerously low here. It's not looking good for Nai, as Nai's just going to try to back off of them as hard as possible. Meanwhile, Lexing Hen trying to also see if he can do the nice switcheroo as well here, trying to bait out the rest of the team here so that way they can move their focus towards another player, as it looks like they're going back and forth. Jen holding on for as long as possible, ends up getting hit massively with that, and the heals coming through being very helpful for the rest of the team as Lexington ends up getting found right in front of Jen. Beautiful Bell though to get some of that defense off the backside here. Meanwhile, NiHQ is going to go for the shield, and it looks like that's Hazy trying to see if he can get a bow shot here, whipping a lot of his shots here. It looks like they're going to try to go for the reset here, and it looks like they do. It looks like they're going to go all the way towards the top. Rains through. Hazy trying to connect something. The cannons coming through in a beautiful way. Takeda coming through with a takedown. Oh, was that a triple berry coming through from it? What did I just witness? Absolute shutdown here as we see two more berries come through. A massive explosion on each side here, but it looks like the heals are coming through in such a beautiful way as Hazy ends up sadly getting claimed here as the Monk ends up being formed immediately. The Transformer comp helping in the best way possible here. The question is, does the grabs aren't helpful as NiHQ actually the throws actually end up sending them out of the circle here, and it doesn't help as Jen ends up sadly getting eliminated from this, and so does Faxine, as XCG is going to be able to shut this down and get the finish all the way towards the end. Wow, oh wow, what a finish.
Yeah, KZ unfortunately holding on to that Monk ult just a little too long here. If they could have baited that fight out just a little bit longer, there was 20 seconds left remaining on the Yang depletion. XCG would have seen themselves die to the Yang depletion, and KZ could have easily resurrected the remaining members of their team, but unfortunately the target acquisition was not great. The Monk ult comes out a little too late, and we see that repeating crossbow with the Venom tip absolutely shred through the Monk's HP bar as he grabs grabs the wrong target, and unfortunately, it will cost the members of Team KZ. We turn now to the Realm of Yang, and it looks like WBG currently is unchallenged inside the Realm of Yang here. We're going to see if another team comes in. 28 seconds for these other teams to find themselves a way into the Realm of Yang, and we might see our first unchallenged Realm of Yang in trios all season if nobody is able to find their way in here soon. WBG would be more than happy to take the free buff and gear coming out here, and it looks like that's exactly what we're going to see happen here. JDG picks up Draco Storm outside from one of the Morris Blessings, and WBG goes unchallenged inside the Realm of Yang. This is going to be a huge pickup for WBG here as they're able to get that buff. They're able to get a legendary greatsword out of this box as well, and this is just a complete freebie for them. They're going to take that Mystic Might, that 25% damage reduction, and of course the ability to track down some more of these teams. Going to be huge for WBG, and they didn't have to risk anything as nobody comes to challenge. JDG going to be picking up bounty here onto the members of WBG, who are not far away whatsoever. Zhao Hui here looking to find a little bit of a top side, get a view onto WBG. Looks like they have seen them. Of course, they know exactly where they are on the map, but they want to get a little more information before they pursue pressuring onto this. And as you can see here, again, WBG has that Mystic Might. This is not a fight JDG wants to take. That 25% damage reduction into a Monk and Yuashan is going to be a very hard fight for the members of JDG to overcome here, but they continue to pressure on, and WBG creating space, looking for a more optimal position to take that fight, potentially to give the Monk the ability to get the grabs that they're looking for. AOW here, a team who's been playing very aggressive, coming in onto Team GS. Ping Tao immediately comes in with the longsword, gets some good damage off, but he sees a couple members of their team take some long-range shots, backs off, and allows himself and his teammates to get a little bit of a reset here before they continue to pressure onto Team GS. GS finding themselves in a precarious situation. If AOW continues to push onto this, GS is going to find themselves sandwiched between the members of KLA and AOW, but KLA, both members getting shot off the top of the tree here. I'm not quite sure who landed those shots, but I think it was the members of Team GS, and GS now puts KLA in the same situation they were in, whereas if AOW pressures on to KLA here, they will find themselves between a rock and a hard place, but it looks like AOW has decided to back off as we turn our attention back to WBG, looking to take this engagement with Team Ventus. WX98 taking quite a bit of damage, going to find a little bit of an armor swap there into a blue armor, but that armor going to be immediately ripped off of him with a massive bow shot from downtown here. Sleepwalker trying to keep the pressure on, using the meteor here from the cannon, looking to just build rage, continue to pop damage onto Team Ventus. Ventus forced to just continue to stand in the zone, take damage off the backside here. Pixel looking to pressure up, create some space for Team Ventus to make it into the zone here with a little bit of cover, but they're not able to find it as Jing and Sleepwalker with the range shots continuing to keep that pressure on them. And WBG taking some range shots from the side, but not enough to keep them away from pressuring this box, Tabby.
Not enough pressure here, as it looks like Ventus is still going to keep this alive here, as Sleepwalker is trying to get a little bit more brave, pushing on to Pixel here, hitting some of those shots though with the cannon. It looks like they also have the Soul Jade that actually has it shooting like a rocket here, but obviously not fully trying to just absolutely going with that much aggression, as they are going to be able to straight out some shields, but also Soul Jades as well. Meanwhile, with Ventus keeping the game alive, they're going to start to scramble inside of the circle as well here, trying to get an early mode on where certain players are currently. Let's see where Sleepwalker comes into this space here. Sleepwalker was playing this very, very aggressively a little earlier. Very surprised that he really didn't get 1v3 on from earlier, but obviously Sleepwalker with some great teammates here to keep the game alive for himself there. XCG, though, with 9 eliminations so far, really keeping the lead strong here. Has always had at least a 2 or 3 kill deficit between first and second place. Obviously, with AOW being behind with 7 eliminations, and GD and WBG with 6 eliminations to their score as well. So obviously a strong start for XCG and AOW. Let's see if they can keep that lead all the way towards the very end here. As sadly, Ventus, JJH, and GS don't have any elimination so far. And the only teams that we have that are eliminated are KZ, EWG, and TK. Very surprised by EWG. EWG, I think, really came in with a lot of promise and definitely some aggression, but sadly, we're just not able to do enough here into these games. Let's see what we can do here, as it looks like we're going to be able to rotate this in a little bit more here. NiHQ trying to find anything that's going to be helpful for their teammates here. And it looks like GS is going to be on the other side. And a bow actually comes from behind them, though. Curious where that came from. And who shot it? Looks like it could be JJH that was shooting from that direction. No, that came from another direction, actually.
We are Zone 3 collapsing onto Zone 4 as we speak, which means we're going to see a couple of those Moore's Blessings come through that start to have that gold armor and gear that these teams desperately are going to want, especially if you're like Team AOW here. They've put a lot of eliminations on the board here with 7 elims early, and again, they are playing that early to mid-game comp now. That comp used to be a late-game comp, because Yodohime able to pop off in those final circles, but now because of the pressure of the double transformer coming through, especially when Feria is in the lobby, it makes it very hard for that team to control the final circle. So AOW has backed off in the mid game, and they've missed the opportunity to pick up some purple gear. So the ability for them to pick up one of these Moore's Blessings is going to be huge if they can get their hands on it. Looks like Team GD has the same idea here, looking to come through and try to secure this. They're going to use that Wu Chen wind wall to try to buy them a little bit of space. Of course, the Yodo F3 coming through as well, trying to buy that space. And it looks like they are able to slide in and pick up both a legendary set of armor as well as a legendary set of dual blades, which is going to come in very handy here for K in the final circle if they intend to use that Yodohime ultimate to continue to pick up some eliminations for the team. A lot of these teams continuing, of course, to throw out these range shots, trying to pick something off of them, not able to really find anything there. Great use of the Wuchen wind walls, and of course the Yodohime F3 there. KLA able to slide onto the box, pick up a couple of upgrades in terms of soul jades and a couple of resources, because we saw that Team GD just took the armor, just took the legendary dual blades, and immediately backed out. They did not want to keep themselves exposed in the open any longer than they had to. So KLA able to get some resources here. Unfortunately, 17S still rocking that blue armor is a bit of a problem for Team KLA. Turning now to XCG on the other side of the map, just trading shots with many of these other teams. And we are going to see here now Zone 4 is collapsing onto Zone 5. And this is where things are going to start getting a little hectic, because we have 33 people left alive in this lobby, and coming into Zone 5, there's not going to be a lot of space. So many of these teams can be forced together, and there's going to be some action about to pop off soon here, Dobby.
Well, I would absolutely hope so here, as the circle is going to start to close in, and obviously it's going to get absolutely madness. The pandemonium is going to be wild here, so I'm excited for this. As Lixing hangs down, and NIHQ is also preparing themselves as well for a monstrosity of a first circle close for the end of this game, as AOW on the other side here. Looks like the musket being very, very helpful for them as well here. It seems as though more people have been choosing the musket over the bow as of recently, at least from what I've noticed, outside of the cannon being another favorite for certain players here, as the musket has been making a really nice comeback for these trio games. A beautiful, look at that, cannons just ricocheting all over the place here, trying to see if maybe they can get some type of damage here. NiHQ watching as JDG is going to start to slowly close in on their section here, as they're going to start to ricochet those same hits back, as LSR actually ends up getting hit by some of those cannon shots, forcing themselves to heal. Definitely does not want to get eliminated by some of those cannon shots here. Ricocheting on each side here. GS trying to keep the game alive for themselves. Let's see what they can do, as another player that looks like JJH right behind them, as GS trying to gatekeep them as much as possible from outside of the circle. They're going to have to force the push in right here, which obviously isn't going to be good for them, because they're in a very open area here. So it can be very structurally not that easy for them, as Hugh actually ends up getting hit, ricocheting from some of the cannon shots, forcing themselves to heal as well here. And it looks like Zuan also ends up getting destroyed by some of his as well. Also popping that Terracotta Warrior, as it looks like GS ends up losing one of their players. That's Ann getting elimination from Lin. Lin actually claiming it as well, trying to keep the game alive for a Team Alliance, as GS actually ends up getting pushed. Zoo on. He needs some help here. And it looks like one of their teammates is going to get eliminated, sadly, here. Very surprising. They didn't really back up their teammate as much as they should have in that situation here, knowing there were so many things happening on each side. JDG has their own separate section here, thanks to the Wushin, making sure that they don't get hit by all of the weapons, the cannons, the bows from each side. Meanwhile, AOW's on the other side. It looks like they're also getting hit as well, but they have this free section here to themselves to get the chests. Could be potential to get something here as OUG also is also fighting another team as well here. Meanwhile, KLA holding it together here as GS Xiao trying to get out as best he can. And it looks like KLA is going to claim the elimination. GS Xiao at the very end trying to hold on for as long as possible, but obviously it's not going to be enough in this massive circle here. Meanwhile, the rest of the spread starts to come through, and the Viper Ult comes through at such a really pretty time. But then literally the Wushin takes them outside of circle and stuns the whole camp full of players as it looks like everybody else starts to defend themselves here. Sleepwalker is already in his monk. Oh, grabs one, ends up catching one, catches two. Beautiful slam, grab, ends up catching one of those eliminations from the monk slam. And it looks like we lose two of the transformer monks at the same time. Meanwhile, a Viper Ult comes through at a beautiful time. Kakaxi is going to try to see if he can claim one, and he does. He claims two. It looks like it might be a beautiful finish on Senzi, and it does as GD Dun Queen looks like he's going to be able to claim that elimination. The ulti comes through for QGG, trying to hold it together here. Beautiful Yorihime throws, trying to see if they can get some beautiful hits onto Kopi, as it looks like Kopi is going to be able to back up at a beautiful time. Trying not to get caught up here. Massive explosional hits hitting on each side. LSR dangerously low. QLA's both going to pick up on that, knowing he's dangerously low, and they're going to push to claim the elimination as they do. Meanwhile, rest of the team still trying to hold it together. WBG dangerously close to GD, could potentially push this, but doesn't necessarily want to here as they have this full spread to themselves, but also knowing Sleepwalker, the aggressive player that they have, is going to continue to push, creating as much damage for some of these other players as possible. They want to make sure that it's absolutely tough. CXZ dangerously low, but the Viper Ult will not go out, as it looks like CXZ will sadly get claimed here for that elim right before the Viper was able to spread a lot of that poison all over the place. Meanwhile, the Wushin is going to take out one of the teammates here, and it looks like WBG has just enough time to be able to hold smooth towards it. Meanwhile, Circle Slick slowly closing in. Alliance's Lin all the way up top, trying to see if he can get some eliminations, get a free grab from all of these players here, but they're not going to make it easy on him, though, as Zalin is trying to create as much damage onto him with that repeating crossbow as possible, so that way he doesn't necessarily rely on the monk a little bit too often here, as Godly also on the other side is going to be able to pop his monk ult and trying to see what happens. Ladies and gentlemen, we're playing the crane game. Who's going to get snatched first? And it's going to be the King and Dawn Queen. But just like that, his time with the monk depletes, and just like that will not be able to get the free grab. Unfortunate. Sleepwalker trying to do the exact same thing before it is too late, and obviously not going to be able to do enough here as NiHQ just seconds away from getting grabbed here as the Takeda ult comes out, trying to see if they can grab and snatch anybody here. Beautiful elims on each side, trying to hold strong. There's so much heals happening from all which way possible as he throws out Yorihime, the QGG, trying to hold that F3, holding it on for as long as possible here. The absolute madness from all sections here, trying to put it together here. Sleepwalker's going to try to see if he can create some massive damage. Oh my goodness, the Soljin coming in from that massive longsword is going to come through with a massive time, but sadly he's not going to be able to do enough. Zinyu dangerously low here. Is he going to be able to claim the elimination? Zhu Kong trying to hold on and show his Sleepwalker massive time to be able to get it. He gets the second grab, gets the throwdown, and he does get one elim, gets the re-grab on double S. The question is can he find a third? Not gonna be enough. He ends up getting the throw down, and he grabs another player just like that. The question is, can he grab two? Yes, he does. He gets the double slam on the double elim. Sleepwalker is going absolutely insane in this fight, in this first game of our trios. Going back and forth here from each spectrum. It's going absolutely insane. Rune, what's happening here?
Look, WBG taking complete control of this final circle here. Sleepwalker putting in absolute work. We talked about it. They took that Realm of Yang for free, and Sleepwalker here with the legendary Greatsword creating a ton of space for his team, pumping out massive damage. And of course, when he monks up, he does so much damage with these grabs. And here it is yet again. He's been able to do so much damage with that legendary good sword. He's got monk again already. He doesn't even need the double grab. He picks up Alliance's Lucky, takes the slam and sends him to Pound Town. And a Lucky immediately goes down. He's got one in his hand. He's gonna have to go ahead and take the slam. He gets staggered out of it though by the Takeda. Sleepwalker though still just an absolute wall, keeping these players from doing anything. We're gonna see AOW lose a member here. OU's gonna lose a member as well. KLA trying to hold on. QGG looking to take the win away from XCG here. Unfortunately, XCG will go down to the zone, but the question is who's gonna walk away the winner? And it looks like it might be members of AOW. We're gonna find out in just a second. WBG or AOW. Ladies and gentlemen, who's gonna walk away our MVP? No, it's gonna be XCG who comes out on top in the end. Ladies and gentlemen, we love to see it. What a great final round. WBG though, and Sleepwalker putting on a clinic with that great sword in the end. Unfortunately, not able to buy as much space as he needed for his teammates in the end there. He had a double slam ready to go and he got staggered back by the Takeda, and it cost him potentially 1 to 2 eliminations, which it could have been the difference maker here in the final score, Dobby.
I'm going to be honest here. That was an absolute massive finish coming in from these players. I think they did a fantastic job. I'm very surprised by the performance of WBG. I think that they were playing so well throughout the majority of that game here. I think they knew that they had a massive opportunity, and obviously they took it all the way by storm. Very sad to see that they didn't actually end up getting the dub, even though they were so close. That could have been like a second place finish, at least from what it looked like. I think even with all of that happening, they still were so within the right space that they needed to. So I'm very surprised to see that they weren't able to get it done, but obviously XCG was able to knock it down all the way towards the very end here, and they get the first dub of tonight.
I mean, look, XCG had an incredible game here. We go back to the first set of Realms of Yang, right? And it was XCG inside that Realm of Yang that was almost able to flip a fight 1v3 in the very end, but it was WBG who came out on top in the very end there. It came down to literally a sliver of HP on their Kurumi, and Kurumi was able to find the combo back onto the Takeda there for XCG. XCG, with only 20 seconds remaining on their Yang depletion, was actually able to find the members of KZ, pressure onto that fight, pick up the eliminations, and keep themselves from being eliminated from the game in the 9th inning. And off the back of that, they continued to pressure the game, pick up eliminations. They get to that final circle, and there again, there's a moment in the end there. We see Sleepwalker and WBG take control of the final circle. They have the most eliminations in hand at this point. Sleepwalker demonks. He starts immediately putting in work with that legendary greatsword that they took from the Realm of Yang that they were unchallenged for. And as soon as he gets the opportunity, he monks back up. He gets one slam, picks up the elimination onto, I believe, Alliance's Lucky, and then he picks up a double grab. And as he goes for the slam, we see a Takeda ult come in and stagger him, keeping him from being able to get that slam. Both of those players slip away from WBG's Sleepwalker because of that, and the only Takeda left alive was XCG's Takeda, meaning XCG literally steals victory from the claws of defeat, and of course those claws belonging to WBG Sleepwalker. After that, Sleepwalker taking so much damage, he's not able to find the grabs he's looking for at that point. He's forced to demonk, he goes down, and then it's just the remaining members of XCG and another team, and the Yodohime not able to put in the damage to really get those eliminations, and XCG walks out on top with a second place finish and enough eliminations to be our MVP for game number 1. And what a final circle that was to watch, Dobby.
Absolutely an insane final circle. I think there was a lot to really take in from that one. I think around circle 6, a lot of the players here, I think there was a lot more aggression, a way more amount of aggression, where some of these players were even halfway in the middle of circle and was trying to see if they can capture some eliminations here. I don't know where some of these players have been sipping this drink from, but oh my goodness, you are right. Literally snatches the elimination and the dub away from them, even though WBG has one more elimination than XCG. 17 elims and 18 eliminations coming from WBG, but 29.5 and a 30.2. The deficit between the ranking points of a 2.5 and the 3 points, that little small kill point deficit, is enough that they were able to take it all the way to the top with a 30.2. That really could have been anyone's game there in that final circle, and WBG knows it.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, again, XCG literally snatches victory away from the claws of defeat. That one Takeda ult to keep that double slam coming through from Sleepwalker buys XCG the space that they need to walk away our victors here for game number 1. And I mean, NiHQ, no surprises here, 5 eliminations, 33,000 damage. And look at this, Ling X Hen on the Matari with 38,000 damage and 9 eliminations. Ling X Hen just looking for low opponents in these final circles and using that backstab to pick off these targets that are low. No chance for them to escape. And then, of course, Zhao Nan here with a huge assist coming in on the Ziping. We're going to take a look at the replays here. KZ here absolutely obliterating the members of TK as they come through, and then back to the fight here. And look at this again, NiHQ almost turns this fight entirely on its head. He picks up 2 eliminations here, turns around onto PP, hits the full juggle combo, and then goes to turn around, but PP finds the space to pick up that elimination. And this is what I'm talking about. XCG here in the 9th inning picks up the eliminations they need from KZ. Look at this, 40 seconds left on that Yang depletion. We're seeing them just take this fight. It's a Hail Mary from XCG in this situation. He doesn't even get to pick up the Soul Bloom because the transformation comes through, but KZ here, unfortunately, with the wrong target acquisition, picks up somebody, and we see that repeating crossbow come through and absolutely obliterate. Sleepwalker here gets the double slam, and then luckily for the members of OUG there, the Z-Ping buys them some space, but not enough space as they pick up the King. They turn around and pick up some more limbs here as well with another grab, gonna throw SS to the ground. Sleepwalker just putting in work, picks up JDG, picks up, no, I thought he picks up PB there. No, there it is, he's gonna pick up SS yet again. And in these final moments, KLA, QGG trying to get on to XCG. And you know what? It just wasn't enough in the end. XCG was able to take that second place finish, and the MVP gonna go to Ling XN. No surprises here with 9 eliminations and 38,000 damage. What an aggressive Matari. I love to see it, but I got to talk about it. 22,000 of that damage coming from Cannon, Dobby.
Absolutely insane. The cannon damage being absolutely detrimental for their team here. I mean, listen, even with that amount of space, I did say that though, with 38,000 damage, that's still pretty insane, but 22 of that coming from the cannon. I mean, you definitely were that teammate that made sure that nobody else was going to be able to get close to the rest of your team putting up that much damage. So clearly not only being an MVP in terms of actually getting the eliminations, but also the support, the healing of the 12K, but also that much damage coming in from Cannon means that there were so many players trying to push, and obviously Lixing Hen just being the actual wall that stops them from coming through with that elimination, and all of those cannons making people think twice before they actually push up, because if they continue, they will most likely lose that fight.
Look, 22k damage on a cannon is absolutely insane. I'm not quite sure yet if that's a record or not. I'm going to have somebody take a look at the statistics and let me know, but that's a lot of damage. I mean,
it is.
Those range shots, the pure harassment, 22k damage from a cannon is literally next level. We see players come through with NVPs that have 18k damage total. So for 22,000 of that damage, just to be coming through from the cannon, putting absolute numbers downrange onto these teams, making sure they have that ultimate always available. And you know, in the end, you watch them in the final circle go after some of those players who are a little bit lower, using those teleports to get those backstabs in, do a big amount of damage and follow it up. But clearly, you know, those eliminations are great, but the cannon damage is just an insane number when you're talking about Matari, who's a hero who wants to get in and wants to fight you close, right? They need to aggressively teleport at you while they're in their ultimate to get those big backstabs in so that they can lock you down for your teammates and do a ton of damage, but instead can just sit at range with the cannon and pump that damage out. Ling Xen doing a phenomenal job here in game one, and I've got to give it to XCG. Again, they literally were able to grasp victory from the claws of defeat. They went up against WBG in that first Realm of Yang. WBG comes out on top. WBG feels like they're on top of the world. They get to the final circle. We see Sleepwalker absolutely popping off, right? He's
very aggressive.
Monk boy. He's getting grabs left and right. And then XCG all of a sudden turns it around, gets a huge Takeda ultimate, stops WBG's momentum, and comes out on top. We love to see the Cinderella story. But speaking of a Cinderella story, we got a short video for you guys before we come back and immediately lock in for game number 2.
第一双周周决，其实就对我们自己来说，其实就是有些打的有些保守了，所以节奏什么很乱，节奏太乱了，再加上。 就对那个周冠的那个分数线定得很高，一开始定的是什么140、130嘛，140、150，就想着什么必须得拿什么100分才能夺周冠嘛，然后上来就因为自己一个思路出现失误，直接导致0分，后面就压力挺大的，然后再加上太保守了，所以可能就发挥得很差，然后没想到就。 T1从我们旁边跟着我们拿的分其实差不多。
XCG giving us a little bit of insight into their game strategies and of course playing next to TE and how close they came in to them in some of our previous days here in the bi-weekly. But you know what? I love to see XCG turn things around here in game number 1. And it really was a Cinderella story from them. They lose in that first Realm of Yang. They're behind in terms of gear. They literally have 20 seconds before they die to Yang depletion. And we've seen a lot of teams in the past, when they get to that sort of 20-second mark, realize that they're going to die anyway and walk into the zone, accept their fate to keep other teams from picking up the points and the elimination. Our boys here in XCG say, no, that's not the strategy. We're going to fight it out to the very end. They just continue to dog down the members of KZ, are able to pick up those Soul Bloom essences in the very last second, and then completely turn the game around and flip things on WBG. WBG right now has got to be kicking themselves. I'm sure they're coming into game number 2 looking for some revenge, Dubby.
Oh, absolutely. I would hope that they would try to go for some revenge, especially after what they've been through so far, especially with them actually stealing the eliminations away. I mean, I will say that's very, very impressive for them to do that, even with the amount of insanity that we just witnessed here. Still, the fact that they got to a point that they were so close and just like that, I will say, having more eliminations doesn't also mean that you're guaranteed to get the dub. And that's one of the things that we love to see when we talk about NARAKA BLADEPOINT. Yes, it is about getting those placements. It is about getting that first place. It is about all of that. But at the same time, it's also about being smart in moments when it's absolutely needed. And this right here is a perfect example of that. WBG was very close in the lead. I think there was a lot of confidence there. I feel like they knew they had the greatest observation and they knew that they were pretty much ready to win this, but only for somebody else to come in with less eliminations, but still snatch up the dub towards the very end. Just goes to show you, you can never count anyone out, no matter how close it is to the end of the game.
Yeah, you absolutely can. And again, it was XCG who stopped Sleepwalker from picking up that double slam. If they had even picked up one more elimination off the back of that double slam, which given the fact that Sleepwalker had a legendary greatsword when he transformed, the amount of damage he would have pumped out with that slam and the fact it was a double slam, almost guaranteed he picks up one, if not both. The fact that XCG was the one who ulted them, kept him from getting those slams, you know WBG is kicking themselves over that situation. Not that they could have done anything about the Takeda ultimate coming through, but really just kicking themselves that they allowed XCG to get away with that they let themselves get eliminated and let XCG grab those extra placement points and walk away the victors of game number 1. I expect to see WBG come back and play even more aggressive than they did in game 1, Dobby.
I think they're going to come out absolutely swinging, especially with WBG, though. Yeah, I know for sure if I'm WBG, I'm ready to go at number 2, and I'm absolutely making sure that that team gets eliminated early. If it was me, you'd be going out first, buddy. I'd make sure of that.
Oh, absolutely. We're going to take a look as we lock in for game number 2. We're going to see these hero selections here soon. It's going to be interesting. I didn't expect to see quite so many traditional Transformer comps in game number 1 here. I expected to see something a little different. It's going to be interesting to see if Holoroth changes that up. And here we go. We're going to see the fairy is coming through onto these Transformer comps. This is kind of what I expected for the season. It's literally almost every single team except KLA and OUG and Alliance who will be running the traditional Transformers comp here. Everybody else, we're going to see Faria coming through onto these Tion High picks for our NBPL game number 2 in trios. And man, it's going to get absolutely crazy because we're going to see what we love to call the Pacific Rim meta, because we're going to be seeing the big Kaiju Titans come out. And of course, we're going to be seeing the big mechs dropped by the Fariashens here, Dobby.
Oh, absolutely. It's going to be an absolute monumental game here. I'm excited to see this. I haven't necessarily been able to actually peep in terms of how the both of these comps go, seeing both Transformers go at it, and then obviously seeing I'm very surprised for the Wuxing. I thought there'd be a little bit more healing involved, at least from my observation. I feel like more of the healers could have been a very detriment to this one, but it doesn't really matter here in this space as we lock in for Holoroth here. As, oh my goodness, Nbpl Village is going to see a well-round amount of people here inside of the space here. I mean, we're going to see JJH, we're going to see Alliance, we're going to see JDG, we're going to see EWG, all within this space, as AOW is going to have that full section of City of Tang to themselves to be able to get as much loot and as much opportunity as possible here. They might even focus more on getting the Realm of Yang, if anything. And even on this top right side, still going to be able to find something. But on this left side, Yushan Ruins is going to find at least 2 teams there as well. And the same in the center of Plum Castle. Very much less from what we're used to. But WBG, OUG is going to be the main people, as Zinyu immediately is going to be inside of the bow. But it looks like he's going to get absolutely pelted. PP trying to hold on here as OUG is going to absolutely decimate and get the first elimination onto WBG's PP. Meanwhile, they're steady trying to focus on the... It looks like they're trying to focus on the actual puzzle. They don't even care that OUG's trying to fight. They're like, yeah, that's great, but like, we're trying to solve this puzzle first. As the King is going to be able to claim the second elimination here. The King trying to push this one as hard and aggressive as possible here as WBG's Jing trying to hold it. Beautiful Bell and defense coming in as the flames come through and deplete heals. Oh my goodness, the bow putting in massive work onto the Jing. Ooh, but Jing ends up getting a nice right click, but it doesn't matter though, as the fire tick is going to claim the elimination onto Jing. And look how close their player Zinyu was from getting eliminated. He was 1 HP into that circle, and just like that, that could have been a switcheroo of the game. But it doesn't matter though, because they do get eliminated out of this first one at least, and it looks like they're going to solve the puzzle, get the chest, and keep going.
Yeah, OUG came in here and absolutely took control of the ballistas here, using them to pick up multiple eliminations onto WBG. WBG in the end there, just really trying to pick up that elimination. They had one player extremely low. I do believe it was Zinyu, who was so low, and they just weren't able to find the single hit that they needed. Great cover coming out from SS and the King to keep WBG from picking up any score. And now OUG also going to be able to pick up the box here. They're going to get themselves a legendary dagger and a purple set of dual blades, which is going to be huge for that Transformer comp coming through early. Turning now to KLA and JDG. And man, what a complete mess as QGG comes in on the ultimate here for Yotahime and is able to pick up an elimination onto JDG's Zhao Hui. And now we're going to see yet another team coming in from the side looking for the third party. I do believe that's Team Ventus, but KLA wants to pick up these eliminations that they put the work in for, and unfortunately they're not going to be able to, as Team Ventus comes in and completely blitzes them down. JDG still holding on to 2 members here, but now Team Ventus coming through with the third party looks to start picking up the members of JDG as well. KLA unfortunately going to be sent back to the Soul Altar, but 4 eliminations under their belt. Those resurrections really just a resource, KLA using them to their advantage. It's also early enough in the game. They're going to be able to go find some easy loot early on here, as the map still has plenty of those troves left of them. No, please tell me, KLA, I'm not seeing what I think I'm seeing. They are not going for the salty run back. They respawn in this same space, and it looks like they're going to pressure into this fight potentially, as we see QGG come very close to JDG. and the members of Ventus, but decides to back out, which is very smart given the fact that there's so many teams here and KLA with literally no armor or weapons to their name. Alliance pressuring in for the fifth party on to this fight now, as we see the members of JDG get sent back to the Soul Altar with one elimination under their belt. JJH also coming in, looking to get their claws into this fight. Godly giving chase here to the members of Ventus. Sanzi just trying to create some space, completely separated from his team. It knows that if he gets locked down here, it could be very bad. Sanzi will find himself locked down, forced to drop the pillar and go ahead and mech up so he can get away from the members of JJH. And Sanzi just trying to keep it alive here, as he is the only remaining member here for Team Ventus. Their monk looks like he is going to time out here soon, so Ventus completely alone now, and we are going to see KLA pick up their fifth elimination on to Ventus's WX98 as well. And that is going to be it for WX98. I'm not sure if Ventus has already used their resurrections or not. We'll find out momentarily as Alliance looks to come in here. And there's Sanzi inside the building. And now it's Alliance who's called out Sanzi. Sanzi with no ultimate, no place to go. The parry comes through, and that is going to be it. It looks like they do still have some resurrections available because they are not completely eliminated here. JJH going to monk up in the face of Alliance. And now we've got two Titans going head to head here, but Alliance is lucky immediately. Gonna pop that huge Karumi ultimate, gonna buy the space for their team to stay alive. Lin get full health here, but Godly just getting completely pelted by the mech, and of course Alliance's Lin. Godly no place to go. If he de-transforms here, Lin's just gonna grab him off the ground. He doesn't have too much of an option. We're gonna see the dagger come through, and then we're gonna see the immediate bell follow up to buy a little bit of space. Godly able to escape here as the rest of the team JJH buys him the space he needs to get a little bit of a reset as he immediately turns back into the fight. But Zon now with the Yuation ult buying even more space for the members of Team Alliance as they pick up TK's Ali, and it is just a complete fiesta here in the beginning of game number 2, Dobby.
We'd love to see an absolute fiesta, as it looks like the parry comes through as well from this one, as that strong tornado trying to see if maybe they can stun out some of these players here. Alliance is lucky, trying to hold on for as long as possible, but it's not going to be enough as Zuan ends up getting carried into the air and absolutely gets finished here. Beautiful finish here by JJH, as they're going to go and pick up their teammate. Godly gets the finish, as Julie is going to be 4 eliminations deep into their team. And it looks like it's going to be a 4-way tie so far between XCG, Ventus, KLA, and JJH with 5 eliminations. Completely different game, but very expected coming in from XCG here at the top of the leaderboard. So, back at the top of the order. We've been going through so much of this so far here, but it's been also incredible to see how it's been going down, right? So, my question to you, Rune, is if you are at the bottom of the leaderboard here for some of these players here that haven't really claimed an elimination, what do you do?
Well, it depends on what comp you're playing, right? You know, if you're the Viper sort of comps, you're in a really bad situation because you're playing that early to mid game comp now. Again, used to be a late game comp, but especially into these Faria versions of the Transformer comp here, you really have to be aggressive early while these teams are sans resources and they're sans those ultimates, and then take those kills into late game. So if you're those Viper comps, the best thing you can do is find some gear and look for some fights in the mid game. And you need to stay away from the Realms of Yang. You're just not going to win the Realms of Yang into these Transformer comps as that Viper comp. You need to find some good terrain where you can escape the monk grabs and you can kind of take these fights to your own advantage. If you're the Transformers comps and you're towards the bottom of the barrel here and you've not picked up any eliminations, you're doing okay. You're a late game comp. You're looking to pop off in those final circles. The best thing that you can do here is potentially look to secure a Moore's Blessing, find yourself some better loot, maybe catch some of these stragglers coming out of the Realm of Yang who have that Yang depletion, and find yourself some easy eliminations so that you can get yourselves into the game here. As we take a look, we're going to see KZ over here have popped a no ult zone, trying to keep EWG for pressuring onto them and keeping them from being able to use those Transformer comps to their advantage. And KZ more than happy to just sit here and rain down shots here with the bows and cannons and pump damage out onto into the likes of EWG. EWG doesn't have a choice but to pressure forward through KZ here, as they quite literally have their back to the zone. So KZ looking to come in. Here we go. We're going to see EWG actually slip into the realm of Yang, and so does KZ, but they aren't going to be going head to head. KZ is going to be against JDG, and AOW will be fighting the members of EWG. It's going to be interesting to see if KZ and EWG both come out on top. They will both come out in the exact same place with that buff and immediately have to take a fight here. We're going to see both monks transform as KZ looks to take advantage of the situation here. We're going to see the first Temi ult come out, and interesting to see that the fact that we don't see, there it is, the second Temi ult to cancel out the first one. We're going to see the monk here for KZ immediately take the pillar and transform as they go so low. The members of JDG just have completely taken control of this fight here in the realm of Yang. We see one grab coming out. Unfortunately, he doesn't have enough time to get the slam, but still a ton of damage pumped out onto Fajin. Hazy here trying to make something happen. The bell coming out from LSR, but it's not going to be enough as Hazy able to turn around with the nunchucks and find a combo, but we're going to see the transform, the mech come through and just completely pummel down AZ, and JDG is going to walk away victorious here inside our realm of Yang, and it looks like EWG also comes out on top.
Absolutely insane. A beautiful start, though, for this team as the EWG is going to get that Vermilion's Birdmite here. And it looks like they're going to be able to keep that going. Meanwhile, there's a massive chase going on between WBG Sleepwalker and KLA. Look at the movement coming in from QGG, just absolutely gliding through the ground here. Absolutely insane coming into this as they're going to just try to continue to push on to this. WBG Sleepwalker might be by himself as to why he's just dipping out as hard as he possibly can here. As it looks like GS also near that space as well here. And it looks like GS is going to continue the chase as well, as it looks like KLA is going to decide to back off. Realizes it's probably not that worth it. Decides to dip out. Meanwhile, EWG and AOW is in the middle of their own fight. Massive tornado comes through here as it looks like the first grab is able to get thrown all the way down as Zayu gets absolutely destroyed, immediately following another hit of the longbow as Zayu looks like he's going to get ready to pop his ulti as well here. They're just waiting it out on each side here. Beautiful grab coming through as well. Gets the double grab, gets the double slam, and the finish. The cold start coming in. And ladies and gentlemen, we got the engine revving when it comes to AOW.
Yeah, AOW coming through huge there with that double grab, Dobby.
A finish coming through to this is AOW just feeling it out. Beautiful start for them as well here. And that's exactly how you get it going. And it looks like Ann finally got the elimination off Sleepwalker if you look back. And as we're looking back at the replay here for the Realm of Yang, let's see what happens to EWG in terms of how they were able to come through and clutch this up. Beautiful slam coming through as the Aeron was able to get the double grab. Gets the first slam, and obviously the rest of their team is going to just be able to come through. Beautiful sweep. And that's why EWG comes through victorious for that round, as the King actually ends up claiming the elimination off of KZ's The Gen currently as well, as it looks like AOW decides to go Soul Jade shopping.
Look, sometimes you got to do a little shopping. You know what I'm saying? You've put in the work, you've earned the money. You gotta treat yourself, right, Dobby? And sometimes that's all that matters. You come through, you got to take care of yourself. And I mean, look, AOW here, clearly they like a little bit of shiny in their life. The pink towel.
I know you do too.
Oh, look. Yeah, I mean,
your new necklace and your new something.
I know, right? Yeah, I was talking about the new swag I got from the Rocket Team necklace. With look, AOW. They after my heart here. They coming in. They playing the minds out. They had a really good round last round too. So you know what? Let them treat themselves. They've earned it. WBG here going head to head now with JDG. JDG looking to lock down PP, and PP just completely separated from the team. There's no place he can go here. Kopi locks him down, and LSR finishes him off. JDG picking up yet another elimination for themselves. Going to 5. A lot of these teams with 5 to 6 eliminations, we typically see kind of a bigger spread where some of these teams are kind of like in that 9 to 10 range, and everybody else kind of chilling in that 4 range. This particular game is a very tight game. OUG, JJH at the top with 6 eliminations each, but then you have XCG, Ventus, KLA, JDG, and GS all rounding out the middle here with 5 eliminations each. It's going to be a very tight game going into the final circle here as we continue deeper into the game. We do have Zone 2 collapsing onto Zone 3 as we speak, which means we're going to see those Realms of Yang come back very soon. If you take a look, JDG and GS here, those Vermilion Birds Might's going to run out anytime KLA moving across the map, potentially looking to set up for that next realm of Yang, and hopefully they can find it. KLA with 5 eliminations, all of which are on QGG here. And KLA, again, they're running that Viper comp. They're going to be much more of that early to mid game. So they need to pick up eliminations while they can. They need to find themselves potentially looking for some of those stragglers as they come out of the realm of Yang. Unfortunately, they can't really pressure into a realm of Yang right now, given the comp that they're playing. The win rate for these Transformer comps just so high inside the realm of Yang. It would be almost impossible for them to come out on top without a little bit of luck and a lot of hard work. So they're going to have to find themselves looking for some of these stragglers as they come out of the realm of Yang and look to pick up some easy eliminations, Dobby.
Oh, absolutely. Let's hope that they're able to work towards that one as well and maybe figure it out here as they're going to get ready to keep this movement going here as Alliance all the way on this rotation has been doing its job. Let's see if they're going to be able to find any more towards this space. As Alliance's Lin trying to see if maybe he can get a nice hit from the bow here. Still has a nice little bit of room here. Doesn't look like it's going to be enough as they are going to be able to get away here. Meanwhile, with JDG also on the other side here. And it looks like the realm of Yang is going to be nearby. They're trying to wait this out as well, waiting for this portal to pop in. It looks like they're going to be ready to fight this out here as they're going to all push into this fight. Let's see what happens as JDG and JJH, the 2 Js, coming through. See if they can find the next one here. And like we said, you love to see it.
Yeah, this is going to be JDG's second realm of Yang this game. They won their first one. Let's see if they can do it again. We're going to see the Temi ult come through and actually catch Kopi out here. But they also have a Temi of their own, so it looks like they're going to drop theirs and cancel out the Temi ult from JJH. JJH's Godly finds a grab, though, and it looks like he's going to go for the slam, but Godly goes extremely low and actually gets stunned out of the slam here. Godly gets picked up, though. LSR needs to go ahead and go for the slam before he times out. He does get the slam, and Kopi falls up with a longsword slash, able to pick up the elimination onto Godly here. We're seeing JDG once again take control here inside the realm of Yang. Ling 10 here taking a ton of damage. Yueshan gonna get picked down, and it's gonna be JDG who comes out on top for the second time. They're 2 for 2 here in game number 2. JDG looking to dominate this match, Dobby.
Domination absolutely here coming through, and JDG is going to be able to shut it down in a beautiful way here. Let's see if they will be able to work towards the rest of it, though. Coming through with such a great opportunity here with the Mystic Might. Let's see if they're going to be able to use it towards its advantage. Meanwhile, EWG is already halfway through their Draco Storm. JDG with 8 eliminations, 6 tied up with JJ and OUG. And a 5-way tie between XCG, Ventus, KLA, and GS. Meanwhile, KZ and TK having a really big struggle here. And sadly, WBG, definitely a team that we thought would truly pop off here, is struggling with one player already down and no eliminations to their name.
Well, WBG here in the early game really kind of found themselves in a terrible situation. They got eliminated early in that fight with OUG, who was able to take control of Ballistas over by the puzzle. And when they resurrected, they kind of resurrected towards the north side of the map, hoping to find some space where a lot of teams hadn't looted yet, but there was like a 5-way fight going on nearby where they resurrected. And while they still had white armor and weapons, they get caught up in that 5-way fight and get completely separated. They're forced to just send one of their members off to die. They find a situation where they're forced to send Jing off to also die in that situation. And they've been able to string together enough Darktide coins to buy 1 resurrection for the team, but unfortunately that 1 resurrection isn't enough to bring the full team back. They haven't been able to find the armor that they want, so they're really kind of playing for placement at this point. As I speak, they pick up another rebirth charm, though, and they do find their 3rd member back in. So if they can find some gear underneath their belts before we come into the final circle, we might see the members of WBG pop off yet again. Taking a look now over to Team JJH, who lost their realm of Yang into Team JDD. They have 2 minutes and 12 seconds left remaining on that Yang depletion before they just simply find themselves eliminated from this lobby. KLA is another team we've expected a lot of out today, and they still only rocking those first 5 eliminations that they picked up in the early game here. And again, playing that Viper comp, a comp that is now kind of shifted in terms of the meta towards the early to mid game. They need to find some eliminations here before things get too hectic and the risk of third party grows even more for them. JJH on the hunt actually has found the members of KLA, and this could be very good for KLA. JJH very desperate here. The Viper ult coming through. The Temi ult gonna buy JJH a little bit of space, but not enough, as 17 from KLA finds a massive bow shot onto Lixen. God Lee goes down, and here it is. Chu Lee, the last remaining member of JJH, has Yang depletion as well. A massive parry coming through from CXE is gonna put Chu Lee completely on the back foot. They're forced to use the F to buy themselves some space. They will find a single elimination, but unfortunately it is not going to be enough as the third and fourth parties come through and Chu Lee finds themselves eliminated. That's going to be it for JJH. OUG here, GD here as well. And man, that fight completely popped off there in the last second. KLA able to get themselves away with that Wu Chen ult, but still on the run as the members of OUG pressure onto them. KLA picking up 2 of those eliminations, finds themselves in second position right now and much better off as we get ready to head towards the late mid game to the late game. KLA still on the move here, wants to find that potential third-party opportunity as these teams look at each other, because with their team comp, that's going to be the best situation for them to pick up some more eliminations.
Absolute madness coming in, though, as we still are going to be able to come through a little bit closer towards the end here with JDG leading with 8 eliminations, AOW, as we're keeping an eye out on, as only 3, sadly, here. Going right towards this straight front here, right on the outskirts here. Looks like they're going to be wanting to try to make up a fight here as well. And let's see what they can do here. But currently, as of right now, we are at Jin's Armory right near Matab as we're fighting this out as we go back towards the very center of all of the madness that's happening all the way in Plumbed Castle. Whole lot of areas and edges to really come through to as GD wanting to really push this fight. OUG wants to see if they can get some type of eliminations as well here. So many Soul Jades down there at the bottom here could be massive, but they're going to decide to retreat off that and realize that it's probably not worth it. Definitely have to play this to their advantage here. Is also KLA is also on the other side too, so they have to be very, very careful because this really could be really bad on each section here if they're not paying attention. Could be a whole lot of momentum coming through here. So let's see if they're going to be able to find this out or be smart in any which way towards this fight, as it looks like they're going to be going for the realm of Yang here. The bird come alive. Let's see if any of them are going to go through it. It looks like Ventus by themselves. Look, they have a full chest over here to themselves, free. Don't have to worry about anybody.
Yeah, this is a huge pickup here for Team Ventus. Pixel able to get that legendary armor is going to be absolutely massive for him when he monks up in these final circles. Ventus here with 5 eliminations under their belt. And, you know, this is a more typical Ventus. They typically play, you know, towards these late game spaces. They didn't really find the gear that they were looking for. They weren't able to make it to those realms of Yang. So for them to be able to find at least 1 legendary set of armor for the team so that they're not all stacked with blues is going to be huge as they head into those final moments of the game. XCG finding themselves hugging the side of the circle here, just looking to hold on to a little bit of space as the zone collapses. We are going to see Zone 4 collapse onto Zone 5 in the next 15 seconds, and that's really going to pressure a lot of these teams together. That Bane's Breath ending is going to buy some of these teams a little bit of space to maneuver forward. GS still waiting on the other side over here. GS able to find some eliminations under the belt this game, moving up to 5 eliminations. When we looked at them earlier, I do believe they were holding on to 2 or 3 eliminations. Lingzing's Hen here, taking quite a few arrows to the chest, gets caught out in the Temi Sandwich and almost immediately gets eliminated. There it is. He finds time to bop the ultimate, which gives his team just enough time to resurrect him here. If he hadn't got that ultimate out, things could have gone very poorly for Team XCG here as they're looking to pop off yet again in these final circles. JDG still at the top of the order, though, and at the very top of the map. They've had a very good games for themselves. WBG still 0 eliminations, looking to find their way back into this game. They were able to get not 1 but 2 resurrections and get the full team back together. They've been able to cobble together a little bit of gear here. Hopefully they can find some eliminations in the end game. KLA here with quite a few eliminations under their belt as well. 7 eliminations. Our first bi-weekly champions looking to have a good performance here today, Dubby.
Absolute performance coming through. Absolutely. I mean, it's still, even with all of this madness that's been going on here, they still have found their own lanes on how to create this separation, but then have done a good job of keeping the games alive for themselves here. There's still so much more that we still have to see within these games here, but obviously, even with this space so far here, they're still able to hold it down. And sometimes it's just better just to do what they're doing. They're just taking their time. They're not forcing anything. And it's kind of just being like, hey, this is probably a little bit more worth it currently here, just to be like, hey, just take our time. Let's focus on this and let's not force anything that we don't necessarily have to. Because sometimes it's better to not do that. Sometimes it's better to just go, hey, let's just play this smart. We still have a couple more games left. We're still working on some other stuff. So let's actually stay patient. And sometimes you need to do that. Now, with EWG going through this rotation, it looks like they might be able to potentially go towards another player here. There's still a whole lot going down here, all within this space. And it's, I mean, just look at the amount of players that's in the different areas here. It looks like EWG popped their ulti. Might have been hit by at least a bow or something here. As it looks like the cannon shots are ricocheting on each side here. As Yayu trying to see if maybe he can hit something as well, but they have the high ground here. It's not looking good as the both shots come through, and it's forcing is gonna hit the bell here. Beautiful cannons ricocheting down there. This is why Feria is such a powerful transformer here. If not only do you have the high ground, but you have that cannon, you are going to use it to your advantage here. And obviously, they almost got an elimination because of it. And if they was not paying attention particularly to that specific area at that moment, they also could have got the elimination from the full team. And that would have been the matchup. Now, the question is when you get that kill, do you jump down there and try to get the rest of the eliminations, or do you just accept the fact that, hey, we got 1 kill, they're most likely pick up the kill, let's just keep this high ground, and hopefully nobody steals it?
Well, I mean, if you've got the high ground there and you're pressuring onto a team like that and you pick up an elimination, you just keep playing the range game because their team is gonna feel the need to try to go ahead and pick up that player. And if you have the ranged advantage over him, you can make it very, very difficult and easily find yourself picking up more eliminations. D-Ron here finds himself parried, goes for the bell to protect himself, and is going to be forced to monk up to have any hope of survival here as we see this Pacific Rim meta coming alive. It's Titans and Mech everywhere you look, as far as the eye can see. This is the Sanzi, Zhao Hui, or sorry, Zhao Nan here, Zhao Hu, KLA, CXE coming in, one of the only Vipers in the lobby, looking for some stunts, able to find a short stun out, but not anything to take control of the lobby. And look at this WBG Sleepwalker just pummeling everybody here from the Feria Mech, building rage, looking for the opportunity to drop down onto some of these teams. PP covering here with the staff as well. Sleepwalker going to come out of the mech, and there it is. He's got the monk already and is immediately going to monk up. Like I said, that Pacific Rim meta coming to life, and the kill feed goes absolutely wild as we see JDG eliminated. XCG picking up 8 eliminations for themselves. OUG going to 7. KLA still unable to find another elimination as they lose the number 17 QGG, just buying space here with his Yodo Hime ultimate for as long as they can. GD's Kakaishi picked up by Zhaonan, and that's going to put XCG into first place with 9 eliminations. Sleepwalker's going to find an elimination for himself. Ventus's Sanzi with that Flame Breath going to pick up KLA's QGG, and that leaves KLA with a single member left remaining alive. Their Viper looking to buy themselves some more space in this game and a higher placement, because there are only a couple of teams fully eliminated here. 19 players left remaining as Zone 6 begins to collapse onto Zone 7. Ling Xen here gonna have to move away from the zone, looking to get that high ground here and start pummeling damage out. We're gonna see Ventus and Pixel down below going for the grab as Ling Xen tap dodges out of the de-transformation from the mech and just narrowly avoids the grab coming out from Ventus's Pixel. Pixel looking to continue to pressure here onto GS's Zhao Hui. Zhao Hui taking the fist to the back. So much damage being pumped out. He's going to be forced to de-transform, and he's going to go very low. We're going to see so many people popping into the kill feed. Ping Tao trying to pressure in and pick up an elimination, but Ventus's Pixel now keeping him locked down in the zone. A single HP remaining as he de-transforms. He finds the bell. He's got purple armor, but if he takes his zone tech, he's gonna go down. The Wisps are gonna lock him up. He's almost caught into the zone, but no, it's gonna be WX98 who finds him with the spear. Sanzi looking to continue the pressure here for the rest of Team Ventus and just goes airborne. KLA's CXE coming in with the Viper stun, able to catch out a couple of players, but it's that short Viper stun. It's not the V1. They're not going to be able to capitalize on anything as they find themselves alone here. KLA holding on for dear life.
I mean, holding on absolutely for dear life, maybe, potentially, even within this space here. I would be too, as the circle slowly pushing in. XCG to getting hit by a bow. It looks like they're going to be able to go for that reshield here, trying to take their time here. All within this is both all three massive monks. You definitely don't want to be at the bottom of that, just absolutely bouncing on each side over and over again, trying not to get caught in a bad situation. Meanwhile, Zai trying to grab it up on each side here as XZ sadly is going to get grabbed, thrown, and finished here, as it looks like the poison is going to come through, trying to get something off of WX98. It looks like it does here, but it's not going to be able to do too much here, as it looks like the Flameburger is going to come out. We haven't seen too much of the Flameburger so far tonight, so it's good to finally see it here in this game too. Full circle comes through. Pixel dangerously low. The defense is not going to be able to do enough. Beautiful parry coming through, getting the nice depletion off of WX98, trying to hold on for as long as possible, but it's not going to be enough, as it looks like XCG holding it down, getting the finish off of AOW, and XCG claims another dub just like that. 2 games back to back. Are you kidding me?
Yeah, look, XCG in rare form today. And I mean, they played this game exceptionally well. Yet again, you know, that first game, they actually found themselves in a really terrible situation and were able to turn around that game and walk away the winner. This game, they played textbook NARAKA. They had really good synergy. They knew where to be. They were able to capitalize on multiple third-party, fourth-party scenarios. They get into the final circle, and they're just able to find the best spaces, pick up eliminations one after the other. You see a lot of these teams going for that sort of high ground up top, and XCG more than happy to stay in the spaces where they don't have to worry about so much of those monk grabs and the Faria shots just coming through. They have the cover. They can let teams come to them. They fight those teams on their own terms. Because of that, they're able to survive to the very end. And this is a team that knows how to take control of a final circle. We saw that happen in game number 1, where even though WBG had control of the circle, when things closed in and their comp was much stronger in those close quarters combats, it was XCG who finally takes control of the circle. So this is a team very, very good at taking control of those situations. And once they find that circle pushing in and they get into that space, they have the monk ult, they have the Faria pillar. They're just able to take control, walk away with a ton of eliminations in a first place finish. XCG in rare form today, and I love to see it. And this is a team that always plays consistently, and they're having big pop-off games right now. It's going to be a very hard team to catch back up to if these other teams don't start putting in the work, W.
No, you're absolutely right, as XCG just comes through with a massive finish here. I mean, it just doesn't look like their reign of terror is going to stop anytime soon, as XCG clearly has the formula, not only both with the eliminations, but also just knowing when to play it safe. Obviously, you know, we talk back and forth about consistency, but also you also need to know when it's a good time to just back off. Hey, it's not this worth it to try to push into another fight or try to, you know, come through and steal this elimination. It might be better just to keep the high ground, hold on to what we have. We're already doing well, and let's just play this until we get to the very end of the game. Now, obviously, with XCG, they're able to handle and balance both, and that's how you make a championship team. It's not always about getting the elimination. It's also knowing when to back off and when to quit. Now, where was WBG in this? Nowhere to be found.
Well, yeah,
that's
again,
tough.
Well, WBG had a little bit of a run in bad luck, right? They dropped and they immediately try. Well, look, so they drop and they try to contest puzzle. Unfortunately, they're not able to take control of ballistas. OUG is the team that grabs ballistas uses that to their advantage, and it sends WBG back to the Soul Altar. That early in the game, it's not that big of a deal. You have the resurrection. You can go find a space where there's plenty of resources still available and get back into the game. What happens, unfortunately, is they pick the wrong space to resurrect, and there's like a 5-way fight going on near them. They lose 2 members super early. They're forced to spend the rest of the game looking for resurrections for their team, and clearly didn't pay off for them. They were able to get their team back, get to the final circle, only able to get 2 eliminations because they couldn't find the gear that they needed. XCG takes control of the final circle yet again and is able to walk away with 15 eliminations and a first place finish with a game score of 29. That's almost 2 30-point games back to back, Dobby. Will we see the hat trick coming out in game number 3 from XCG? Because again, look, we have Team Ventus, a very close second place here from Team Ventus with 13 eliminations, a 21.5 game score for Team Ventus. And it was Ventus who was taking control of the final circle until the very final moments where XCG shows up and goes, hey, y'all been burning resources. We've been chilling right here. Boom, takes control of everything, comes out on top. Massive game for XCG as we take a look at the stats here. Ling XN, yet again, 6 eliminations on the Temi here with 19,000 damage coming through here for our team XCG. And then you see NiHQ yet again on the ferry as well, 20k damage. We're going to take a look at the replays here. JJH up here, Godly, getting these massive musket shots onto these different teammates. And now turning over yet again to Lixon here. This was one of those fights here with Team Alliance where Alliance just found themselves biting off a little more than they could chew here with JJH. Jean really trying to turn things around here, not quite able to find the advantage they were looking for. Gets caught out in the whip. JJH picks it up, gets the resurrection. Now into the realm of Yang where we see EWG here going head to head with the members of AOW, and EWG just absolutely destroying AOW here. Really, AOW not putting up much of a fight whatsoever, but now turning the favor back around onto the members of EWG later. They pick up quite a few eliminations to XCG here. Look at this face. XCG able to find elimination after elimination down range, using the range to their advantage. And yet again here in the final circle, playing gatekeepers here. Ventus up and looking to make things happen, but it's XCG who just comes in and retakes control of these final spaces. Pixel just gets picked up immediately by that legendary pulsar. WX98 gets parried, and NiHQ turns around with the flamer immediately and capitalizes on it. Ventus goes out. Xiaonan and XCG then just have full control of that final zone, and here it is. It's actually going to be NiHQ who walks away the MVP with 5 eliminations and 20,000 damage. And yet again, it's a ranged weapon coming in with the most damage, 8k damage here for NiHQ. And this is something you're only going to see in trios. It's not something you're going to see typically into solos. There's so many targets that are being caught out all the time that you can capitalize on with those range shots. And I want to harken back to the replays. You see this moment where XCG is sitting up on top of this rock that's like a billion miles from the action. You see a player get caught out on another team and go low, and XCG is just like, boop, bow shot, picks up the elimination from 3 football fields away. And that's where we see XCG really capitalizing. They've got good spacing and they're able to pick up those range shots. And as soon as they see somebody's vulnerable, all 3 of them turn to that target.
And you're absolutely right here into this. They were really able to knock down as much of it as possible here. And they did a fantastic job of it throughout all of this. And obviously was able to shut it down, especially towards the end. Got to give it up to GD, though, who really held that top space up for as long as he possibly could. I was kind of surprised that they didn't, but we still have another video to show you before we get ready to rock in for our trios game round number 3. See you here in a minute. As we get ready to lock in for another game, we have game 3. And obviously, we'll be going straight into our halftime. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Nbpl Pro League bi-weekly split week 2 and day 2 of our trios. I am your host, Javier, alongside my real one, my OG, here for NARAKA BLADEPOINT, Rune Keeper. And we also, you've been here since 2020?
Oh, yeah, dude, I've played every
It feels like you've been here longer than
beta.
that. It feels like you've been here longer than that.
I mean, the first closed out alpha was only available in late 2020. So, I mean, I've been here since the very, very beginning. The first mention of NARAKA that I ever saw was E3 2017. And then we didn't see anything else again until 2020. And I've been following for a very, very long time. We've got a short VCR, though, before we come back and lock in for game number 3. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. Ladies and gentlemen, I've got a quick question for you guys, and that is going to be which team won game number 2? If you guys don't know this, it's either A, Ventus, B, KLA, C, XCG, or D, OUG. I'm going to give chat a little bit of a hint here, and then that is going to be they've won both games today. So if you know who won game 1, you know who won game number 2. So go ahead and get your answers locked in to chat here with either A, B, C, or D for your chance to win yourself one of these lovely limited gift treasure boxes. Go ahead and get them in.
Pretty insane in terms of how it's going to work here, but see how it will be able to work out though. But yeah, you definitely should be able to know who was the winners here for this one.
Yes, go and get those answers in. This is your last chance to get them in A, B, C, or D. Hope you guys have excellent luck, and I hope you guys walk away with some goodies here after getting your answers pumped out over in the chat. But I want to talk about going into game number 3. Dobby, what do you think? Do you think XCG is going to walk away with a hat trick today, baby?
I mean, at this point, even without the hat trick, I definitely can see them getting another dub regardless. Let's say they don't get game 3. I feel like they're going to get game 4. Let's say if they don't get game 4, they're going to get game 5, and obviously so on and so forth. They're definitely going to get 3 dubs tonight. Now, the hat trick, that's hard. That's tough. But obviously, the probability of that happening is a lot higher. So is the nerves. But you never know. I think that's what's going to be a little bit more interesting as we come into this game here. I think a lot of people might be shooting for XCG to get those eliminations done, because if the leaders end up getting eliminated, that means everybody else, it's gung-ho. Everybody's going to go ham.
You know, and XCG here has been playing it very, very smart, though, right? Both games that they've come into here, game 1 and game number 2, they've been running the comp that most of these other teams have been running. It's very hard to identify who some of these teams are, because you don't exactly get a player tag when you're locking onto somebody. You can see their health bar and stuff when you're fighting them, but you don't know until you picked up the elimination or you recognize their play style. And in trios, things are so hectic. It's very hard to identify a team from another team in the midst of all of that chaos. So XCG, you're right. A lot of these teams going to be looking to pick up those eliminations and try to get them out of here as early as possible. But it's going to be very hard for them to know who it is they're gunning for if XCG continues to lock in the majority team, because many of these teams are going to struggle to figure out if that's XCG or just another team that they're locking in against. And XCG has had excellent execution today. You were talking about it earlier. Knowing when to back out of fights and knowing when to pressure into fights is something that XCG knows very, very well. We talk about that decision making all the time and how important it is. And one of the reasons XCG is one of the most consistent teams in the league is because they have that decision making down to a science, Dobby.
That is true. To some way, shape, or form, that science can also be altered in many different ways. That's the beautiful thing about science, is that things can change realistically within a moment's notice. But even with all of that coming into it, there's still going to be a lot of surprises along the way, which, like I said, I'm very, very, very surprised and I'm very ready for. Now, obviously, as we get ready to lock in for our game number 3 here, obviously, there's still a whole lot coming. So you asked me that question. So now the question for you is what do you think? Do you think that they're going to do the three-peat?
Oh, absolutely. I think XCG walks away here with the hat trick today. Just off the performance alone in games 1 and game number 2, not only are they a very consistent team regularly throughout the league, but the decision making has been so on point for this team today. And if you notice, teams like WBG and Ventus in game 1 and game 2, they look to take control of that final circle around zone 6. It was our boys in XCG who waited until the final zone, that zone 7, to fully take control of that space, knowing that they had enough time to stagger their ultimates once they take control in zone 7 for there to be no zone after it. The thing is you want to be the last team in control of the zone, and if you know there's only enough time that once you take control of it, nobody else can snatch control back away from you because you can stagger your ultimates to maintain control for the entire duration, you're going to find yourself walking away most of the times in that first to second place position. And that's exactly where XCG needs to be to walk away with these dubs. They've done it twice today. They sit in a position where, yes, they can't pick up a ton of eliminations, but they already are coming into late game with plenty of eliminations under their belt. And when they finally take control of the zone in the end, they're able to pick up massive amounts of eliminations and the better placement to take control of these games and walk away the winner. I think they can easily do it again in game number 3 if they don't find themselves eliminated early.
Well, let's see if they can do that within this game. Ladies and gentlemen, we appreciate you for coming through here as we're about to get ready to lock it in for our game number 3 for our trios. If you are new to the channel, make sure to hit the follow button and also check and see if you got a I was actually gonna do a Twitch Prime thing because I'm so used to saying make sure to check and see if you got a Twitch Prime available. As we're getting ready, make sure to hit the follow button on Twitter too, also at NARAKA Esports, as we're gonna get ready to lock in for our game number 3 of our trios. A whole lot of momentum has been happening so far here, and XCG has been absolutely controlling the narrative of these games. The question is, can they continue for the next 4 games that we have locked and loaded? Getting ready to lock in game 3. Rune, let's see what's happening. What are they locking in?
I mean, I'm expecting to see more of these Transformer comps, more of the Faria. Here we're going to see, this is the comp I'm interested in. I want to look at WBG right now. This Takeda Z-Ping comp worked extremely well for J-Team earlier in the week during trios. We talked about that stat, almost 50k healing coming through for J-Team's Z-Ping. And again, here, WBG and EWG, GS all going to be running this particular comp. Looks like OUG has switched to this comp as well. So we're going to see 4 of this comp coming through, and I'm interested to see how this plays out. XCG going to be running that Viper comp. They're going to need to be aggressive early and into the mid game to make this work for them. So there is still a chance that they walk away with the three-peat here. It's just going to be very hard because this Viper comp, not as strong as it once was into these Transformer comps, and it's going to be even harder for them to secure kills onto those teams that are running that Z-Ping Takeda.
Absolutely insane though, but also great coming in from our main man, Runekeeper here, as we're looking at the map here for Morris Isle, as it looks like the King and JDG is going to be landing on the left side of Celestial Meat. On the right side, we got JJH and another team that's going to be right at the bottom section of Immortals Temple. Meanwhile, OUG, AOW, EWG is going to be near Shadow Jade Mine, as GD is going to be all the way on the top section, separate from that at Hall of Penitence at Eventide Temple. So all of the spread is going to be decently wide. There's going to be some immediate fights here, but not everybody landing in one particular place. Unlike Holoroth here, we saw 8 teams landing in one space. I can't wait. I really hope to see like that again at least one more time, as Godly is going to claim the first elimination here, catching Godly slipping in a space where they actually, I don't even think they had any A-limbs or anything really to bear any finishes for, as Godly is trying to see if they can notch out any more elims from this team here. Zuon dangerously low here, as he does end up getting grabbed. The double, beautiful timing though for that, ends up getting the one grab. Does he grab the second? No, he doesn't, as he ends up getting finished. and depleted all the way towards the end. Obviously, JJH knowing that they can get absolutely aggressive onto this massive monk, and they know exactly what to do in that situation. Meanwhile, GS in a totally different situation as they can finish the eliminations off of JDG. Meanwhile,
yeah, I was gonna say Alliance, they're not in a great situation. They had those early rage jades, and it did not pay off as Lucky just gets blitzed down. WBG here going against KLA, the last remaining member. They're able to get one elimination. Look at this, CXZ completely just BMing in the face of Sleepwalker here, and it continues to tap the Karen here for the team. Sleepwalker gonna go down. Unfortunately, he's not able to find the double grab. He's only able to find the single. KLA is gonna find themselves fully resurrected here, and they have 3 eliminations under their belt already. This is exactly where they want to be. XCG, I talk about this. You need to have that early aggression running the Viper comp. 3 eliminations under their belt already and looking for more. XCG is going to be a team to watch here because we're hoping to see the three-peat, the hat trick come out of them. The question is can they pull it off?
Meanwhile, all the way within this one, KLA, all the way, it looks like we're back at the top left section here of this map. We're in Sunwing's Rest. Meanwhile, going all the way back down towards the bottom near Shipwreck's Expense currently here is Alliance, as it looks like Alliance is going to be rotating outwards towards the middle section, kind of near Council, it looks like, as they're going to try to see if they can find some more loot here. But look at the movement and the gliding coming in from some of these players here. Meanwhile, GD also in another section here. It looks like we're in the cave section, and it looks like we're close to the top section of Eventide, at least from where I can tell of the map. And it looks like they're going to go through the wall. I didn't know that's how that happened. I didn't know you broke the walls through there like that, actually. No wonder I can't find them. I thought I was expecting one big door, and come to find out it's all these small little spaces that you would actually have to melee. I actually did not know that.
Yeah, we like to call that little area secret tunnel, Dobby. But now we're going to see GD coming over to Horseshoe here. That's one of my favorite areas to loot. Typically at least 1 to 2 gold piles there, and some significantly good loot for those players. So a great place to see them moving through some of my favorite loot areas as we now turn to Team JJH and KZ now going head-to-head here with XCG. XCG here, very smart. They pop the no ult zone here, which is going to buy them a lot of space into this Transformers team, as if they just have to take this fight off of raw abilities. XCG's comp actually has the better setup here. Vagine actually already completely picked out by Ling Xen and the members of XCG. So KZ down to a 2v3. That Pole Sword putting in work, but oh my goodness, Xiaonan turns this entirely around, and that's going to be it for the members of KZ as they're eliminated. They're going to be sent back to the Soul Altar. XCG picking up 6 eliminations and sending themselves back into first place yet again, Dobby. Now back to Team JJH as they pressure on to Team GS. It is a 2v2 type scenario here, and we're going to see the Wu Chen ult from Chu Li come out so that JJH can get God Li back into the game.
Even with that all the way towards this, let's see where we can put all this momentum into this space here, as it looks like AOW has found their next target, and it's going to be Alliance, as they're going to get pushed in, immediately called the Bane's Breath here, trying to scramble them and get them stuck inside of this space here, but it looks like he got him on the outside in just such a decent, such a great way here that Alliance isn't really going to force a fight here, knowing that AOW has all the space to work with and what they need to do here. Very, very unfortunate, though, to be able to put that together. Very, very unfortunate to put that together. Meanwhile, even with all of that, though, we're still able to work towards that again. Let's see if they can figure it out towards the end here, as AOW is going to be able to find something within their chest. Meanwhile, GD on their rotation, trying to see if they can find something as well. Still able to put more time into this, though. Let's see where they can put the next space, and able to do it well the way that they need to here. As
GD here, I was going to say, on that traditional Transformers comp, which is very interesting to see. You know, we saw it in Game 1. Game 2, everybody opting for that Faria version of the Transformer comp, and now we're seeing 3 different versions of this comp. We're seeing the Takeda Z Ping version, we're seeing the Faria version, and then we're seeing the more traditional version. I really want to see how this traditional version of the Transformer comp fares against the Takeda Z-Ping version as we head into the realm of Yang, because currently it is still the traditional version of this comp that has the highest overall win rate inside the realm of Yang. So hopefully we can see that action pop off as Zone 1 collapses onto Zone 2, and we get to see those realms of Yang coming through, Dobby.
Absolutely being put down forward towards it. Let's see if they can put that all within that space here. See if they can rotate towards this one here as AOW just steady trying to find some little bits of some soul jades here within this. Meanwhile, TK and GS also nearby. Looks like TK wants to see if they can get in some of this action as well here. They want to get a little aggressive. The question is are they going to find it? And it looks like they might have the opportunity to here as TK is going to find it. Oh, okay, and so is AK. They get absolutely destroyed and finished in seconds. My goodness gracious, that was a little dirty. I didn't think they had to do that in a very aggressive way. I feel a little... Wow. Wow. That was, Rune? Just, wow. They got destroyed in seconds. Good Lord.
Well, TE here, a little bit of panic coming out, or sorry, not TE, but Team TK, a little bit of panic coming out from them, right? They absolutely were in a great position to pick up the elimination on Zhao Hui, but they had lost a member. So the Wu Chen throws the teleport ult out while the Yodohime is ulting, and it actually costs them the Yodohime ultimate. So TK is in a situation where they can't re-pressure onto that fight because they've committed the double ultimates and need to find the resurrection. So unfortunately for them, just a little bit of miscommunication coming through there. It would have been better for the Yodo to go ahead and get that kill onto Zhao Hui, so they at least get some eliminations under their board before the Wu Chen ult comes out. But the Wu Chen sees the opportunity to get out, goes ahead and takes it, costs them the ult, costs them the ability to pressure back into that fight. And it is quite wild, but unfortunately sometimes that's how it is. It's one of the major risks of running Wu Chen, and why we've seen a little less of him on a lot of these comps, right, is because he can cancel out some of those ultimates, like the Yodohime ultimate for his own teammates. And we've seen it happen quite a few times. Alliance sitting over here on the edge of this no ult zone that they created, as we turn now to Team Ventus and KZ trying to go toe-to-toe inside the realm of Yang, and it looks like both of them make it inside, and it's gonna be KZ versus GD, Ventus versus JDG. It's going to be very interesting to see if KZ and Ventus come out on top of these, because if they do, they will both immediately respawn with that buff in the same exact spot and have to go toe-to-toe right after this realm of Yang. We're going to see GD's Kakaishi immediately monk up. Jen going to go following here, but isn't going to find the slams on to Kakaishi. Kakaishi doing a ton of damage to Jen. Jen trying to come in and get those slams onto Kakaishi, is able to keep them from getting the slam onto Faijin. Looks for another one, isn't able to find it. Finds another grab though onto Hazley. Looks like he will get that slam down to pump out some damage here. GD is taking control of this. There's going to go Hazley as well. And now it's just Faijin, the last remaining member here for KZ. And they will be eliminated as Team GD walks away the victor from the realm of Yang. And it looks like Team JDG will also be walking away the victor from their realm of Yang.
Even with that as well here, the realm of Yang still will be able to get the reward and then be able to push outwards. Let's see if they're going to find another team immediately to try to see if they can fight this out here and start to use that to their advantage. Might not be able to here, as it looks like Ventus is going to be able to get the heal off and immediately finds KZ ready to fight this out and ready to keep the aggression happening. Hopefully maybe even just go to claim the elimination as well here. They want to try to get that finish though, as the monk immediately comes through. They're both going to be able to go forward. Fight, 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 as the two monks come down, and so does the two mechs. Both on each side here being absolutely dangerous towards one another, absolutely putting in so much towards each space. Let's see if they can find it all the way within this rotation here. As it looks like WX98 is going to be able to find faction. And it looks like Ventus' Sanzi is going to be able to claim the elimination. Ventus' Pixel gets absolutely destroyed by that one. And Hazy is going to be able to come through to get the finish off of that one next here. Meanwhile, it looks like WX98 trying to see if they can hold it together here, trying to find them as well within this. Gets the bow. The question is, are they able to get the elimination? No. And it looks like Hazy gets a 1v3'd into this finish, and Ventus is going to be able to leave out of this and come out victorious.
Yeah, Ventus coming out on top here for themselves. They are down a member, unfortunately, though, and they're going to immediately buy that Resurrection Charm to get Sanzi back into the game here as we turn our attention to GS on the other side of the map. OUG sitting up top here with Draco Storm, not wanting to pressure down onto GS. Yes, they have that Draco Storm. Draco Storm not quite as powerful as it was since that 25% damage reduction has been moved over to the Mystic Might, and they're not sure if that's one of the teams with Vermilion Birds Might coming out of those Realms of Yang, so they're more than happy to just sit topside and play a little hide and seek, if you will. Team TK over here onto the fight with JDG. JDG in quite the precarious situation, but TK already losing their Viper here, now finds themselves completely on the back foot after the Karumield is able to buy space for Team JDG, and it looks like that's going to be it for Team King as they get picked up by the members of Team JDG. JDG tying up the first place situation against XCG. XCG, 9 eliminations already, Dobby. And this is what I talked about. Wow. They're playing that early to mid game comp with the Viper, Yodohime, Wu Chen. This is exactly what they need to be doing. They need to be picking up as many eliminations in the early to mid game as humanly possible, and they're doing exactly that. XCG working towards the hat trick here as we watch OUG get blitzed through by the members of GS. GS's Zhao Hui looking to continue to give chase, and GD's Kakaishi sitting nearby says, I'm going to go ahead and get the heck out of Dodge. I don't want anything to do with Team GS as they tear through the members of OUG. And if you look back there, all 3 members of Team GS missing a member of OUG who's just hiding on the backside of the stone, and Jinyu also completely separated and away. The problem is now these 2 members of OUG got to figure out not only how to get their teammate resurrected. No, look, SS actually slips past and is going to go get the resurrection. This is huge. SS grabs the backside of the stone, is not seen as the members of GS give chase, and is able to come get the resurrection on King. It is up to Xinyu now, though. He has to be able to reconnect with the team without being caught out because he is completely separated and alone. But this is huge for the members of OUG.
Absolutely insane here. Let's see if they will be able to work towards that next section here, and still has to be able to do it all alone here. But let's see where we can do towards next. Meanwhile, WBG looks like they went a little bit shopping as well here. How to get some stuff for themselves as they're going to get ready to close in for this next circle here. Circle 2. Halfway done into this area here. It looks like the rotation is going to be helpful for them as well here, as it looks like Ventus and KLA also in a very similar situation here. XCG has been an absolute monster so far with this team. Absolutely insane to put this together here. Let's see if they can find out what's next here, but they've done a fantastic job of it so far. I'm curious to see if they're going to be able to do a lot here. It looks like GD is going to decide to back off this. GS does not really want to push onto this as hard as they want to here, or as hard as they should, as GD just decides to continue to push off this, doesn't really want to fight this too often, and the spread is nice, except for all the way up the top right. What's going on over there? WBG, EWG. It looks like JJH is nearby. It looks like JS is also nearby there as well here. They might be ready for the Realm of Yang here, as it looks like JD is also doing the exact same thing. They're going to be able to push through and lock it in. The question is, who is JDG going to be able to find on the other side?
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to... Well, I mean, we saw WBG not get challenged earlier in game number 1, so JDG might find themselves in a very similar situation. You know, a lot of these teams collapse onto the portals for the Realm of Yang, and they may have to burn ultimates as they find themselves being pressured by multiple teams. And if you burn those ultimates, you do not want to risk going into the Realm of Yang without your ultimates to take those fights. So sometimes you just have to give up on the idea of going in, and it looks like JDG is going to walk away for free with that. WBG here are going to be able to secure the Draco Storm as they get themselves their hands on this Morris Blessing. But JDG actually gets a challenger in the 9th inning here. It's going to be Team GD going head-to-head with JDG. Let's see who comes out on top. It looks like both monks going to go ahead and monk up here at the exact same time. Zhao Hui looking to immediately pressure onto Kakaishi, and look at the damage coming through onto Kakaishi. He's able to find one grab into a slam here. We're going to see double Kurumi ults come out. Both Titans trying to stand on it, but it's Kakaishi who's able to get JDG's LSR outside of their Kurumi ultimate here. And now just trying to keep that pressure on, trying to keep LSR from pressing forward into that healing circle. And the script has been flipped as GD able to turn things around here. The D Monk comes through from LSR, Kakaishi following shortly behind. GD's K topside, just the Kurumi tether trying to keep the heal on as he's trying to create a little bit of pressure and find the space to de-transform as well. But Zhao Hui here now going to find his own transformation onto the Yueshon and start putting huge pressure onto the members of Team GD. Kakaishi goes down, and it's going to be JDG who flips the script and takes the win inside the realm of Yang.
Beautiful finish here for JDG. Really trying to switch it around here. Obviously, they have been toe-to-toe with XCG here, trying to see if maybe they can take on the absolute dynamite of a Team XCG here. But sadly, it might not be enough here, as it looks like we're going back to XCG here. And XCG is fighting another team as well here, playing this off as hard as they possibly can here. Yorihime Elte comes through, trying to see if they can get something off of Zayu. Zayu dangerously hit on each side here. It really can be anyone's game, as NiHQ forces the back off here. Doesn't really want to get too aggressive within this space here. Let's see if they can work towards this one as Zai Liu looks like he's going to be able to find it. OUG, double S, Xinyu, the king, trying to create some distance here as it looks like Love. It looks like they were able to claim an elimination off of GS here. Meanwhile, EWG on the left side here, trying to see if maybe they want to force a fight as well here, but doesn't want to get too picky onto it as well. They got to play it to the best way they can here. Let's see if they're going to find it. Unknown so far how it's going to turn out.
EWG here doing a great job of creating these third-party opportunities to kind of pick up these solo eliminations over and over again. They've only been able to pick up 2 this game, but the fact that they were eliminated early and have found themselves back into the space with some decent gear and picked up these eliminations by playing smart is very, very good for them. Because again, they're playing this Transformer comp here where they have the potential to take control and pop off in those final spaces. As we take a look at the leaderboard here, XCG still with 9 eliminations under their belt. It's been JDG who took that Realm of Yang fight and was able to find 3 more eliminations, slipping into first place with 12 elims. They also, of course, have that buff, that Mystic Might for another 90 seconds. They may be able to track down some more eliminations and give themselves an even bigger lead heading into our late game here. Taking a look over to Team GD, doing a little bit of shopping, hoping to find an advantage as they pressure out. They have 2 minutes and 22 seconds till they die to Yang depletion. They're going to need to find a team, pressure onto that team, and pick up some eliminations if they want to stay in this game. And they need to do it fairly quickly. 2 minutes goes by in the blink of an eye in these lobbies. We're going to see JDG here going out and starting to look for those eliminations, but it's JDG versus Team GD. It's the run it back GD here, looking to get redemption for the fight inside the Realm of Yang and looking to put that redemption on to JDG. But this is a very bad fight for the members of Team GD. They lost this exact fight inside the Realm of Yang, and Team JDG here has 25% damage reduction. We're seeing some huge poison splashes come through, and look at that. We're seeing the healing circle actually poisoned out as well from these Team K, the last remaining member forced to run away, and this is going to be it for the members of Team GD. You know, K, he's running away. He might get away from JDG, but he is on Yang depletion. He's by himself now. There's no way he can pressure onto a triple stack, find an elimination, and find himself that soul bloom. He needs to stay alive. The best thing he can do now is wait for that clock to tick down so that he doesn't count as a free elimination for JDG, and go find a nice little place in the zone to let himself die.
It's very dark the way you explain that, even though I know this is just like it's a tournament. Just the way you explain, I'm like, wow, that sounds really dark when you think about it. Anyway, going into this rotation, oh, what? I don't know if you just noticed. XCG GD's K was just sitting in the bush. They both hit it. They hit the bush. They hit the bush and they missed K, and K was able to successfully get away, and XCG just fully dissipates, and they don't even realize that he was sitting right there.
I mean, I gotta give it to. Look, you see what K does here? He comes out, he gives a little prayer to the statue here, and I don't even like why is he healing? What is he doing? Wait, was he able to buy a rebirth charm? Oh my God, this is actually
able to
huge
buy
for GD.
a rebirth charm.
K is actually gonna die here to the Yang depletion. Kakaishi won't be able to resurrect him because it's Yang depletion.
But he gets all of his loot.
But he gets all of his loot and is back in the game. GD, when you think they're out, they're not. They find a way to keep it alive here.
That's why I said this was so big. They literally missed an opportunity on getting a free kill on K because they swipe literally into the bush and miss him.
This is absolutely huge. I mean, the thing here, man, Kakaishi is in the game. It's all about placement points at this point, right? Like, look at the smile on Kakaishi's face and Don Quing's face right now. They know they're not going to pop off this game, but they can get potentially some more placement points, and they're just happy to still be alive. What an insane turn of events here for GD's K. I didn't even realize he had the Darktide coins to buy the resurrection. He slips into the zone, he makes it happen, he gets Kakaishi back into the game, and man, we love to see it. These players with these 200 IQ plays coming out, Dobby.
Absolutely insane coming through here. Like I said, you never really know how some of these are going to go here, but man, oh man, when I tell you it was absolutely impressive to come through with that, with an absolute shutdown, they still were able to do a lot more. And just like that could switch up the game for them to where all of a sudden now they have a chance at keeping the game alive as EWG trying to back out of this as much as possible. It looks like they was able to get what they needed to, and it looks like did they get the blood dripper? Oh my God, as Junton actually ends up getting shriveled and grilled from all of the bow absolutely coming through here. That could have been absolutely amazing though, but you never really know how that's going to go as EWG is able to do as much as they can, as AOW is going to try to say, hey, don't get from that box. Hey, stay awake. Look at JDG with a massive lead of 14 eliminations so far. And just like that, look at that. GD was right in front of one of the teams here. GD is still in this game. They were right in front of a team here as we went away, so we didn't necessarily know where they were going to be when we saw that fight. GD is still in this game. That is incredible.
Yeah, Kakaishi's still holding on there for Team GD, and I mean, again, every single point counts. You know, Kakaishi might be able to monk up here in the end, potentially pick up an extra elimination or two, but realistically, they're fighting for those placement points, but every point counts. If you can't have a good game this game, you might as well have the best game that you possibly can so that you can come back in some of these later games and make it count. Here we are, JDG at the top of the order. 14 eliminations, has found themselves a couple more eliminations as we take a look here at WBG. WBG, ever since game one here, finds themselves struggling. You know, they popped off and had a really, really good game one. Very close to taking that first place in game one, and since then they just haven't been able to find any sort of momentum here in game 2 or 3 for themselves. Ventus here, oh my goodness, look at this, they see JJH pop over here, and we're immediately going to see the Sandstorm come out from Team Ventus to block some of those range shots, try to lock down that other team, but they're not quite able to, as we turn now to JJH's Rain, looking to pick up the elimination onto Zhao Lui here. That huge Zeeping ult coming in though, buying them enough space to survive. They're going to lose Chu Li here from Team JJH, and JJH's Godly just trying to desperately get away there, using that dagger, using the Assassin's Ledge to make something happen, but JJH's Rain gets shot with a ballista from downtown. KLA picks up the elimination. The burn tick going to just burn through the health bar there of JJH's Rain. KLA sees him climb up the tree and says, not in my house. Go ahead and get out of here with that.
Absolutely insane coming through towards it though, as it looks like Aventus is going to go all the way up towards the air here. You really have to be careful though in terms of where certain things are going to go. And it looks like Pixel is going to be up top here. He's going to play it very, very slow towards it. And still will be able to rotate with this one though. Meanwhile, JDG with a massive lead of 4. Listen, if XCG ends up taking this dub and snatching it away from JDG, I'm definitely just going to be like, yeah, we might as well just let them crown the next 3 and just call it a day. I don't even know why we need to see the other 3 games. I mean, I would still love to see them, but I don't think we need to see them, though, anymore. Oh, my goodness. XCG is down and ends up getting thrown from way up top here and then immediately gets grabbed. Looks like White's KC is going to be able to miss that one, though. The next opportunity to get the free grab, but Still's going to try to see if he can grab it again here for another one. It looks like he does. Finds one of the gold players. Oh, man, actually ends up missing the opportunity, though. A little bit too slow with that. And just like that, back in the game as well, trying to hold it together here.
And WBG coming topside, looking to hold on to a little bit of space, trying to play defensively here. It wants to keep it alive. Sleepwalker, though, out in the open here. Jing not really able to buy him any sort of cover as he doesn't have the ultimate, and Sleepwalker just going to be eliminated. Once again, WBG finding themselves in a tough space. Ventus's Pixel going extremely low as well. And man, he hardly has any armor, but he is going to be able to find that Soul Bloom to keep himself alive here and then pop into the Feria mech there. Feria dropping the pillar, buying him the space to keep things going. AOW's Ping Tao tethered by their Karumi, going airborne there, but a huge hit coming out from Ventus's Pixel there inside the Feria mech. Gonna send Ping Tao flying. Ping Tao up in the top, looking to get some of that rage built back up here with the cannons, but we do see the Temi ult coming out, completely denying Ping Tao from doing exactly that. He turns his attention to Sleepwalker inside the mech there, but isn't able to find them. And now Kakaishi topside here. Nai HQ doing a little bit of that Naraka tree point, just trying to keep themselves topside here. Not on the best of team comps here for these final circles. XCG finds themselves in a precarious situation where it doesn't look like they're going to be able to take control of this circle. Their Wu Chen already eliminated, and their 2 members just kind of completely separated here, and too many Transformers to make things happen. JDG, though, getting grabbed up by Ping Tao. 1 elimination goes off. Can he get the re-grab onto Kopi? He can't seem to find it. He does get a grab onto somebody else. It looks like they will pick up another elimination, but it's not going to be enough. Ping Tao barely holding on for dear life here. The Karumi ult comes through. XCG finds themselves another elimination, going to 11. JDG holding on with 2 members left alive as well. EWG's Tutik here gonna get knocked around into the zone, is able to roll out of the zone before the tick comes through, but it doesn't matter. Ventus's Sanzi is still waiting to pick up the elimination, and we're gonna see them go down. WX98 also picks up Ping Tao. LSR here with their hands onto one of the last members of XCG. Xiaonan coming down, trying to stop the whole lobby, comes through with a massive stun. JDG's Zhao Hui holding on for dear life as he comes through with the Karumi tether. XCG down to just their Viper. JDG with 19 eliminations under their belt. Team Ventus and XCG holding on to that 2nd place position. 11 eliminations each here, both with 1 member left alive. JDG Zhao Hui here locking on to AOW's Ping Tao, will find the elimination, plays Gatekeeper. A massive Takeda ult coming out from WBG's Jing, but it's not going to be enough. It just moves the members of JDG around the zone. He's not going to find any eliminations there. EWG trying to stay topside. Xiaonan trying to do the same for XCG. Kakaishi just holding on for dear life for Team GD here. He was bought back. He hasn't been able to find any sort of space for himself. He does still have that monk ult, and he is waiting till the very last to pop that, looking to find some eliminations there. And we have the 20 bomb as JDG finds yet another elimination. They are sitting at the top of the leaderboard right now with 20 eliminations. XCG Xiaonan gets sent into the zone there, and that's going to be it. XCG is out, ladies and gentlemen. It is all coming up. JDG in the end. JDG going to pop the ultimate. Kakaishi forced to pop his as well. Deep into the zone, though. He's already half health. LSR just holding on for dear life as he continues to pummel these members. Kakaishi finds 2 more eliminations in the zone, finds a 3rd. Oh my goodness, GD's Kakaishi finds 3 eliminations in the end, and a 2nd place finish for Team GD. It's not enough for them to take the win. There's no way. But considering they had 3 eliminations and looked to go out in the very middle of the game, a huge turnaround for the members of Team GD.
See, it's one of those things, too, where we knew JDG has also been another surprising team that to be honest with you, I'm still very, very surprised at how much they absolutely popped off. The way that they've been playing this game so well, but then even with the solo games too, you know, I feel like JDG was just one of those slept-on teams. We didn't really think too much of it, and then slowly but surely, we started to see this team rise up against the ranks and really put work towards some of these teams like XCG. That, to be honest with you, we expected for them to have the 3P, but look at them. They weren't able to at least clutch it up for this round, but I fully expect in these next 3 games that they're going to get one more dub to solidify how much of a strong lead that they're going to have. But JDG with an absolute flawless run, more than at least 15 eliminations into this game here. It's going to be an absolute stacked, absolutely stacked source of eliminations, and obviously it's going to be great for the game score.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely huge for JDG here. They had a 20 bomb, Dobby. I'm not sure how many eliminations they picked up after that. Yeah, they had a 20 bomb already before that final zone collapsed. They were able to string together a ton of eliminations, a first place finish as well. And then, you know, again, honorable mentions to Team GD. They found themselves in a really terrible situation. They were forced to press onto a fight that wasn't advantageous to them, right? They lose 2 of their members. K able to hold it together, gets back into the zone, buys back Kakaishi, and you know what? Again, at that point, you're really playing for placement, but Kakaishi holds it together. He's extremely patient. He waits till the very last minute to show himself, to make himself vulnerable, pops that monk ult, is able to find a double grab, is able to get a little bit of damage onto LSR, and LSR, before he demonks, dies to zone tick as his arms just kind of hanging out in the zone over here on Monk. And because
they were trying,
it was Kakaishi who gets the slam just before that zone tick picks him up, Kakaishi picks up the 3rd elimination. And again, ooh, excuse me.
Oh, absolutely getting hit with that one, though. I mean, listen, it's been an absolute explosive game in terms of trios, and it's even got Rune over here absolutely choked up here, trying to figure out where the next source of how these games are going to go here. It's been an absolute fantastic 3 games. And listen, you need to drink yourself some water here, Rune, okay? Because we still got 3 more games. I don't need you dying on me, okay? Tonight is not the night for that.
There's no dying, baby. Look, absolutely no dying. Again, no, GD, honorable mention though. The fact that he's able to get 3 eliminations when he's the last remaining member on his team, absolutely huge for Team GD. It's not gonna be, you know, a top 5 sort of finish given how many kills there were on some of these other teams. If they're lucky, they might take 5th place, but you have to have that wherewithal to weather the storm, right? You have to know, okay, things are coming. We can't obviously win this game anymore. We're down to a single player left alive, but you have to make the most of it. And Kakaishi does exactly that, right? He's able to hold on to the very last. He holds on to that ult for dear life, knows that he might be able to pick up an elimination with it, is not able to find just 1, but 3 eliminations in the very end and get some massive placement points for his team. If I'm the rest of the members of Team GD, I'm patting Kakaishi on the back right now, like, bro, that's it. That's what I'm talking about.
Absolutely. That's exactly what I'm talking about too. Same thing with JDG. I think JDG coming into this being kind of the unexpected, like, kind of third party in this. I didn't expect for them to actually pop off the way that they did. And man, oh man, did they. Even with all of the momentum that they've put forth thus far, it still was able to put right in between both WBG and XCG, because obviously WBG won a little bit of revenge after getting their 1st place game snatched away from XCG, and then obviously XCG just being the absolute victorious players that we saw in our game number 2 here, able to shut it down as much as they could. And obviously, as you look at it from the list of teams, 22 eliminations, 35.5 eliminations coming through for the game score, 22 kills. I mean, unbelievable. What a run coming in from this.
Yeah, absolutely huge from JDG. I want to talk about this. GD actually slips into 4th place because of those 3 eliminations and the placement points that they get in the end here. This is huge for Team GD. Again, they were basically eliminated in the middle of the game, heading into final circles here with a single member left remaining alive. And off the back of Kakaishi's performance there, in the final moments, come out in 4th place with a 12.6 game score. Huge for Team GD. JDG playing their absolute minds out here as well. And I mean, look at this stat line, 33,000 damage coming out from Zhao Hui here on Yueshan, just picking up a ton of damage for their team. LSR here able to pick up 9 eliminations on the Monk, 28,000 damage. And even Kurumi, Battle Rumi here with 28,000 damage, Dobby.
Woo! Putting
9 eliminations.
Putting in the amount of work that they did, though, I mean, are we surprised? Are we surprised? No, not really. I know I'm not. But even with that one, though, they're still absolutely impressive to shut this down. I mean, the amount of damage across the board here is phenomenal. And obviously, those eliminations have just been putting it down. Obviously, LSR might need to pick it up a little bit, but still, it doesn't matter when your team is just absolutely slaying it out regardless. As we look back at the replays here, JDG putting in the amount of work that they did inside of the realm of Yang, getting the grab from Senzi, getting the double grab, getting the finish, and obviously shutting it down as OUG's the king. Is able to get some eliminations here with the cannon. Same thing, a lot of monks coming through, being absolute problem starters for a lot of these teams here, getting the grabs as much as they could here, and it looks like the rest of the teams just being such massive support. Wait a minute. Did YKC get an elimination here with the bow? Hold on, let's see. Oh my goodness, and he does with the tick damage coming through, absolutely massive. Meanwhile, another bow hit coming through on each side here as the slams comes through. Pixel trying to hold it together towards the very end, and obviously at the very end here, GD's Kakaxi putting in so much work towards the very end. WBG able to hold it together here, and I know those placement points were absolutely massive for him, but obviously it's not going to be enough with a massive lead from JDG putting in those 9 eliminations. Now they were tied for eliminations here, so it has to go off of also the damage. So 28,000 coming in as Kobe is going to claim his first MVP of tonight with 31,000 healing, by the way, with a Phoenix Blast, Burst Arrow, Target Lock, Long Sword Stab, and Scatter Shot. And obviously that Long Sword coming in big with 21,000 damage.
We got to talk about this, right? Not only Kopi coming in here showing you that you can still get MVP as support, but the first MVP player tonight who most of their damage comes from melee weapons instead of ranged. Both of our first 2 games, it was a musket and a cannon that had done 20,000+ damage. Kopi here says, nah, this is not a ranged game. This is not an FPS. We're coming in hot with the sword. This is a melee game. And yeah, I might be a healer, but this healer is gonna bite.
This healer's gonna be a problem. Is what you say. It's going to be an issue for you. Just because I'm healing doesn't mean that I can't attack either. I am an issue and I am a problem. Be careful because I'll bite. And it might hurt. It will hurt. And then I'll heal you later. As we're going to get ready to lock this in, we have an interview that's going to be given to you guys here very, very soon. But obviously, very explosive game for JDG. I know they're going to be feeling good going into their next game, especially monumental with 22 eliminations. That is a big jump compared to the first 2 games. But obviously, XCG feeling good with their first 2 dubs and also their massive eliminations. Definitely is going to be a little bit out of the pack here outside of JDG with their 22 elims. But the question is now, is JDG going to be able to do that again?
Look, I mean, JDG is always one of those teams that comes in and plays exceptionally well. Even when they have bad games, they're usually in the middle of the pack towards the top. This just happens to be one of those big pop-off games we often see from JDG when they're having a good day. Love to see it happening. And in the past, when JDG has had those pop-off games, they've been able to do it again. So we might see the back-to-back coming out from JDG, but we'll see. First, we're going to throw things over to Leah for an interview, and then we'll be back for game number 4.
Hey guys, welcome to post-game interview, and this is Yiger. And now I'm standing here with 小南, and let him say hello to our audience. Hello 南哥，先和大家打个招呼吧。
Hello， 大家好，我是叉 CG 小南。
欢迎来到我们的赛后采访。So first, it seems like you already think a lot after like last time I interview you, and I know that you are having a plan losing weight on the social media. So I would like to know how is it going right now. 那我特别想先问一下南哥啊，就自上次采访完你之后到现在看起来，已经。整个身体的线条已经苗条了挺多了。那也看到你在社交媒体上面有说自己有这个减肥计划，这个减肥计划目前进行的怎么样呢？
瘦了挺多吧，瘦了得有5、6斤吧。
哦，5、6斤，大概多长时间内？
半个月。
哦，那很厉 厉害了。So actually for like half of the month, I already lost weight for like 4 to 5 kilograms. And yeah, that's my plan now. Okay, so let's move on to the next part, answer for treasure. OK， 那我们接下来就到了我们这个问答送福利的环节啊，一会儿又要给大家送出福利，激动不激动？还行是吗？一会儿就准备要倒计时了。OK, so you guys can see a question on the screen, and if you know the answer, just type them in the chat box. After our player counting 3, 2, 1, we will take a screenshot, and the lucky guy will be whispered. OK, let's see. Today's question is, which hero below can transform into a large shape? 那今天的问题就是以下哪一位英雄他是可以变身的呢？ A 是宁红叶 ，B 胡桃 ，C 吴尘 ，D 天海。南哥，你觉得这个英雄在当前版本当中，就是我们正确答案的这个英雄啊，在当前版本，在3排或者单排，你觉得强度怎么评价呢？
在单排的话，可能是最弱的一个吧。那3排的话，就很关键的一个位置，就是属于是团队英雄。
确实好像单排比赛没有这个英雄啊。So actually, this hero in the Trolls game is very strong, but it's like we can few times can see it in the solo game. And which one is the correct answer? After our counting, we will find out the correct answer. Okay, I think our player is prepared, and let's start it.
3, 2, 1.
Screenshot. Okay, pay attention to your mailbox. It's time for us to find out the correct answer. 那我们接下来就要公布一下正确答案是哪一个呢？
D.
Yes, our correct answer today is D. Okay, so we know that I still have one more question for you guys because it seems like for teams XCG, you guys just joke yourself a lot of times that like for the game 1 to game 3, you are really aggressive and like a god, and for the more 3 games, sometimes it's like you just want to have a rest. And I would like to know how's your plan for today. 那我特别想问一下南哥啊，因为我们总是开玩笑，你们自己也经常开玩笑，说你们自己前3把的神啊，后3把就直接摆烂了。那今天后3把有没有说法？
多拿点分吧，完了带周决进去嘛。
可以的。So today for the 3 more games, we would like to gain more score for our the B weekly final. Okay, thank you. 谢谢南哥接受我们今天采访，再次感谢你今天的分享以及送出的福利。Thank you, 小南 for today's interview, and we will take a break and be right back later.
On the ferret as well. Also dropping in close proximity. We've seen Chesian get himself a parry off onto Railgun. Railgun already low HP, is able to re-pick up his spear as he's now going to try and turn this fight to Chuz. Chuz actually going very low. Not able to fully connect on to Chewy. They are keeping the damage up onto them for the moment. Haven't got any armor, but catch them with the F there. Lovely damage coming out. Yoran actually doing some serious work, and these Z-Pings, they look way less strong right now. I say that as Yoran almost turning the fight. He's getting himself...
T225 is going up high into the pistol shot there. Gonna get that gonna be a problem. No, the F is gonna be called out there for the target. T225 now trying to respond. Both players popping this ultimate here. Goes for the air R&B off the greatsword there. That puts a lot of damage. T225 losing a lot of health. Bang. Super weak, forced to pop that F1 off the Justina. Sruggun still getting aggressive here from the Yodo, but the LMB charge from that gold dagger from T225 to pick up the kill onto Fang. It looks like he does pick up the kill onto Sruggun as well. The clink comes in.
It's as if they've just agreed to focus Spider and finish him up as he's caught out, finally taken down. And now the two Tarkas, they can just settle their feud between each other without Spider playing Interrupt.
Yeah, looks like Shin Yuan already in ultimate form. Gets the uppercut there onto Yiron. Yiron loses a lot of health. He is forced to pop that F. Now he's gonna win, catch another one.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the NARAKA BLADEPOINT Pro League as we take a look at our scores here in the halfway point of today's 6 games of trios. TK all the way at the bottom here with only a single point on the board for the day. EWG, GS, JJH also rounding out the bottom of the leaderboard. Taking a look here, WBG with 40.6 for the days, JDG with a 48.5 off the back of their performance in game number 3, finding themselves in a fairly decent situation. OUG with only 32.4, a much better day 2 than day 1, as they still have 3 games left to play, but this is their last day to put points on the board. So if they want to climb that leaderboard, they still have a lot of work to do coming into our last 3 games of the day. So we take a look, XCG with a 74.5 here for day number 2, already doing much better than their day number 1. But to keep in mind, J Team and Team TE are not playing today, and this was a team they clearly struggled against in day number 1, as J Team and TE both walked away with over 100 point days in their first day of trios during this bi-weekly. So XCG has a lot of work to put in if they want to maintain that position at the top of the leaderboard. And again, they've already walked away with double MVPs for the day. They could easily walk away with a 3rd and 4th victory. Yes, they didn't come out, on top in game number 3 here, but they were still top 3 yet again. And that's the thing about XCG. I'm going to use that word that everybody hates, consistency. Look, XCG's got it in droves, okay? Consistency is the name of the game for this team. So the fact that they walked away with 2 wins and are consistently in the top 3, they are a very hard team to beat. Now, again, seeing that they don't have to compete against the likes of J-Team and Team TE today, they're doing even better than they did on day one. Day one, they put together 60 points across 6 games. They've already put together 74.5 points across 3 games in day number 2 here.
Can we
Go
talk
ahead.
about the fact that TK has 1 point? Like, entirely. 1 point. Just 1. I mean, listen, I get that you struggle. I get that, you know, certain games don't go your way. Fully understand that. I get it. 1 point, though? 1.
Well, they've only had 3 games to play thus far, and we've seen teams in the past put zeros on the board and not come back from it later.
I mean,
So-
I get it, but even the teams that also started from day, they got at least 12, 13.
Yeah, but they still got 3 games to play today. So at the end of the day, if they're still sitting in single digits, obviously Team TK probably not going to be going to the bye week.
Alliance has 7 points. 7 points. Okay, so not total. Their first day, they had a 56.5. But let's say they didn't play game 1, and this was our first 3. They put up 7.1 points. At least they got 7.
Yeah, I mean,
TK
look,
got 1.
TK's struggling. There's no ifs, ands, or buts about that. I mean, I'm not saying
I need them to wake
they're
up.
doing phenomenal.
I need them
to
to not go to sleep. I need them to wake up, and I need for them to lock it in. That's what I want to see from TK. Matter of fact, you know what I want to see? I want to see TK get a dub in these next 3 games. That's what I want to see. I want to see if TK can surprise everybody and go absolute mayhem, and I want to see them get a dub. How about that? I know the probability is low.
Look, I mean, that's the thing, though, is every game is a new game to play, right? At the end of the day, you still have to come in and play every game like it's a brand new game, and you can't let those previous games get to you. TK, I haven't seen enough of them yet. They're a new team coming into this season. I haven't really seen enough of them to have a read on kind of their mental situation, whether they're going to be able to bounce back from 3 really poor games here in their first day, or if they're the type of team that crumbles under the mental pressure. Only time will tell as we get ready to lock in for game number 4. But like you said, they do need to wake up. They need to find some sort of space for themselves here in the next 3 games, because they do still have a second day to come into play. But importantly of note, they're going to be playing against the likes of J-Team and TE, who in their first day put up 100 points. So for Team TK, this is their best opportunity to put some points on the board, because coming into Team J-Team and TE, they're going to struggle even more than they found themselves struggling today, Dobby.
No. Don't say something. They need anything. At this point, they need anything. Not something. Don't say something like they did something. They didn't. They haven't done anything. They need anything to do more than just 1 singular point. Matter of fact, I'm cheering them on so they can get, I hope they get 5 points. Absolutely clapping for them. Come on, let's go, TK. Let's go. Let's go, TK. Let's go. As we're going to lock it in for our game number 4 here, the start of the half. As we're going to get ready to lock this in, I need TK to wake up.
Well, we're going to see if they wake up.
They have my name in their team. It has the king. I'm Ambush King, okay? I'm a little offended that my team with my name is doing this bad. I need for them to wake up.
We're going to take a look here as we get ready to see the team comps. We're going to see if TK can pull it together here in the game number 4 and what kind of comp they're going to be, putting together here. But Dobby, at least if TK lets you down, OUG won't, because the king going to be bringing in that TNI here with the Faria comp as well. As we take a look at King, gonna be running that Viper comp, and this is a comp that's much harder to play nowadays. It's going to be interesting to see how they do. I want to take a look at XCG going back here. They're going to be rocking a less standard version of the Transformer comp. They're actually going to be replacing Kurumi with Tumulk here, which means they're not looking to take Realm of Yang fights this game. They're looking to secure boxes in the mid game and pop off heading into the late game. We're going to see if that decision pays off for them. We're going to see a couple more of these teams rocking that Takeda Z Ping. Ventus, interestingly, going to rock that same comp, but going to be rocking Temi instead of our Transformer Tian Hai here. GS going to be rocking that new Transformer comp as well, but a good healthy mix of these Transformer comps coming through. We've got some of the classic, we've got some of the Faria, we've got some of the Takeda, and we even have the Tumulk variant, which we haven't seen in a long time since these Realm of Yangs come through. But Dobby, tell me about this map.
Nice spread out map that we see as well here, but it looks like it's going to be some immediate fights as the AOW, OUG, and one other team. It's also Alliance is going to be heading right towards the Shipwreck Expanse, and it looks like a full set of teams. I'm talking EWG, WBG, etc., heading towards Sunwing's Rest. I'm talking 5 specific teams that's going to be over there. Meanwhile, XCG and GD is going to be headed over to Shipwreck's Expanse. It looks like that could be a free elimination for XCG here, as we're going to be able to lock this in for game number 4. I love to see the action coming in very, very strong, and let's see how deep it's going to go in our game number 4.
Yeah, XCG off to a decent start here. Some armor and weapons under their belt, so if they get pressured onto, they actually can fight back early here. But they're going to go ahead and push deeper in, looking for some more of that gear and loot that they need. Xiaonan going to go ahead and find that blue armor. Huge for him early on, given that they are running that Transformers comp. Yiran and EWG here find themselves face-to-face with teammate GS. GS really trying to pressure onto this space, and they've got a good comp to be pressing into the members of Team EWG here. Zhao Hui, looking to use that Monk Bell to buy just a little bit of space, as one of their team members finds a kill onto Tutik, but the third party coming through from WBG, both of these teams are going to find themselves very susceptible now, because WBG with much better gear and the third party coming through as these other teams have spent abilities looking to pick up some eliminations. GS has become the target here for WBG as Jing picks up the elimination onto Zhao Hui. KZ's Gen going to pick up KLA in the kill feed as well, but EWG wants to come back in onto WBG, and they will find the elimination on to Luye and Sleepwalker. So EWG really trying to flip the script here. We see the Viper ult coming through as well to counteract Jing. Jing tries to teleport away. We're going to see a little bit of a hit come out here, and not quite enough for the likes of PP though, and unfortunately WBG does not go down as easy as EWG thought, and EWG picks up 3 eliminations and gets sent back to the Soul Altar.
Sending them right back exactly where they need to be here, as we're going to be able to go back right towards the top of the order. WBG holding it down. 2 eliminations so far. GD with 3. I was about to say, wait a minute. Does that mean that WBG actually got eliminated? No, they didn't. As I was about to say, I had to think about it for a second. As we're going to look through here, keep the same momentum all the way towards it. Let's see what we can find here towards the very end here. Trying to keep it together. Love to see it though, as TK and the King. Here we go. Looks like they're gonna find their first fight here. I need for y'all to do this well. Come on now, as AOW is gonna try to push in here. Pingtao being absolutely dangerous here for this team, trying to hold it down as best as they absolutely can. They're gonna be able to push in, keeping that 1v2, and looking like they're gonna find Shu Thong in a very low, dangerous situation here. And it looks like they're gonna go for the switch, heading towards another player here. Ventus is Senzi, and the rest of Ventus decides to come through with the third party, decides to start some issues as Zhu Wong Kong decides to pull up that ulti here, and immediately gonna get one grab here from Ventus as WX98 gets the throwdown, doesn't get the finish though, as it looks like he's gonna try to see if he can get the grab again. Unfortunate not being able to do it as they shred so much shield, as AOW and Alliance ends up picking up an elimination, but sadly TK ends up coming up short, and they're still trying to find anything to scramble onto though. So far it looks like the nice build on each side. Oh, this Pingtao gets a massive parry right in front of Shuton that was trying to do a massive hit though. Meanwhile, Shuton trying to hold it together as AOW looks like they're going to try to see if they can get this elimination though. 1v3 on 1. Shuton trying to hold on for dear life here, letting the heals take over. Still trying to get some heals even with all of this, and it's not enough as TK finds the elimination, and they find through. Oh my goodness, TK finally going off in some way, shape, or form. Meanwhile, Alliance's Lin is going to be able to get the first grab over one of the players from TK. Question is, can he grab the next one? Goes for the throwdown. Isn't confirmed for the elimination, but the Wushin is going to take him out and keep the game alive.
This is huge for Team TK here. Wuchen, I40NL, they're able to just get them away. And this turned into a third party, fourth party, fifth party situation. So the fact that TK was able to get any eliminations whatsoever when they got third party all the way to a fifth party, huge for them. The Wuchen gets them out for the reset. They're able to come back in on this. Looks like they're trying to pick up some more eliminations here, but the parry's absolutely coming in strong from Team Ventus. Is going to flip this completely on its head, and we're going to see Shengyan absolutely destroyed after being parried. TK's AK, no place to go. We see that massive Takeda ult come through, and TK is going to lose two of its members. 40 IWNL trying to keep the dreams alive here for Team TK. And you know what? Massive Wuchen ult there by 40 coming through for the team. TK thinks, okay, we can come back in and lock this down, and they just bite off a little more they can chew. 40 finds the parry here, goes for the riposte, isn't able to find the full riposte of it, and there it is. They are going to drop down, and all three members of TK going to be sent back to the Soul Altar as Team Ventus slips into first place with 5 eliminations, tying WBG here in game number 4.
Man, I'm sad. I'm sad. LSR trying to hold it together here with the bow. But it looks like he's going to immediately go for the Monk ult, and so is XGG's Xiaonan. Immediately going through and punching him in the back. Flank. As it looks like they're both going to be able to jungle up through this one and see what they can do with all of this happening, though. But still putting it together with everything happening here as the Bane's Breath comes through at a beautiful time here. XCG just trying to separate away, trying not to get caught in a bad situation here. Still able to work towards this one, though, as LSR is able to find it much more, but it doesn't look like it is going to be able to do much to it as X down and ends up getting targeted dangerously low. It looks like they're going to go for the ground. Oh, there goes the horse. We have yet to see the horse, especially in our solos, but in trios, it comes out of nowhere. We love to see it coming through, ladies and gentlemen. Oh my God, I'm so happy. We literally just saw that happen. I've been waiting to find one in the pro games, and we finally find one, and I'm so happy.
Yeah, absolutely love to see the Overcomer coming out. I know Moxie going to be absolutely happy about that when she gets to see it in the replays here as JJH trying to turn on to our MVPs from our last game here, JDG, and it not quite going the way they want. Rain able to come in and find some huge damage, though, onto JDD here in the Yuashan ult. The healing circles coming through for both teams, and it's just a complete brawl here on top of these Karumi ultimates, and Rain able to keep things alive here for JJH. They're able to find Zhao Hue, and now looking to find yet another elimination as we see LSR and Kopi go to the backside here. JJH not wanting to pressure too hard, as they did commit 2 ultimates for that, but looks like they will continue the fight here. But no, look at this. Zhao Hui gonna come back, give it the run it back for Team JDG. They said, no. We're not just gonna let you have this fight with a 2v3. Zhao Hui immediately picks up Godly. No Monk transformation for the likes of JJH, and that was their last ultimate that they hadn't used in that fight. Which means JJH has no choice but to back away from this while JDG continues the hunt. They're going to lock down this member here, and to believe it's Rain. Rain so far away from that ultimate, trying to pick up the elimination. This is the target acquisition. They will pick up the elimination, and JJH is immediately regretting turning back into this fight after having picked up that first elim. It's just Chu Lee here for JJH. Chu Lee gets parried. Massive damage coming through, and JDG flips the script. The salty run it back works out for Zhao Hui and the members of JDG as they pick up all 3 eliminations onto JJH.
JJH getting finished and claim inside of the circle here. Absolute massive fight happening here as GD and GS is about to go out of here at the realm of Yang. And immediately off top, without even thinking about it, immediately the Monk starts to come through here. Getting the first grab, though, and immediately starting to hit the other one here. to try to throw them off of their game here as Zylu gets dangerously low here, ends up getting grabbed himself. And just like that, now all of a sudden the game has changed. And no, he's going to try to see if he can get the grab, but successfully is unable to. And just like that, Lao Yu is sadly going to get thrown down here as K is going to try to see if he can complete the rest of it. Gets a second grab and a second throw down towards the end as GS Lao Yu ends up getting finished first here. Not looking good for GS here as now they're going to try to see if they can push this in. Beautiful Bell on each side trying to hold on. Kakaxi trying to find any which way range to hold on to in any which way, shape, or form here. But sadly, it's not going to be able to do too much as Zyliu ends up getting hit by the Terracotta Warrior. GDK just putting the pressure on to Zyliu here, but also he ends up sending him right back to him, though. Beautiful 2v2 happening right now, though. This really could be anyone's game. Zyliu getting close, and he ends up getting eliminated, and now it's a 2v1, and won't be able to do too much here as GD is going to be able to get the shutdown, get the finish, pick up their loot, get their teammates up, and ladies and gentlemen, GD is back in the game.
Yeah, GD here off to a good start with his victory in the Realm of Yang. Going to be picking themselves up that Vermilion Bird's Mite and some much needed loot for their team comp. As we see Kakashi, of course, going to be taking the purple armor there because he does have that monk transformation. Turning now to JDG, our winners of our last game, off to a really good start here. Flipped a fight onto JJH earlier, picked up 3 elims immediately. They're going to find KZ after a respawn here, and KZ with that white armor finds themselves in quite the precarious situation. LSR with a massive parry onto KZ's gen, tries to turn it around, and the bell going to come through, blocking a little bit of space. LSR tries to monk up, but gets grabbed by Fajin. This could be really bad for JDG. We see the Venom Bolts coming out from that repeating crossbow. He goes to monk up and gets grabbed a second time. Fajin absolutely going insane, has kept LSR from monking up twice now, does it a third time. Oh my god, Fajin, an absolute mad lad, keeps JDG from getting their monk transformation, and now it's a 3v2. JDG regretting this interaction. Fajin and the members of KZ here had white armor. They literally just respawned, and JDG finds themselves eliminated.
KZ deciding to switch it up and absolutely becomes a problem for JDG, and just like that, JDG is out of this game. What just happened? That's the beautiful thing that I tell you. Just because you have massive amounts of shields and everything doesn't necessarily mean you're guaranteed to win. It really does take a couple of slip-ups, and just like that, your shield is gone, and all of a sudden it becomes a 1v2, and just like that, the game is over. And I love to see how they're able to play that off to the best of their ability here, as TK ends up getting both slammed and thrown on each side here, and they end up getting finished as GS is going to claim the life and the game for TK. And I'm sad. I really wanted them to pop off.
I'm still speechless. KZ, Fajin.
You okay there, buddy? You all right,
look,
buddy?
I don't care who the MVP this game is. Fajin's the MVP of my heart. Did you just see? He kept JDG from monking up 3 times. Every time that animation started for even half a second, Fajin immediately on the grab. He canceled their monk transformation not once, not twice, but 3 times. Absolutely insane. Fajin, a man after my own heart, Dobby.
Sometimes you got to do it yourself in order to get the finish on. And obviously he was able to do that, though, as EWG. Zyliu's trying to back out of this, and CXC is going to keep the same pressure right onto him right now. Back into kind of a 1v1 situation here as they're trying to go airborne here. Gets hit by a bow unexpectedly by one of the other players here. It looks like it could be from EWG. As CXZ is trying to find any which way of an exit just to try to back out here. Meanwhile, the rest of KLA is on the backstretch here, trying not to get caught on these 1v3s. And he looks like YKC is caught out alone here. And it's not looking good for him as he ends up getting absolutely scrambled into the next blender as 2 TYC ends up getting in the elimination. And it looks like GS is going to try to come in and get this elimination towards EWG here as the Wushin is going to decide to take them out of this. Trying not to get them in the very stressed and tight-knit situation here. Unbelievable from all the ways that we've been seeing this thus far here. the absolute finish though. But KZ, that was incredible. Trying to actually stop them from getting the transformation comp happening. I didn't even know you can actually stop them from the transformation, because most of the time, you know, nobody's really trying to force cancel an ulti like that. So for somebody to come in and try to do that, I've actually never seen that before. So that was really impressive to do it 3 times as well.
You have to be so on your game for that to happen. So there's a couple of frames at the very beginning of the Monk's transformation where he's grabbable or CCable. And in those frames, you have to land the grab before the transformation fully kicks in. So as soon as you see that bright flash of the Monk transformation come through, you have to land the grab. And we see Faijin, he's waiting for it every time. We're now going to see, we're going into our first Realm of Yang here. It's going to be Alliance versus AOW inside our first Realm of Yang. And this is why, you know, we talked about those Monk transformations. We're going to see both of these Monks start to transform before the wall comes down, so that neither of them can be canceled out of that transformation. And that's exactly what we see happen here. And we're seeing both of these teams, I do believe, running the Takeda Z ping. It looks like Alliance's Lin here going extremely low already. Not enough healing coming through for the Z ping here for the Lin. Lin trying to find something, but it doesn't look like it's going to matter as multiple Takeda ults come rushing across the field. Lin going to be forced to de-transform here just to get back into their armor. Zhong Wukong here also going to be forced in the same situation. Alliance is Lucky going very low. Shu Tong very low. Ping Tao very low. AOW able to pick up one of those eliminations, 2 of those eliminations, and now it's just Juan looking to make something happen here. And Zhu Kong here trying to find the elimination, protect his teammates. So that's exactly what happens. And AOW is going to come out on top here in our first Realm of Yang.
Beautiful start though for AOW. I know they needed a little bit of a confidence booster here with their games. Have had a very surprising low start towards their games here, especially in the first half. Nothing really of a massive pop-off here coming in from AOW, so I definitely think that's a little bit of some confidence coming in from them. Definitely needing to make something happen though, even with all of this happening here, as WBG Jing and the rest of the team is going to be rotating from outside of the circle in, as KZ trying to continue their reign of terror with those 4 eliminations. I'm telling you, if I'm KZ, and after a massive play like that, ladies and gentlemen, it's go time. We're pushing everybody. We're pushing everything. We're keeping aggression. We're going to keep these eliminations happening. And I wouldn't be surprised if we see them in the top spot of this game. I would not be surprised in the next 2 or 3 minutes, or at least 1 to 2, sir.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely insane. Only 33 players left alive, and this is typically how many players we see left alive heading into Zone 5 for these trio games. Alliance here with that Yang depletion looking to pressure on to WBG, and this could be the fight they need, given that WBG has much worse gear here, and we're going to see Alliance just pressuring heavily onto this. They need to get rid of this Yang depletion. Sleepwalker extremely low here. Finds an armor swap, though, into a gray armor. Alliance's Juan here with a massive Dragon's Rush into the Nezha's Might, will pick up the elimination onto Sleepwalker. Now they find the elimination onto PP. It's just Jing fighting for their life, and Alliance will pick up all 3 eliminations. They're going to get those Soul Blooms, and they find themselves back into this game with 6 eliminations under their belt here. This is huge for Team Alliance, as we now cut down to 30 players left alive as well, because WBG completely eliminated from the game. We see Zone 3 will be collapsing onto Zone 4 in the next 20 seconds, which means soon we're going to find those Realms of Yang coming available. AOW coming in as Alliance stops to do a little bit of shopping. Some bow and cannon shots ringing down, going to put quite a lot of pressure onto Team Alliance. And Lin, once again, almost instantly, that health bar completely blitzed through here for Team Alliance's Lin. And Lin goes down, no place to run. The rest of Team Alliance says, okay, look, we're just going to go ahead and get out of here. We're going to let it be. We've got the Dark Tide coins to buy you back. You bait the team and let us buy you back. And that's exactly what we see happening here. Lucky going to stop to get a little bit of a heal off. And Juan and Lucky going to need to go find themselves another shop so they can buy Lin back into the game here. Alliance is still holding it down. Not the best situation to find themselves in, but not the worst either, given that they hadn't done all their shopping yet. So they're able to buy their teammate back.
Absolute beautiful timing though to be able to get their teammate back though. Sometimes we talk about that all the time as well here, and sometimes it's still going to be needed as they play it to the best of their ability here, and obviously able to shut that down as best as they could here. Let's see what happens here as GD going to be able to go for the rotation here, going inside of the circle here. Still need more time as OUG looks like they're soon to try to see if they can get a bow shot here on the KLA. Nice grapple coming in on double S here as the movement. They're just going to start to move in here as Alliance as Zuan is going to be on the inside of this. Oh no. And he ends up actually finding one. Alliance by himself trying to ricochet and run out of this one, but oh no, he ends up getting found, and OUG is going to scramble on this opportunity for a free elimination. Beautiful parry coming in from Zuan is going to be able to go for the re-heal, but it's not going to be enough as OUG is going to push him right into the wall, right into a tree, get the elimination, and that's a massive one for them, taking the lead for 7 eliminations. Ooh, that's tough coming in from Alliance though. It looks like Alliance is still alive though. They still have one more, but it looks like the first one they just happened to just catch him just by himself, and obviously they took advantage of it.
You're going to see here KLA looking to pressure in onto this fight as well. They know that OUG's chilling right there. And look at this, CXZ trying to bait OUG into this corner here where KLA can take control of the fight. OUG not wanting to take a bite of the bait, though, knows that it's not a great position for them. So KLA just going to back off and take a little bit of loot from the body here, not finding the opportunity to engage into this fight with OUG the way they want to. KLA a little behind here in this game, 2 eliminations under their belt. Not typically where we see this team. This team typically towards the top side of things here. Gonna have to find some space heading into the late game here. Zone 3 collapses onto Zone 4. We're going to see those first Morris Blessings with the golden armor get ready to come through, and many of these teams going to be looking to secure those, as many teams here still rocking blue armor for themselves. We're going to see EWG here actually have one of those poison shrooms popped on them. They're going to force them into a negative situation. It's XCG looking to secure this Morris Blessing, but some huge shots coming in onto Xiaonan is going to force them off of the box. It doesn't look like they're going to be able to get their hands on that box. KLA going to come in, drop it, that Temi ult, trying to secure the box for themselves, and they are going to find it. It looks like they're going to get a legendary Blood Ripper and a set of legendary armor for themselves, and no surprise that they put it onto YKC, the monk for their comp here. KLA very happy about this situation, as they were rocking some less than quality armor here with only the 1 set of purple and the 2 blues now into a purple and gold for their team. KLA in a much better situation. They might be able to find those eliminations they're looking for, Dobby.
Let's hope that they do find it though, even with all of this happening, is KLA going to be able to go through the rotations and staying away from the no ult zone. Let's see if they can rotate with this one as well. Looks like EWG still trying to see if they can find anybody. It looks like there's not a lot of people nearby. They have TK up top here on top of these trees, and oh, looks like EWG is going to go soaring up top, trying to see if maybe they can find anybody here. Doesn't look like they won't be able to really see anything though. Still more of that to come here as Zyliu gonna find the next bit from Alliance's Lucky, and it looks like Alliance's Lucky ends up getting shut down, and Alliance fully done and finished out of their game. It was only a matter of time until they found the missing straggler from Team's Alliance, and luckily they were able to find it. Now back at top here, it's a tied game between GD, EWG, and GS. JDG, surprisingly, even after the massive game with 0 eliminations, and XCG down at the very bottom with only 1 elimination. KZ having 4. Just wow. Okay, a lot of momentum coming into this as OUG is taking the lead up. KLA 2 eliminations, but they have a beautiful blood dripper. Could absolutely cause some massive damage here if they play their cards right.
Look, I mean, at KZ, I don't even care what place they finish this game. They're the MVP in my heart, Dobby. That fight into JDG and eliminating JDG so early, especially when JDG pressed so confidently onto KZ, knowing that they had white armor, thought they were just going to get that fight for freebies. Man, KZ played that fight out of their complete mind. Fajin, the absolute MVP, man. Just being able to keep JDG's Monk from ever transforming, so huge. Not only once, but 3 times. Just, I'm never going to get over that. That's probably going to be the highlight of this season for me, quite honestly. We're going to see another box coming through here. KLA trying to secure this Morris Blessing, but so many range shots coming down on him. It's going to be hard for them to just kind of pressure in and secure this box if they're not going to burn the Temi ult. The problem is that so many of these other teams like JJH are literally right on top of them, so it's going to be super hard for them just to create enough gap where they have time to secure it. They're going to sit top here. They're going to trade those range shots with AOW downtown here. JJH also in a similar situation where they really could use that gear, but they're not going to be able to find the distance onto that box. We're gonna see Rain trying to come out and pressure onto it, but AOW just has such a good spot over here where they can continue to pressure both of these teams off the box almost for free. Realistically, you know, they can trade some range shots back, but AOW isn't the one trying to secure the box. They're just trying to keep these teams off of it, and that's all they have to do is run the timer out on that box, keep either of those teams from securing, and realistically they're in a good place. JJH and KLA starting to find themselves engaged in a little bit of a fight here. QGG actually caught out in a wisp in the zone, is going to find their way back into the zone here. KLA giving up on the box, looks to come topside. We hear the Blood Ripper here. Are they going to drop down? Looks like they're not going to drop down. They just want to hold that rooftop, hold that space from themselves. Now sitting over top of OUG, JJH finds themselves in a precarious situation as they're about to get evicted from that hut. Nobody going to be able to secure that Morris Blessing as it sits out in the zone, and that zone 5 tick going to do so much damage here as zone 5 collapses down on to zone number 6. XCG going to be forced to go ahead and monk up here. JJH's Godly going to do the same, as well as OUG's The King. Many of these teams looking to commit those monk ult. Godly in a very bad situation. That repeating crossbow with the lovely poison coming through does a ton of damage to these monks. Absolutely able to just shred through their health bars. GD's Kakaishi here able to get a slam down onto AOW Shutong, looking to find some more grabs here. Is going to find Fajin, and Fajin does not die, but takes a ton of damage, and we're going to see Kakaishi pick up multiple eliminations, one onto KZ's Gen as well. God Lee's going to go down. GD's K is going to get picked up by a bow shot from XCG. XCG starting to find some more eliminations here in our 4th game of the day. KLA's YKC with a slam of their own onto GD's Dongqing. YKC just sitting topside, needs to be careful here of all these range shots coming through. Is going to come out, and it looks like almost instinctually pops the bell there. Was worried about the range shots coming through. Yeah. Nobody targeting them though, so unfortunately doesn't get any mileage really out of the bell other than the safety of mind of I'm not going to instantly die when I come out of transformation here. We're going to see KZ's Gen back in it, resurrected by the members of KZ here, absolutely butchering AOW here on this UA ult, punching out a ton of damage, wants to evict them from this rock here, looks to go for Shu Tong, not quite able to find the hit that he's looking for. Zhao Nan here for XCG with a grab in hand, is able to get the slam and not the elimination though. Is going to keep Kakaishi though from going monk, and Kakaishi immediately going to be picked up by EW's G-Ron with the bow from downtown. Unfortunately, XCG doesn't get that elimination, and they certainly need it as they only have 3 kills under their belt. EWG just going to pressure onto the members of XCG and completely eliminate them from the lobby here. That's going to be it for XCG. They're not going to find that 3rd game victory that they were looking for here, Dobby. EWG putting in absolute work. OUG's The King just trying to hold on for dear life here as he's pressured onto by the remaining members of EWG, who have taken control of this lobby as they find another elimination onto 2-tick. The Yodohime putting in work for the members of EWG, but they need to be careful. They burned through the ultimates now, and they only have 2 members left remaining alive. No Viper to lock the lobby down either. GD's Kakaishi here looking to have a repeat performance from before, where he dominates this final circle, and this time he's got his team to back him up too. Looks like they pick up the elimination onto Yi-Ron. Kakaishi picks him up, and Dongqing hits him with a bow shot right out of his hand, trying to find these members of AOW, not quite able to get a hold of Ping Tao. Does find a single slam though, will go for the damage, goes for the re-grab, but OUG's SS keeps it from happening, since Shu Kong into the zone though. He looks for his own monk up. He's going to find it here on the edge of the zone. SS continuing to pump out the damage here. Will find the elimination onto AOW's Ping Tao. Gonna jump topside, and D-Mac in the air. Less chance of being grabbed because he gets to keep moving while he's falling. Just a pretty little piece of tech coming out from OUG's SS. Jun Kong going for another slam here, not able to find it. GD's Kakaishi still holding on for dear life, looking to find a little bit of damage so he can find his own monk form. He's able to get to 58% here. He will get parried out of that nunchuck charged focus coming through there, the Dragon's Roar, but he's able to recover with the bell. KLA gets eliminated by GD's K, and GD coming out on top here with 13 eliminations. He's able to find the turnaround though with his own meter dump from the nunchucks. SS trying to make it happen, but Don Queen with the follow-up will save Kakaishi, and it's Team GD who comes out on top.
Oh my goodness, he was putting in so much work towards that very end, and they just absolutely swept and sent off his feet outside of the circle in seconds. And just like that, he ends up getting finished and eliminated here. But that doesn't matter though, as it's going to be raining all over GD, who finally is able to catch themselves their first elim of tonight here, as the scramble upon each section of all of these players here has been absolutely monumental for a lot of these players here. But I know GD's got to be feeling good though, finally getting a dub here, especially with those smiles on their faces. I know the confidence is feeling pretty good for Team GD here, as we're going to rotate this in. But like you said before, man, no matter who's going to be the MVP, KZ is going to be the one that steals your heart, huh, Rune?
Look, KZ, man, Fajin absolutely stole my heart here. Like, Fajin coming in, the ability to keep JDG's monk completely locked down, not only a massive turnaround in that fight, because again, KZ had just respawned. They had all grays. I think they had one blue weapon between all three players there, and just beautifully executed by their monk, right? Fajin able to lock down JDG's monk, and every single time JDG's monk thinks he's got a safe spot to monk up, Fajin proves him wrong, picks him up, and keeps him from transforming. If you can do that, that's the target selection that rips through Transformers comps, right? Whether it's a Viper being able to find the stun and then your team able to just kill the monk before the monk is able to find his transformation, or you're able to silence the monk and you're able to kill him before the silence ends so that he can't transform. Or in this particular case, you have another monk who's able to find those grabs at the very beginning of startup. And I have to give it to Fajin. Again, there's a couple of frames at the very beginning of that startup where another monk's able to grab you out of it. If Fajin was in the middle of finishing a grab animation or had just started another grab animation, as soon as that transformation came up, he would not have been able to grab him and cancel it out. Fajin keeps the pressure on the enemy team, but maintains his ability to not be locked in an animation and is always looking to get the grab onto JDD and cancel out that transformation. And he does it not once, but 3 times, and just completely flips that fight on its head. If that's not immediately in our replays,
that needs to be the replays.
That fight has to be in the replays, because that is one of the best fights that I've ever seen in terms of a Transformer comp versus a Transformers comp, and keeping that target acquisition onto the monk. It's huge. It's probably one of the best plays we'll see in NBPL all season.
And actually getting the Transformer taken away also as well. We don't see that too often, especially let alone happening in three times. Now, like I said before, you know, you fool me once, shame on you. You fool me twice. They fool me. You can't fool me again.
Apparently you can if your name's Fajin.
You can't do it again. You can't fool me again, as obviously he was able to with 3 different times. Now the question is does that mean 3 strikes are out? I assume so, as we're going to look at the list here, and obviously it's going to be 3 strikes for GD. That's going to be at the very top with 15 eliminations, 24 kill points, and a 29-game score. Absolutely massive coming through, as AOW is going to be falling behind that with 12 eliminations, 22.2, and EWG with a 19.7. Absolutely massive. I'm just happy that TK got more than 1 point. That's all I'm just happy that they got more than 1 point. XCG has 3, WBG has 5, KZ with those 4 eliminations and a 6.6. Definitely a plethora of a trios thing, but like I said, personally for me, I'm just happy that TK got more than 1 point.
Oh man, you know, absolutely crazy to see this entire game. This was a game of fights being flipped on their head. Absolutely. As we take a look here at the stats for Team GD, we're gonna see Kakaishi here with 3 eliminations, 16k damage. We're gonna see K coming through with 7 eliminations and 22,000 damage, and Don Quing with 5 eliminations, 22,900 damage. We might see yet another Kurumi MVP. Here we go. EWG going on to WBG here. Then the fight between Ventus, TK. This was absolutely just a massacre here. TK had no business turning back into this fight and immediately find themselves being stripped of 2 of their members. And here it is, man, this huge fight for KZ. They just continue to keep LSR locked down. Look, as soon as he goes for the retransform, is grabbed again. He can't find the time to do it. That's another one. He goes to go for it again. Not even going to be given the opportunity, just gets grabbed right back up. And it's the 3-piece, man. Faijin just keeps him locked down, and we love to see it. AOW here blitzing through the members of Team Alliance. Zhuan tries to come into the backside onto Ping Tao here, but it's Zhu Wong here who keeps that from happening, and they come out on top in the end here. GD's Kakaishi, man, just absolutely popping off. He showed us what he could do in the last game by himself, the last surviving member of Team GD, and look what they can do when all 3 members are alive on Team GD. They absolutely have a pop-off game for themselves. 15 eliminations in the first place finish. These guys have got to be so proud of themselves. And oh my goodness, no, it's going to be the Yueshun coming through. 7 eliminations, 22k damage. We're going to see our first MVP for K.
K absolutely being an absolute damage deucer here with 22,000 damage, 7 eliminations. Skyforce, Merciless Havoc, Detonating Round, Soul Release, Razor Swift, and a Phantom Step. Absolutely putting in also his first MVP. So congrats to K. Finally locking in a first MVP. You love to see it with almost 10k healing, 78-21 with this one as well, with 3 assists. Absolutely stacked here as an MVP for GD. Did a fantastic job of that thus far here. Still gonna be able to lock that down here as I mean, look at the stage. The stage absolutely phenomenal. You love to see it. Look at that. All within the replays here, so showing off all of the team players here for our trios as they're able to knock it out and do a fantastic job. Like I said, these games have been so good so far. We still have 2 more left. Come on, baby. I'm trying to see XCG get 1 more dub in them. Come on now. Come on now.
Look, I think XCG can get the 3-piece, man. Look, they didn't have a great game here, but neither did JDG. This whole kind of game for Action was really kind of the underdog story, right? We saw a lot of these teams flip complete fights on their head. Like, there was a point JJH, right, pushes onto JDG and they have the advantage, and then JDG all of a sudden flips that fight over and wins it. And then JDG, man, they push on to our boys KZ, and honestly, they should have. They took some test shots. They saw that KZ had white armor, and they were like, oh, these guys just respawn. There's a soul altar nearby. This is an easy clap. And all of a sudden, it was not an easy clap for the members of Team JDG, as that whole fight was flipped on their head. TK was able to pick up a couple of eliminations off the back of a bad fight. Unfortunately, they turned back into that fight. Like, they completely get away scot-free because of Wu Chen, and then they see like it's still 3 teams dogpiling on each other. For some reason, after burning 2 ultimates and having very little resources, they press back into that fight. They lose 2 members immediately. We just saw a lot of those sort of fights where things were getting flipped on their head, and I kind of loved that here for game number 4. Taking a look, TK is still at the bottom with 3 points total to their name. JJH with a 17.7 for the day. GS with a 27.5. EWG with a 33.8. WBG KLA rounding out 12 and 13 in the 40-point range. JDG with a 50-point day thus far. 2 games to go. JDG could find themselves with yet another MVP for the day as well if they continue to have good games. This last game, unfortunately, they tried to chomp on KZ when KZ was down, and KZ said, man, sometimes you don't got to kick a horse when it's down, and flip that script on him real quick. Team Alliance here with a 14.8. Not a great day for the members of Team Alliance, finding it hard to make anything happen. Is taking a look at the top here. XCG still at the very tippity top with a 79.4, but they didn't really gain too many points in this last particular game. They're going to need to come back and have two very good games if they want to maintain that top spot, especially given that J Team had 131 point day their first day and still has a whole day left to play. XCG only 10 points ahead of them. So like you said, we're looking for that three-peat from XCG.
Definitely looking for it in terms of not only points are concerned, but also just confidence as well, being able to keep that lead, because that lead is a very big jump. But this is trios. This isn't solos. Trios, there's a massive, massive jump with a lot of these teams, and it really only takes 1 to 2 good games. And all of a sudden, you're seeing yourself in the top splits over where you're in solos, and you only necessarily need like a couple of points, and just like that, you can smush yourself up to the top. You're going to need a lot, and obviously as a trios, you can definitely get a lot of magic and a lot of eliminations done in a couple of games. Obviously, as we saw, 22 eliminations even with that one as well. But as we're going to get ready to lock in for our game number 5, we got something to show you guys. So we'll be right back with the game number 5.
就一开始我是从单排转3排，我单排的时候我也看他们3排就是打得挺猛的，然后自从教练来了之后，我们换了人嘛，然后就开始打起了运营，就可能落地架还是会打，但中间就会加进去运营什么的。就是他拿了周冠之后，我们就是互相激励，都想拿周冠，就尽量排名靠前，就是单排拿个周冠，3排拿个周冠。我们队伍其实比较想拿冠军的，就不管是周冠还是联赛冠军，都比较想拿，就是看我们后面磨合的怎么样吧。如果磨合好了，确实有机会拿冠军。
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, as we get ready to lock in for game number 5. Some wise words coming in from AOW. And I mean, AOW, one of those teams kind of towards the top of the leaderboard every game today. They haven't really had their big pop-off moment yet, but sometimes those consistency games are better than not having any good games at all. Taking a look here at KLA, this is a team, you know, I think everybody expected a little bit more out of today, given the fact that they were our first bi-weekly champions here, and they had a very good week number 1. So hopefully they can find some sort of space moving forward in these final 2 games to get themselves back up that leaderboard and make it into the bi-weekly and see if they can claim a second week in a row. OUG here, no surprises, them kind of in the middle of the pack. This is typically where we see OUG, unless they have some big pop-off games, which they've definitely not been able to find today. It's kind of all been XCG and JDG today. I mean, of course, GD just walked away with a 15-point game, but of course, you know, XCG and JDG having some very, very big points games, especially JDG with a 22 elimination game, which was absolutely massive for the members of JDG. We're going to see if we can find the 3-piece or if JDG can find their second victory as we lock in for game number 5, Dobby.
Game number 5 is going to be expected to be an absolute good one, though, as we're going to be able to see who is going to take not only this game, but also see how game 6 is going to be, especially with some of the movement and how some of these players have been. Definitely some uncertainty with some of the top players that we saw in the very beginning of this game. XCG coming out on top of the first 2 and absolutely almost nowhere to be found in our games 3 and 4 here. So we're going to be interested to see how those games go here and see how those next sections go, as obviously we're going to be able to rock towards it. And hero picks, Rune, what's going on?
I mean, we're going to see a lot of the same here, man. I mean, we're in that Transformers meta, right? And especially when we go to Holoroth, we tend to see these Faria picks come out. This is what we call that Pacific Rim meta, man. We get the big Kaiju boss coming out from Tian High, and we get the big mech coming in from Faria. We're going to see a couple of teams, KZ here, notably running that Takeda Z-Ping here on the Tian High that works so well for J-Team earlier in the week. Team GD going to be running it as well. As we continue to look, WBG going to be rocking that Faria comp without the Karumi, of course, rocking the Temi with it, because Temi able to buy you so much space for that team to demonk and hop into the mech, as well as secure some of those boxes mid-game if you don't go into the Realm of Yang, because still the more traditional monk comp having the higher win rate inside those Realms of Yang, so these teams not really wanting to risk forcing those Realm of Yang fights if they can just go secure boxes in the mid game and get those same sort of supplies that they need for that Transformer comp. But Dobby, tell me about the map.
Man, Matop is going to see a very interesting set of people here. I mean, TK, I'm talking WBG is going to be towards the center as well here at the Hall of Ceremonies. So does EWG, and it looks like one of the other teams as well is going to be in a Quail's Crest. Meanwhile, all the right side section, Nbpl Village is going to see a fair share of players, Team Alliance and 2 other teams. So it looks like the favorites are going to be all the big sections here that usually most people aren't really landing in. It's going to be Matab, it's going to be Plum Castle, it's going to be Nbpl Village, and I think maybe one team is going to be heading towards Igneous Mound, at least towards the left side, but pretty much is going to be near Plum Castle. So all of that spread is going to be absolutely massive here. WBG's G. It looks like it's going to be a massive fist fight here from the majority of these teammates, as it looks like one of them is going to get absolutely hit and splattered by the longsword here. WBG's Jane caught in a very tough situation here and ends up getting caught inside of that sand space, and it looks like it's not going to be enough here as he does end up getting the foliage, getting the elimination, and OUG is going to get the first shutdown of the game.
Yeah, turning your attention now to JDG and KLA going head-to-head up top side of the map. We're going to see KLA just looking to pressure onto GD. GD not with the best of gear here, but KLA also in a similar situation. It looks like they've decided to back off of that fight for now and turn their attention to the members of JDG. Kopi coming in with the dagger, looking to lock down one of these members here of KLA. CXZ, though, not having it, though, turns around and gets parried by Kopi. Kopi able to pick up a very quick elimination here on KLA. Now GD coming in for the third party. This is the opportunity they were looking for. They don't have the best of gear here, but with the third party opportunity, they might be able to find something. We're going to see JDG's Kopi topside in the mech, going to come out of the mech, but 2GG going to follow up, going to be forced to armor up, but not able to find it in time as Don Quing is able to get the damage through before the armor comes through. Team Ventus looking to come in and mix it up into this fight as well. GD's K going to catch out Sanzi with that horizontal longsword slash there, doing a little bit of damage. Sanzi wants to go and take the repair before they force this sort of fight onto the members of GD. Forced to back off here. GD Kakaishi pressuring in here, looking to keep Ventus off the rest of the members. Kakaishi will find that monk transformation, finally able to get the rage he's looking for, finds a member of KLA and just immediately takes the slam before turning their attention back to Pixel and the members of Ventus, who are the immediate threat here. Looks like a Pixel is absolutely blitzing through K. WX98 standing on Kakaishi's head, just hitting him with the Goomba Stomp. And now Sanzi coming through with the Yodohime ultimate, pumping out a ton of damage. This not going the way GD wanted, but we're going to see Team Ventus use that Wu Chen ult to pressure out of that fight, and GD looks like they get the resurrection and are going to be able to stay on it. And even though they only have white armor, they want to continue pressuring this fight. Don Quing in that ult transformation here for Takeda still has some of those charges, but is immediately silenced out by Pixel. So it's going to be a kind of difficult fight for Team GD here now that they don't have those ult charges. And unfortunately, the ult does time out for Don Quing. He is able to find the mythic grab, though, onto Ventus's Pixel. Pixel gets eliminated. We're going to see WX98 coming in here with the Viper stun, not able to find a connection onto anybody, and GD might still be able to pick up this fight. I mean, Team Ventus making it very hard for the members here of GD, but GD able to weather the storm, is going to find the elimination onto Sanzi and WX98, and that's going to be it. GD comes out on top.
Great start for them. Going to be able to get that finish all the way up top here as GD. Beautiful shutdown here. AOW, Ventus, Alliances have to go through with their fixes here, as it looks like we're looking at the overall leaderboards here so far, as XCG is still leading the pack, but gets those 5 eliminations. So obviously making it a little bit further away from AOW, as they're still at a 126. So they still have a lot of room to work with here, and they still need to figure out what they're going to do to really lock this down and get the full shutdown here for these next sets of games here, as OUG, GD, and Ventus still have to figure it out here. But GD and OUG already have 6 eliminations apiece on each side here, so pretty impressive on each side. As XCG, they're immediately starting to come through immediately with these eliminations here. As XCG back towards the center, all within Plum Castle, trying to see what they can do as well. As we talk about here, trying to get that space as well here. As Downen looks like he's going to find a bounty. Or at least that's a bounty. Now.
Xiaonana moving through the space there in Matab, looking for some gears. We turn our attention over to AOW and JJH. JJH looking to pick up some eliminations here, finally pressuring onto a team. AOW's Pink Tao instantly going to go ahead and pop the ult here, and we're going to see Temi ult for Temi ult. So both of these ults going to be canceled out by one another. God Lee going to jump into the mech here on the side of JJH. JJH going to jump up into the air here. And JJH, remember, starting this fight, pressured in onto AOW. Chu Lee gets grabbed, immediately gets picked up and re-grabbed. We're now seeing the mech top side starting to pressure onto Ping Tao, but Ping Tao finds yet another grab, his third grab of the transformation, but goes very low. Going to be forced to D-Mech, actually dies. Sorry, D-Monk. I want to say D-Mech because we're sitting here watching God Lee absolutely blitz through the health bar here, and God Lee still has ult available here, was able to use the Feria ult first, able to come out on top of the other monks. So God Lee going to continue the pressure here for JJH. Looked like things were going to turn into the favor of AOW, and JJH was going to regret taking this engagement, but JJH able to find the space they were looking for, able to get rid of the monks as he de-transformed. We're going to see the double uppercut and follow-ups coming through from Chu Lee and Lixin, and AOW finds himself down to just Shu Tong and God Lee giving pursuit. No place for Shu Tong to go, no access to their ability or ultimate right now. God Lee trying to find the parry, doesn't find the parry. Shu Tong will find the uppercut with the nunchucks, though, and do quite a bit of damage here to God Lee. God Lee now, though, waiting for the rest of JJH as they show up, is going to find themselves into a 2v1 advantage onto Shu Tong, and that's going to be it, as AOW is completely eliminated from this lobby.
Unfortunate, really was trying to fight that out with God Lee, trying to make it that 1v1, maybe scramble to get that first elimination, but obviously Lixin and Chu Lee getting finished as best as possible here. Trying to put it together. Even with all of this putting together here, still was able to rock towards it as best as they could here as Tut. Gonna ramble through, get the scrambles as much as they can, but TK still able to rotate this in as well here, trying to see if they can play this safe. Doesn't necessarily want to force this as much as they can. TK has been having an absolute struggle here to get these eliminations, but at least they got 3. I mean, listen, here's what I can say, right? Obviously, their first day is a little bit different, but when you look at TK, they have 3 points. The next team has 20. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. There's a difference in some of the teams in terms of how the comp is. Yes, I can understand if you have some bad games, that's completely understandable. But for everybody else to have at least 20 towards the very bottom and you don't even have at least double digits, a little tough coming in from TK here. TK is definitely not the
Well, look at it this way. It's TK's second week as a team competing together here in the NBPL. Most of their members are new. They haven't competed on this level of stage.
You know,
40 IWNL, really the most experienced player on that team, typically the one we see alive the longest as well. He's kind of got to corral these team members and get them used to playing at this competitive level. Not that they aren't great players in their own right already. They've proven that, or they wouldn't be here in the NBPL, but competing at this level all the time on a consistent basis into these crazy matchups is something that they're not used to yet, right? And we're going to see here GS going head-to-head with the members of KZ. Fajin coming through here, a man after my own heart, looking to come in on to Zhao Hui here, trying to lock him down. We're going to see a lot of those Temi ults coming in. Xiaohui going to pressure onto Fajin. Fajin looking to come in onto Xiaohui here is going to absolutely get the slam through, keep them from getting a full slam through. The double grab from Fajin comes in and trying to get that pillar down. GS does find the pillar. Xiaohui here, though, extremely low, won't have the mech to fall back onto because GS's hand was forced to go ahead and pop it and make something happen here. And now we're going to see Xiaohui trying to give chase to Zen. Zen just trying to keep it alive. Fajin going very, very low here, forced to pop the bell to stay alive. No place to go, really, and looking to find some shots over onto KG Zen. Not going to find it. Fajin does get picked up by the members of GS, and now it's just Jen in a 1v2. Both of these members very low, though. If they can find a pick onto one of them, they might be able to make something happen. Unfortunately, Jen is opting to take the heal here, which is the last thing they really should be doing, because you're just giving these opponents more time to heal, and it's even more HP you have to go through because of the numbers advantage, and exactly what you expect to see. GS comes out on top at this point. Jen takes too long to pressure. The threat of the ranged weapons scares them off into taking a reset, and because of that, GS will be winning our first Realm of Yang here against them. Going to be walking away with that Vermilion Bird's Might. It looks like JDG also wins their Realm of Yang.
Whole lot of Realm of Yang winners here as we are trying to scramble to rotate this in here. And Seti's just playing it smart and safe throughout these last couple of games here, as it looks like Ventus's Pixel sadly does get eliminated. Looks like by the throwdown of Kakaxi here, as WX98 ends up getting the first grab, gets the second grab, and gets the finish off of both kills. And GD's Kakaxi, beautiful finish here, as it looks like they're going to be able to pick up their teammate K. They are not down and out for the count. Do not count them out in any which way, shape, or form here, because they're still in this game and they're still alive, as it looks like they're going to be able to rotate this in and keep the same game going. Even with this massive space here, as KZ's Jen getting caught up in between a katana from Xiaoyu, trying to see if they can rotate this in here, as Hazy's going to try to see if they can call out the Takeda Ghost coming through. Beautiful ulti timing to come into this as Anne, and it looks like Xiaoyu and Faxin coming through at a beautiful time to be able to shut this down. And it looks like they're going to both monk up at the same time here, taking their time, trying to see if maybe they can get a good grab here, as KZ is just trying to scramble just to get away on every section imaginable, as PP and WBG is going to try to come through and cause some issues here, as GS is just trying to hold the scramble, as it looks like he was able to get at least one throw in. Faxine getting absolutely destroyed and is not going to be able to have enough time to throw down Luyoid to get the elimination, as KLA is going to come through with the third party, get the 2 eliminations. Beautiful pickup here, as WBG Sleepwalker is going to just decide to bone and bounce out, as QGG trying to continue this strong, as Ann is trying to hold on for as long as possible, but it's not going to be enough, as KLA is going to be able to get the full kill sweep here, gets the finish, and it looks like KLA is going to push in on this next fight here, as WBG is right behind him here. And it looks like Sleepwalker is going to go through with the Monk, as QGG is going to go through with the Mech. It decides to immediately go in and going through with all of the shots here, trying to make it a lot harder with everything happening. And let's see what happens, as it looks like they're just going to scramble to try to back out of here and not get caught in a bad situation. Probably the best thing that they really can do in this situation here. And it looks like they're still going to be able to find it here, as WBG Jing is going to be able to turn it on at the exact same point, as one of the other mechs is going to have to demonk. So the best timing, honestly, possible here within this space here, and was able to find it exactly the way that they need to here. Beautiful shutdown, and look where we're at. Back at it again here, just to try to find it out, as KLA back safe and good.
Yeah, KLA looking to come back alive here in this game. Again, this is a team I kind of expected a lot more out of today, given the fact that they were the first bi-weekly champions here. And they haven't really performed super great. They've been middling or the bottom of the pack here. So it's nice to see them with some eliminations under their belt and looking to pressure on to some of these teams. WBG here, 45 seconds left remaining alive. We're going to see now Jing dropping quite a bit of their Dark Tide coins so that their teammates can go ahead and pick those up. Question is do they have at least one Soul Bloom Essence so they can start buying each other back? We will find the answer to that very soon, as they do only have 20 seconds left remaining, and all 3 of them are sitting in the zone. So we will watch as those eliminations tick to the other side, and it come through very soon for the members of that team. We're going to see here XCG in a very good situation with a total of 7 eliminations under their belt and quite a good amount of gear here. We're going to see Jing dies to Yang depletion, but it looks like the other 2 members of WBG are alive, and they had found themselves some soul blooms, so they're easily going to be able to buy Jing back into the game, and WBG continues the fight. There it is. We're going to see the rebirth turn bot and Jing already back into the game. XCG top of the order here for the day, 7 eliminations of their belt, but GD with 9 thus far. GD looking to have a repeat performance, and I mean, Kakaishi today really quite popping off. You know, GD didn't have the performance they wanted in games 1 and 2. And then in games 3, they found themselves in a really precarious situation, but it was Kakaishi who was able to buy themselves quite a bit of points in the end as a solo player left alive, picked up 3 eliminations, 2nd place finish for them, got themselves 4th place overall in points. They, of course, walked away our MVPs last game and now are finding their momentum again here in game number 5.
Love to see how the momentum actually becomes your best friend here, even with all of this spacing, as well as WBG's PP is going to try to see if he can back off as far as possible. Dangerously low, still has full shield though, but at the same time, definitely does not want to get caught in a very easily 2v1 situation here, as it looks like he's going to play it to the best of his ability here. Decides to back off the way that he needs to here is KLA's CXZ. Trying to see what they can do next year, even within the folds of what's happening here, is K going to be able to hold on to it as best as they need to here. KLA able to switch this up even within this space and momentum, as it looks like they will be getting a dub over there inside the realm of Yang. Doesn't look like anybody had jumped in there, as it looks like WBG was actually, hey, he's actually able to at least pick up one of their teammates though. Love to see it, as some of WBG's play style is still alive. Oh, I see what they're doing. Oh no, did he pick him up in a decent space? Oh yeah, he did. Able to keep... Oh no! Oh no! XCG ends up stopping them from healing and picking up their players. PP is going to decide to just dip out as best as possible here. Dangerously low. He's absolutely going to be high flying and high signing all the way out of there and says, see you later. Sadly, WBG's PP was not able to get the heal off for his friend. Very unfortunate, as XCG is going to be able to... Wait. Did they miss him?
Look at PP over here, just hiding out.
Oh,
yeah, Xiaonan sees him. He knows. He knows. There's no place to go. PP's gonna find himself eliminated here. Oh my goodness.
That's unfortunate.
Playing with your food, XCG. Playing with your food. It's bad manners.
I really thought he didn't know. I truly thought that he didn't know. That's why I was very surprised.
Here on the back foot, unfortunately, as he's caught out by the members of GS, is going to be able to grab Ann up, is going to be able to push the other away here, going to de-monk here, be forced to use the bell to buy himself a little bit of space, but he has no shields left here, and he's just going to go down. K also going to get picked up. Kakaishi and K both eliminated, and that's going to be it for Team GD. They were able to string together 11 eliminations and looked like they might be going for the back-to-back, but GS able to find them and get the eliminations there. 2-tick here, doing a little bit of fancy footwork here as they are able to charge up that soul slash with the katana and come off the edge and just throw it out in midair. KLA CXZ up top looking to find somebody here with the Wisp on JJH. Hasn't thrown it just yet. The grapple comes out. There goes the Wisp. Question is, will he land onto somebody? No, JJH going to be able to tap dodge away from it, and CXZ going to back off of the fight. They committed some resources. They didn't find the pick and are just going to back out and wait for a better opportunity to push in.
Even with that, though, that's very unfortunate, though, just for one of their teammates just to be able to try to dip up out of there. And sadly, XCG was able to take advantage of that moment at that time here and gets the finish here. They use up a lot of their resources here as JJH trying to see what they can do here. Meanwhile, EWG trying to go for the rotations here, trying to see if they can find anything that will be very, very helpful for them. Meanwhile, XCG, I think, is still alive in these games, or at least I think so, as EWG going to be able to rotate this all the way around here, getting towards the next circle as much as possible. Same with KLA, and looks like, oh no, it looks like KLA actually ends up getting found here. YKC CXZ and QGG all the way on this other side here. As NiHQ is going to go for the repair here on this Musket. Musket shot's going to try to see if maybe they can connect something as well here. QGG just trying to rotate it out. Beautiful hit marker on QGG. He's able to take out at least half their heals. Doesn't look like he's going to be able to hit it again, though. Even with all of this happening, though, and it looks like now back at it again. NiHQ able to hold it down towards the very center. As Zio going shopping here. Whole lot of Soul Jades there. Hopefully he was able to find something good here because that is a lot there.
Oh my goodness, look at all the money being spent here. Ready to just go ahead and full commit as Zone 3 gets ready to collapse on to Zone 4. There's not going to be a lot of opportunities for these teams to buy back their teammates. So going to go ahead and spend the cheddar while you got it. Look to get some extra goodies there. And it pays off as all 3 members of GS have at least 2 legendary Soul Jades under their belt. Zhao Hu here with, of course, the legendary katana as well. So when he monks up, he gets a ton of damage coming out. KLA just chilling out here in the sandstorm. More than happy to do a little bit of shopping in the safety of this. Fun fact for those of you who are watching at home, one of the nice things about some of these weather effects is during the weather effects, the troves respawn. So you can come back in while the weather effects are going and potentially get some more loot. And the troves that respawn during these weather effects also have higher loot chance. So you can find yourself finding some higher loot tier, but it's that high risk, high reward gameplay, right? You're making yourself susceptible to that weather effect. So you pays off if you do a little bit of looting while you're doing that. Not paying off super great for JJH here at the moment, as we see those huge cannon shots coming down range. Not a lot of those loot piles available for them here, as the members of KLA had already come in and done quite a bit of looting towards the side of the map in the sandstorm. And we're going to see them turning their attention to GS now. KLA just more than happy to maintain the space that they've got here. They've got 6 eliminations under their belt in total here. Not the KLA we're used to seeing, that hyper aggressive team that usually has double-digit numbers going into the late game, but still alive, still some good armor under their belt. Set up for success here coming into the final circle. We'll see if it finally pays off for them. CXE trying to get in, secure this Moore's Blessing for themselves. Is able to find it. Going to find that legendary armor for YKC as well here, which is huge for the Monk. There's also a legendary Swarm there. Not quite sure why they're not taking the Swarm, just for the sake of the stats, right? Because Transformers, depending on what weapon they transform with, they do more damage. If YKC was to take that Swarm and put it in his back pocket and swap to it just before he transformed, he'll be doing way more damage while he's in that monk form. So interesting to see them not take that legendary weapon, even just for the transform. EWG, however, will take the Swarm and be passing it over to the Yoda Hime as they pressure in. And we're going to see them actually change that spear into a staff, I do believe. YKC in here going to get a little bit of a heal off, as it looks like some range shots coming down, dealing some damage onto them. And it looks like XCG still sitting at the top of the order with 9 eliminations right now, Dobby.
9 eliminations, absolutely phenomenal coming through, as they will be able to keep the lead up a very, very high with that 156. Obviously, those 9 eliminations are going to be absolutely massive, though. But I did say before, they are going to get that 3-piece, and I feel like this could be the game that does it, though. As it looks like we're going to go through with the rotation. Let's see if they're going to be able to find it. Playing it to the best of their abilities, though, all the way with these rotations. KLA all the way up top. KLA has also been playing very, very well, as playing very good as well here. Also, another team definitely need to pay attention to a little bit here. I won't lie. I think they've been doing a fantastic job here. Let's see how the end of it also goes right towards the end here. As now, we're going to be able to see where the next spaces go here, as KZ right down at the bottom, right next to one of the other teams that's kind of filing it out as well. KLA just trying to hold strong to where they are. They're in a good space in the circle here. They have a lot of open territory here to really look at a lot of stuff here. Hopefully, maybe try to take advantage of a team, maybe getting some eliminations from some team, but they still have to be able to work towards where they can get other stuff too as well. So let's see where they can put this one together here and see if they can find it at all. Still much more work to be done here, but let's See how they can put it all together here, all within the space here. Rotating this in as JJH is Godly. Trying to see if he can get some extra soul jades here out of this, as Lin is just being an absolute thorn. Right next to him, though, making it a lot harder for him to do it. Like, man, can you leave? Can you let me get some stuff? Thank you. Appreciate you. Like, man, get off me.
EWG. Sorry, Dom, I didn't mean to cut you off there, but EWG coming in here looking to secure themselves a Morris Blessing. That's going to be a legendary pole sword and a legendary set of armor here for Zhao Liu. Absolutely huge. The pole sword going to be given off to another team member there. The armor, of course, going to the Viper. They hard engage for that particular team comp. TK still alive, Dobby. Only 2 members here as we see Ali and 40 IWL. Unfortunately, suffering yet again off the back of no gear for this team. Both of them still rocking blue armor here. It's going to be very hard for TK to find any sort of momentum going into these final circles, as we are zone 5 getting ready to collapse onto zone 6 in the next couple of seconds. TK just looking to find some space to call their own. XCG out here taking these range shots, looking to see if they can pick up some of those long range kills like they did in their first 2 matches. GS's Ann goes extremely low, hasn't yet armored up, going to be susceptible to some range shots here, but we're going to see the Temi ult come out to actually cover for Ann, so that Ann is able to just walk around in that mech with the safety net and able to just go ahead and heal up, as we see Zhuan coming over top here with a mech of their own, looking to trade some damage down onto JDG, is able to find a shot onto LSR into the bush. LSR going to lose most of their shields in that transaction. Zhuan going to lock down on the cannon again, find some more damage out onto Godly, turning their attention over to Chu Li. Chu Li, while grappled up there, gets picked up by Alliance's Lin with a cannon shot from down range. Zhuan going to come in and look to continue to pressure this fight onto the members of XCG. XCG going to drop a Temi ult of their own. The pillar is there and waiting for Xiaonan. As soon as he demonks, he will be able to go ahead and grab that mech if he wants it. He finds a grab onto GS Zan, looks for another one, not quite able to find it just yet. XCG will pick up the elimination onto Ann, though. Godly finds a double grab onto 2 members of GS and will pick up both eliminations. Absolutely huge for the members of JJH. Alliance finding themselves in a precarious situation as they've run out of ultimates and are kind of sitting out in the ultimate. XCG here, LiangXen, going to go ahead and take that monk here on behalf, or sorry, not the monk, but take the mech here on behalf of their team. Feria able to buy them quite a bit of good space here. And IHQ going very, very low. We're going to see a massive Viper ult coming in from Zhao Liu, but not able to capitalize on too much here. Their teammate will find an elimination onto Alliance's on, though. KLA finds an elimination onto JGG's LSR off screen as well. And EWG looks to hold things down as we are 12 people left alive, Dobby. This final circle's going absolutely crazy.
Oh, absolutely it is. Even with the amount of space that they have, though, YKC coming through as a massive turret, though, could also create some more issues and more problems, as KLA is just going to try to dip out as best as possible here, trying to separate himself, possibly goes for the mount, but the rest of this circle is going to be able to get the completion from YKC. Trying to see if maybe they can go forth with another rotation here, as Zaunan's going to try to see if they can keep the game alive for himself. XCG trying to hold on for as long as they potentially can here, as EWG's Yailu trying to be the open space here. Oh, but he ends up getting one, though, on each side, though, as TK and the rest of the team end up getting eliminated here in this game. Trying to hold on for as long as they potentially can, but it's not going to be enough, as EWG is able to put it together here with this one. EWG versus XCG. It doesn't really matter, though. 15 eliminations coming in. KLA could potentially come through maybe with something here, but it's not going to be enough here, as EWG is able to hold it all the way towards the end here. 2-2 trying to put it all within this space here. KLA, this could be massive, though, if they can hold on for as best as they need to. XCG being an absolute thorn down, being so dangerous, and obviously the timing of the Monk coming in at a great time, though, as Lexinghen trying to also pop it open with the ulti as well. They're going to try to see if they can go for the grabs here, as the EWG's 2-2 ends up getting eliminated, finished, and claimed. Same with KLL's QGG. Getting that second place finish could be massive, but you know what's even better? A first place finish, and XCG is going to do just that.
XCG coming in with the 3-piece, Dobby. That's 3 NVPs being locked in here for XCG, and we're only 5 games deep. Will they walk away with the 4-piece?
See, we talked about 3. 3 is the charm here. Now, if you end up doing a 4, then I don't know. I don't know how a 4 could technically go. It is very, very possible, but do I see it being going to a 4? I don't know. I'm not gonna say that that's not possible, but I definitely think there's definitely some players here that could actually create a surprise here and could shut it down. And I'm gonna be honest with you, I think KLA or KZ could do something.
Look, Dobby, you're always talking about that, you know, that number 2 barbecue with a Sprite, but apparently XCG said, look, we don't care about the number 2 barbecue with a Sprite. We looking to pick up a 4-piece with a biscuit. All right.
I mean, they gonna need that biscuit though, because without that drink though, they might suffer. That's all I'm saying. You might have a biscuit, but if you ain't got no drink, I don't know how good that biscuit gonna do you. That's all I'm saying. As it looks like we're gonna be able to lock it in for our 6th and final game very, very soon. XCG is going to be your champions for our game number 5. Beautiful finish, beautiful execution coming in, beautiful time. Even with EWG though, still able to hold it down to the very, very end. It really could have been EWG's game, but XCG coming through just at a better time. And obviously KLA just holding it down, just trying to get that 3rd place finish, trying to be smart here and play it very, very safe. And obviously they were able to, though, to get that 3rd place. I don't know how many eliminations KLA had, but they definitely worked towards the very end here to at least get them some type of placement. And that right there alone is massive.
Look, XCG did exactly what they did during their first 2 games that won them those games. They waited until Zone 7 to walk in and take control of the zone. They let EWG kind of have control of that zone. They played off of EWG. If you notice, there was a couple of grabs that EWG made, and the XCG were able to pick up eliminations, just taking those kind of range shots from downtown. But as soon as Zone 7 came up, they walked in, took control of the zone, staggered their ultimates, and were able to just maintain that control based on the stagger. And they knew that when they finally ran out of gas, the zone was going to be collapsed and it wouldn't matter because it was going to be the end of the game. They've done that 3 times today, and every single time that they've done it, they've walked away the MVP. They clearly have a style that they've worked out as a team, and this is something different from XCG. Don't get me wrong. XCG every single season leading up to this season has been a very consistent team, right? During season 1, XCG and XSG, the 2 most consistent teams of the season. During season 2, XCG was the most consistent team. They went to Worlds. They did very well in Worlds as well. And now we're back here, but they've clearly worked out a play style, a tempo, if you will, that works best for them. And that tempo has continued to get them win after win today. And I think we could see the potential 4-piece coming out from them going into the 6th and final game of the day if they play that same tempo.
Absolutely coming through with this one, as XCG is going to have another 18-piece and a top score of a 33.8. Goodness gracious, within these 3 games, they definitely made well over 50 plus points. Absolutely insane coming through, as we're going to be able to get the finish going here. XCG coming through with that. And KLA tying it up with GD with the eliminations, though, with a 19 points and 13.7 coming through, though. Obviously, those ranking points not being able to do enough here, as EWG is going to be able to snatch those 3 ranking points. That's going to help them out and keep them in that 4th place slot here. But man, XCG first place, those 5 ranking points plus that 18 eliminations. I mean, what can you say for a team like XCG right now? They're absolutely holding it down.
I mean, yeah, they're doing phenomenal today. And again, they've just sort of found their tempo and their pacing that works best for them. And again, it's these final circles. They know when to walk in and lock down the final circle. One of the problems we typically see, and we've seen it today from all these teams, we saw it from EWG this last game, was that if you take control of the final circle too soon, you run out of gas, right? Yes, you can stagger your ultimates to maintain that control, but as soon as you run out of that 3rd ultimate, you can't hold on to that control if another team pushes into your space and pops like a Monk ult or a Fairy ult, right? You have to just give up that space. What XCG has kind of been pioneering here today is waiting till the last possible moment to take control of the zone and waiting till they know that the exact moment they run out of gas is when the game is going to be over. So they found that sort of perfect moment and are very in tune. GD's Kakaishi here, by the way, got to give a huge shout out to. He's been such a strong monk today and just played very, very well. Look at this. WBG's Jing here picking up the double eliminations there. Was absolutely massive inside the Rumble event. KLA also playing a much better game here today than they have in the earlier games. So honorable mention here for game number 5. JJH here with some very, very good grabs towards these final spaces as they started to pop off and find a little bit of space before EWG took control of Final Circle. Look at Xiaonan able to pop Chu Li out into the zone, just a ton of damage, picking that up. EWG coming in here, able to get a stun onto Alliance and follow up there with Zhao Yi. Ling X10 here just absolutely locking down all of these players in the final zone. Xiaonan coming through with a slam onto Yiran, and that was all she wrote for XCG. Man, again, they really have just pioneered this sort of pacing and the decision making to go, okay, hey, we have exactly this much gas in the tank. We're going to wait to take control of the zone till we know that we have enough gas to make it all the way to the very end without anybody taking it back from us. And every time they've done that today, they've walked away the winner. I think we're going to see a lot more teams doing this in the future, trying to play this sort of pacing. But right now, it's XCG who's got it dialed in. They've got it figured out, and they're able to walk away with their 3rd MVP of the day. And this time it goes to NiHQ with 22,000 damage, 6 eliminations, and 6 assists on Variation.
NiHQ to do what he needs to with the 22,000 damage, 6 eliminations, 12,000 healing. And check this out, 12,000 of that damage came from his musket. Armor Pierce, Phoenix Blast, Repair Roar, Juggernaut, Longsword Stab, Long Slow Shot. Everything that you would need for a very, very powerful musket to be able to do exactly what you need to here. And obviously he was able to get the shut down the way that he needs to, but more than half of that came from just his long range musket. That goes to show you the amount of times that the long range can absolutely be your best friend, especially in a game like Trios, where you can absolutely master that and be an absolute aimbot in these games here and can shut it down the best way that you need to. And clearly, NiHQ was able to show you that.
I mean, that's part of the pacing they've run all day, right? Is they're not over committing to fights. They're not over committing to taking control of the zone too early. And part of that comes with being able to harass from range. In the early game, we see XCG going very hard, committing to fights while they have those, you know, resources, those rebirths available to them. But in the mid game, up until the very end game, they're playing that range game and they do it very well. But ladies and gentlemen, we've got a short VCR for you guys before we come in and lock in for game number 6. We'll see you guys in just a few minutes.
今天是我们考拉挑战周冠 flag 1分钟吃柠檬，兄弟们 O 不 OK？OK， 那准备开始了，3、2、1，开始。
好苦啊！哎，是我出什么问题吗？好酸呐，好甜啊！你是甜的，我怎么感觉是辣的？
ladies and gentlemen, getting ready to lock this in for our final game here. Let's show you the standings of what's going on here with all of these players here. Now, obviously, still disappointed, but at least they don't have more than 1 point. TK with a 5.9 currently in their game. Like I said before, 20 points from Bauda. At least they was able to drop 20 points, but TK sadly has been struggling just to be able to get one elimination in these games here. And obviously a 5.9, or at least they're able to get something here within these games here. So obviously still need a little bit more for them to do as we look up at the next games here. And still EWG and WBG very, very close together here with a 49.8 and a 49.4 in this game. 61 points coming in from JDG and 61.4 coming in from KLA. Very, very, very close to one another here. I think they've done a fantastic job thus far here. I mean, look at it. They are all very, very close together here with each of these games. So hopefully this could be a very fun and final game for them as well, as we're going to look at the top 7 players here from these games. Let's see what we can find. Obviously, are we going to be surprised to see one of our players, our top player, XCG, still at the top? Absolutely. 113 points. Absolutely massive. They're about to take over TE score of a 125 and J-Team score of a 131 if they end up popping off and having another dub the way that they have thus far.
Yeah, if XCG has that 4-piece that they're looking for, a little chicken with a biscuit, they are definitely going to outpace J-Team and TE. The problem is that this is their day 2, and their day 1 when they were playing against J-Team and TE, they only put 60 points on the board. So if J-Team and TE come in and have similar performances to their day 1, there's not going to be a whole lot that XCG can do about that situation. But we've got a quick question for you guys in chat here, and a chance for you guys to win some of those limited treasures. And the answer today is going to be, which team is currently leading the scoreboard? We just showed it to you. Is it A, J-Team, B, TE, C, XCG, or D, AOW? I'm going to be very, very disappointed in chat if they don't get this one, because we've literally been talking about it all day, Dobby.
It's TE.
Dobby, you can't come in here with the, you know what, I'm not gonna give chat any hints. I'm gonna let chat do their thing here. Again, is it A, J-Team, B, TE, C, XCG, or D, AOW? Get your answers in chat now, and then make sure you're watching your whispers, because one lucky person who gets that answer in on time is gonna walk away with that great treasure. And man, a treasure it's gonna be. But you know what else is gonna be a great treasure, Dobby? This game number 6.
This game, yeah, no, seriously, whole lot of that coming through as we're gonna get ready to lock in for our game number 6, our 6th and final game here. A lot of suspense happening so far here. They've still been putting in a lot of work throughout these games here, but let's see how they're going to be able to put this one together and get the finish the way that they need to here. They've done a fantastic job of it thus far. So let's see how well this goes all the way towards the end. Like I said, I am very excited. I'm very hyped. I think so far these games have been very good. I think they've done a fantastic job. And hopefully we will be able to see more of that hopefully soon, as it's only going to get better. And then, yes, let's see where the game ends. I would love to see XCG get a 4-piece, though. But honestly, I do want to see one of the other teams come through with a surprise. I would like to see either KLA or KZ come with a surprise, get the shutdown, get the finish, and get the game. Personally.
You know, we're not rooting for Team TK anymore? Or are we done? Are we done back in?
The ship is sailed.
The ship is sailed. Okay, Dobby's like, look, man, that ship was at port. I was ready to get on board and do the whole thing, but they left me behind. I
5 points.
Ain't about it anymore.
Listen, 5 points in 3 games. I gotta be like, all right, boys, it's time to lock it up. Time to go somewhere else.
Dobby's like, I'm looking at OUG and the King now, because that's the only King that's going to be rocking my name in the Nbpl
currently
at the moment. Oh man, but yeah, what a great, I mean, 5 games it's been today, man. XCG already with the 3-piece under their belt. JDG with a massive 22 game as well. You got your 20 bomb today, Dobby. I don't think you can ever ask for more than that. And you know, we have a whole other game to go here today. WBG still looking for some redemption as well, because I mean, they were so close to taking game 1, and XCG takes it away from them in the very end there, you know they've got to be looking for a chance to knock XCG down a peg. So we'll see if maybe they're able to come in and find that sort of space for themselves in game number 6. And then taking a look at some of these other teams as well, like OUG has played very well today. AOW has been another team that has played exceptionally well, has been towards the top of the pack and continues to put points up on the board. GS had a fairly good performance this time around as well. Unfortunately, they kind of lose, I don't want to say gas, as if they don't have gear or ults available or things in the end, but they kind of lose steam a little bit towards the end of these matches, where it's like they start really steamrolling in the middle of these games, and then all of a sudden they make one mistake and they're just like, all of a sudden all the air is blown out of their balloon. They're not really able to recover and start pressuring teams like they had been the whole time.
A whole lot of madness coming in, man. Sometimes it's just not easy. Sometimes when you can really see a lot of this momentum happening, but then you have like no idea how to really cope with the rest of it happening either. So sometimes you just have to just kind of balance it out. But I think with how this has been going so far, I think we'll be able to see this game really end on a very strong suit here. And I think we're going to see how this all plays out here more and more. And honestly, I think it's just going to be a good time to see where this ends, as it looks like we're going to be locking this in here for game number 6. Let me know what's going on. Let's see how this looks.
Yeah, let's take a look at these comps. We've seen fairly similar to what I'm expecting all day, and it looks like we're going to get that again here. Taking a look at XCG, we're going to see bringing them in with the Feria comp here. And I mean, this is smart from XCG, probably the strongest comp in the league right now, and they're going to be bringing it into their last game of the day. Makes perfect sense. We're going to see JDG rocking that new comp that we've seen coming in on Transformer with the Takeda Z ping that has served J Team so well earlier in the week. We see OUG bringing it in with just the Temi instead of the Transformer. WBG going back to the classic Transformer pick, as well as Team TK and KLA. Going to be interesting to see how they do. These three teams definitely going to be looking to secure those realms of Yang, because that team still having the highest win rate overall inside the realm of Yang. Karumi healing just too strong for those particular teams. OUG here. Again, we see that Takeda Z ping coming through. KZ and I do believe EWG and GS all going to be rocking that traditional sort of a Viper comp. And then another team, though, running Temi, Tianhai, Yodo Hime, and I have no idea how I feel about that, Dobby.
Absolutely. It's gonna be a strong one, though. My question is for you, because you've been asking me all these questions all night. What's your prediction? What do you want to see out of this game tonight?
I mean, look, I know exactly what I want to see. I want to see XCG win 4 games. We've only ever seen that in solos. We've not seen the 4-piece in trios. It looks like we're going to have a quick restart here for game number 6. I think one of the PCs had a technical issue, so we're going to get this game underway here in just a minute or two. But again, I want to see XCG win, to answer your question, Dobby. I would love to see the 4-piece. I would love to see the challenge come in for J Team and Team TE, as well, as those two teams had very, very big days. It'd be nice to see a third team kind of pop off. And I mean, they've already hit the 100-point range, right? Now it's just a question of, do they have the 4-piece? Do they have the biggest day we've seen out of any team in trios this season? And I mean, quite honestly, with the way XCG's been playing, and again, it's really this sort of pacing that they've established for themselves that's doing them so well. And clearly, because they've already won 3 games that they've played that exact pacing in, I want to see them do it again in a 4th game and kind of solidify that sort of play speed and pacing for themselves, and see if some of these other teams start to follow suit.
That's true. It's going to be interesting to see how they're going to be able to put that one down here. But like I said, we'd love to see it, though, with all of these games. And let's see how they're going to be able to rock towards it. I would love to see it, too, but I think I want to see it upset. Personally, I want to see it upset.
I mean, upsets are always great, right?
Absolutely.
I mean, like, we live for the upsets, but also at the end of the day, man, sometimes I just want to see a team come in and dominate. that's something we see that happen in solos for NARAKA, right? We'll see a solo player come in and just dominate a day. Very rarely do we see a trios team just absolutely pop off. You know, the last time we saw it was day 1 of NBPL season 1. All the way back in the very beginning, we saw J Team come in, have an absolutely like dominating day. I think it was something like 160-point day or something like that. And then they just dropped off the face of the earth until Worlds happened. Like, they just suffered the rest of the season. We haven't seen another team absolutely just have an explosive day where they control the entire narrative in the meta. I want to see that today. I've missed seeing it. I love to see the struggle it puts the other teams in, because it creates so much more competition, and then these other teams get even hungrier, especially going into day 3, because at that point XCG's already put in both their days. They've put in the work. These other teams then just have to rise to the occasion. Well, XCG kicks back, they put their feet up, they put their hands behind the head and say, yeah, go ahead, catch up to us if you can.
It's like, yeah, let's see if you can. Good luck. You got a big jump ahead of you. Sometimes you like to see that, though. You like to see like the amount of aggression in some of these players, and seeing that some of them aren't really willing to accept a no. They want to be able to come through and go back strong, and sometimes that's fantastic. You want to be able to see that more often, and even with all of that coming into it, you still want to be able to look at it and go, hey, don't count us out. That's why I was counting on KZ or TK at least to try to get some more points, because I love to see a surprise upset. But obviously I didn't get it, so I can't really think too much about that, obviously, as they're gonna get ready to lock this in for this last game here. But yeah, I couldn't get what I wanted. So you know what? Sometimes you can't always get what you want, you know, and I gotta accept that, you know.
Look, sometimes you can't get what you want, but I'm hoping I get what I want today. You know what I'm saying?
Of course you are.
Look. We haven't seen it since season 1, right? Let's have one day where one of these teams just is dominant, man. I love NARAKA. I love the fact that it typically comes down to like those final moments, the final game. That's the way we see most of the bi-weekly finals come down, or like to these final tense type moments, and I love that. But we're not in the final yet. Let's just see one team absolutely dominate, right? And then here's the thing. Typically when we have seen that, when they get into the bi-weekly, they crumble, right? So I guess the big question is if XCG does walk away with the 4-piece today and they go to the bi-weekly final at the very tippity top, do they overcome that curse where when we do see a dominant team get to the bi-weekly final that they crumble? Or do they fall into the same old pattern we've seen time and time again in NARAKA, where that top team, they have a pop-off week and that's it? They're spent when they get to the bi-weekly. What do you think, Dobby?
I don't know. I don't know. If it was me, like I said, I want to see the next phase. I want to see a surprise upset. You know what? I might sound like a hater. I don't want to see XCG actually end up taking the dub. I'll be the villain here. I don't want to see them do it. Because at the end of the day, yes, I want to see some surprise upsets, and you're absolutely right. You know, it would be awesome to see that 4K, but I want to see somebody take it away from him. Just like somebody took away, just like how they took away someone's first dub in game number 1, which was WBG's. They had their game snatched away from them. Why can't somebody else snatch their game, huh?
Looks like we are going to see Game 6 start back up, and I don't think we're going to see any changes from the teams in terms of heroes here. Typically, per the rules, if there is a restart, you have to pick the same heroes again. And this is the team I wanted to talk about, was JJH. Look at this team. Wu Chen, Tian Hai, and Yoda Hime. I don't know how I feel about this comp. It's a very confusing hero selection to me, just given that there's not a lot of synergy between these heroes, but maybe there's something there. Maybe these guys went to practice and tried this out, and they were able to find a way to counter some of these Faria Monk comps or something like that. I don't see it happening that way, but you never know. And clearly, if JJH is running it, there's a reason at the end of the day, right? You know, they've got to have some sort of reasoning behind it. Alliance here running the Viper comp for the first time because they have exactly 0 hero points left. So they have to run a comp they haven't run, and they haven't run this Viper comp all day. So that way that they don't lose points for picking heroes against their hero point pool. XCG, of course, running that Feria Monk that we were talking about that's so strong. Dobby, talk about the map.
Man, back at it again with Morris Isle here. It looks like there's nobody going to be landing Celestra. Looks like there's going to be a team or two heading towards Sunwing. We got 3 teams headed towards Shipwreck Expense, as JDG is going to be by themselves inside of the huts near Sigma Mine. Meanwhile, the rest of them are going to be towards center near Jade Pond and Gamma Mine, but it looks like KLA and AOW and even WBG is going to be in the back left section of Sunwing's Rest, Wild Trench, Onyx Dwelling, and Autumn's Plains, as nobody's going to be in Eventide Temple. Nobody's going to be to the far left, nor on the back right side, which is also surprising as well, coming into this circle here, but obviously, it's going to be a very strong start here as we're heading straight towards Shipwreck's Expanse for GD and seeing who's going to take it over, as KLA actually is going to be able to knock out the first Elim and get the finish going here as well. Unbelievable.
XCG here in the middle of Shipwreck Expanse here, looking to push on to GD. GD, I think, was revealed to them when XCG was able to pop the bell there. A massive Dragon's Rush into Nej's Might onto XCG's Nai HQ, but unfortunately, Zhaoan gonna come in behind onto Don Queen, pick up the elimination. K grabs Nai HQ though, and it is a 2v2 breaking out between the members of Team GD and XCG. XCG, however, heavily on the back foot. Zhaoan forced to pop the bell here. Will it go down? And now it's a 2v1, and that's gonna be it. GD picks up 3 eliminations onto XCG. XCG gonna be sent back to the Soul Altar, and that means unfortunately they're not gonna be able to come in with that early game aggression that they want to. They're going to have to find some eliminations later into the game if they want to pop off and get that 4-piece that they're looking for. JJH here with this very, very unusual comp coming through, finds an elimination onto Ventus's Sanzi, finds a parry onto WX98 and an elimination. Pixel, the last remaining member here for Team Ventus, looking to find a Dragon's Rush, but is going to get parried out. No, wait, Pixel does find the Dragon's Rush into the Nej's Might, but it's not enough damage. It only catches out 1 member of Team JJH, and JJH on this weird comp finds 3 eliminations already.
Listen, I'm telling you, there's some of these lower teams are going to start to wake up, and JJ could be one of them. That's all I'm saying. XCG better be careful. They got their 1 elimination, and GD also has 3 so far. Sadly, they are eliminated, but that's okay, though, as OUG is also going to be figuring that out as well, as we have a tie between KLA, JDG, Alliance. They all have 3 kills a pop, which means people immediately started to go in, and they went off. I'm telling you, people are going to be feeling this out. I think XCG might be in trouble.
Well, XCG has lost their safety net, right? They did get eliminated early, so they had the respawn, but they've got to find some gear again, which shouldn't be too hard this early into the game. The problem is that you're playing without the safety net now. They picked up 1 elimination, lost their safety net. They can't be as hyper aggressive as they typically like towards the start of the game, but they can keep that sort of same pacing that has done them so well. They just have to start the slower pacing now rather than at the start of the mid game, which means they go into the final circle with less eliminations. But we saw them do that in game 1 and still pop off and steal the victory away from WBG. So I don't think you can count XCG out whatsoever.
I'm counting them out.
Because Dobby's like, I'm counting them out because I want him to be out. I
want him to be out. Exactly.
Exactly. At OUG's.
I'm going to be XCG hater for specifically this specific game. Specifically, I'm an XCG hater. Every other time, I'm a big fan. And right now, I don't like him. Anyway, you can call me the grumpy old man. As back in my day when it came to XCG, wasn't all that powerful. Now all of a sudden, they decide to. I think this is ridiculous. As we're going to lock in here for GD. GD's Don Queen looks like he's going to be able to back up EWG, trying to get that chase going here as 2-2. They're not going to let up really anytime soon here, but Don Queen is actually getting their lane going here. Actually being able to get it away as far as possible, though. Doing a fantastic job, Don Queen, just trying to keep it away as much as possible here. And they've done a fantastic job of this thus far here, but it looks like 2-2 is going to be able to sneak in a little bit closer each time. Doing a good job of it the way that they did the last time here, as 2-2 just trying to close this in more and more here. Making it a little harder than the last time. And let's see if they're going to be able to find it here.
I love GD here, by the way. He's just like, all right, look, if you're going to come in, I'm going to make it as annoying as possible. I'm going to drop my ultimate. I'm going to throw some wisps at your face. You know, I'm going to get some damage out. I might pick up an elimination.
Might blind you a little bit.
I'm just not going to give it to you. You know what I'm saying? And meanwhile, all this is going on. Kakaishi has slid back in, found K, and has found the resurrection. Is like, look, yeah, sure, you got the elimination because K didn't have any weapons in hand, but we're gonna get K back in, and Don Quingman, we'll swing back around to pick you up. Don't worry about it. We got you. You played the perfect decoy here. We're gonna do the thing. Turning now to Fajin again. Look, you know, I'm here. I want to see the 4-piece come out from XCG. I'm still the biggest Fajin fanboy there is today after that fight earlier where they just cancel out JDG's Monk not once but 3 times. Fajin has absolutely won my heart. KZ here, mwah, great team. Fajin, keep doing what you're doing. As we see them trading blows with EWG here, but nobody really wanting to commit. The pace of this game already much slower than we've seen all day, and this is kind of typical of what I've seen this season. As we head into Game 6, many of these teams not wanting to play that faster pace because, you know, they want to maximize their points. It's the last game of the day to put points up on the board, so they're going to try to play things a little bit slower. They're going to try not to force these fights. We're seeing that here. EWG backing off from this fight with a KZ. Of course, KZ using that Wu Chen ult there to buy themselves a little bit of space. EWG wanting to turn up onto this fight now as KZ continues to press away. Look for the reset, and look at this. Fajin, all 3 of them going in opposite directions. So if they catch out one of them, they don't catch out the full team here. I kind of like the strategy from KZ. It's a dangerous strategy, but it's looking to pay off. Hazley trying to regroup with Fajin, though, unfortunately, going to get caught out. We're going to see the Viper ult come through here. I'm not sure quite for which team. It looks like it was KZ's Viper ult, but they are able to pick up the elimination onto Hazy before the Viper ult comes all the way through. EWG now goes to look to find the other members of KZ, and this is really weird. Look at how far EWG's backing off of this. KZ has pressured a little too far away the other direction. They actually could go get a free resurrection off of Hazy right now. There needs to be some communication going on here, because Hazy needs to be telling me, hey, yo, look, EWG dipped, come back and get me. JDG, meanwhile, going head-to-head here with Team OUG. OUG giving them a little bit of trouble here as that UA will put in absolute work onto Kofi and some of the other members, but OUG's SS gets caught out in the middle of it and is going to go down. So now OUG in a 2v3. We do see a massive parry come through from Xin Yu, but is it going to be enough? It doesn't look like it's going to be, as JDG finally finds their footing in the fight, flips it around, and is going to come out on top.
Even with that, though, still able to put in a massive amount of work here. Putting it down here all the way towards the very section here as AOW looks like they will try to see if they can find something as well here. And it doesn't look like they're just trying to divert the fight in between this one. Just trying to see if they can get some pickups the way that they want to here. See if they can get that finish in that final the way that they want to, though. It looks like JDG, looks like he's going to be able to go forth with this rotation. It looks like they go over this clip, though. They might be seeing AOW. I think they're heading straight back towards the next fight, though. And it looks like they might be ready for it, though. Musket shots coming in on the outside of Barry up top, though. Both ricocheting back up top. Shutong ends up getting hit. He's going to be able to go forward with the shield. Doesn't want to make it easy for them as well here as the Realm of Yang comes through, and they're both going to push in on it. And it looks like it's going to be JDG versus WBG. Ooh, an AOW versus KLA. I have a feeling WBG might be on the winning side of this fight here, but actually, no, not WBG. JDG, as immediately they're going to start meleeing straight towards the massive monk. One of the monks ends up getting grabbed. The beautiful parry coming in from PP. Zhao Hui trying to see if they can hold it strong as best as they can. Takeda comes through, and he ends up getting parried yet again for the second time in a row. Unfortunate coming in from there, but still is going to try to see if maybe they can create some damage onto their monk here as the other monk is going to start bouncing up and down. Meanwhile, Zhao Yui ends up getting grabbed. Both of them end up getting massively slammed. The Sleepwalker is able to get the first grab, gets the second grab, ends up getting the throw immediately towards it, trying to see if maybe they can find any space, ends up going inside of the healing circle. Sleeping Walker trying to hold on as Zhao Yui actually ends up getting eliminated inside of this space. Meanwhile, the fight juggling, absolutely getting juggled. Kopi ends up getting finished here, as is now LSR just trying to keep the game alive for himself, but obviously even in a 1v3 situation, almost impossible as the repeating crossbow comes out. So does the longsword and the nunchucks, both putting in absolute pressure. And obviously, WBG are going to be the ones that actually take it over. Meanwhile, back at the other realm of Yang, they're still going. 45 seconds left on the clock as their first elimination comes through, and that's KLA's QGG. Shutong is actually dangerously low as well here. If KLA actually had the opportunity here, CXZ could have been able to actually come through and maybe get an advantage here, but it's not going to be enough as AOW is going to be the one that shuts it down.
Yeah, AOW gonna walk away the winner here, and WBG, to no one's surprise, wins that realm of Yang. Again, that traditional Transformers comp has a massive win rate inside those realms of Yang, right? It's a 64.9% win rate. The highest win rate of any comp inside realm of Yang is that standard Karumi Monk Yueishan. They're able to just stagger those ults so well. The healing coming through from Karumi, it's so hard to overcome that, even if you're running the Takeda Z-Ping. And that's a fight I really wanted to see. I thought potentially Z-Ping and Takeda brought enough stagger and heals to win that fight. And maybe we could see that statistic change, but clearly it's still very much in favor of that traditional Transformers comp. AOW here going head-to-head here with JDG. Very interesting. JDG kind of on the back foot here as AOW has that Vermilion Bird's Might. They have that Rage build, and they have that safety net to be able to continue this fight, and JDG very quickly finding themselves on the back foot as AOW pumps out a ton of damage onto the members of JDG. They're going to find yet another Grand. Kopi goes extremely low, is forced to pop the bubble very quickly. We're going to see another grab come through from Ping Tao. Oh no, the tap dodge comes through. He doesn't quite find the grab. Ping Tao very quickly turning around with that Assassin's Lunge though, finding more damage and more picks, and GS shows up for the third party with a massive Viper stun coming through here for the likes of Team GS, not quite able to capitalize on it as they do finally find an elimination onto JDG. They find one onto AOW's Ping Tao and Shutong. GS with the successful third party finds 4 eliminations for themselves here and finds their foot in the door for this game. Unfortunately, during that, we also saw Team TK completely eliminated from this lobby, meaning that they are done for the day, Dobby.
Absolutely insane coming through here as JDG is able to get the Rebirth Charm, though, able to keep the game alive as KLA, YKC trying to hold it together here. Xiaonan absolutely already eliminated as well as NIHQ is going to have to mechify. We're going to call it D-Mech. As YKC ends up finding the Elim as well with that finish. Obviously, XCG's not letting it go without a fight here. Oh my goodness, YKC absolutely gets sent here by the spear. A massive hits coming through here. Actually able to get very, very close to getting that finish, though. Almost does a fantastic job of it as YKC ends up getting close to it, though, as Lexington's trying to hold on to it as long as possible. QGG trying to keep the same pacing together here, but obviously dangerously low. And it does look like Lexington is going to be able to be eliminated here by QGG. And KLA backs up to try to fight for another day as GS might be getting pushed in on EWG. EWG keeping that momentum going here. Not making it easy, but they will be able to try to find it here. Let's see what they can find here.
Oh, we're going to see in the kill feed GD's K picking up an elimination onto KZ's Fajin, and unfortunately that is going to be it for Team KZ as they are fully eliminated here from game number 6. EWG was giving chase here to Team GS, and GS finds a little bit of breathing room in a no ult zone, and EWG not wanting to commit to this fight without ults available to them is just going to back off from the hunt here. They know when not to pressure a bad position, and this is a bad position for them to pressure. They already spent a ton of grapples giving chase here. They weren't able to find it. They've been in the fight for so long. The potential for third party is huge, and now there's no ult zone where they won't be able to spend those resources that they have, and they knew that they had ults available over top of the other team. EWG just is fine. We'll back off. You can sit there and hold that space as long as you want. We're more than happy to not play into your hands of the potential third party. We're just going to go off and do our own thing.
Probably the smartest thing to do, even within this space here, as it looks like obviously with that rotation still means more opportunity for more things to happen. As I mean, at least TK got 1 point. I got it again with a 6.9. That's tough. I mean, at least they got one. That's all I can really ask for out of Team TK. That's unfortunate coming through from them as we go back to Ventus and Sunsi. Looks like he's gonna be able to scroll all the way down here. Looks like they're ready for the Realm of Yang to come through here. Oh no, they might be actually ahead of it though. No, they're actually not. They're pretty far actually. I thought there was a realm right next to them, but obviously not. As it looks like they're gonna be right in front of EWG here. EWG trying to see what they can do here, even within this space. Trying to work towards this one though, as Ventus is just trying to see if they can find any type of momentum and pacing to try to figure this out. As EWG trying to pace through it, but GD also dangerously low too. EWG wants to see if maybe they can go through with this fight here. Oh, look at Sunset just trying to go shopping just a little bit here. Meanwhile, the Viper ult comes out there. Oh, I doesn't necessarily know if they got a stun out of it though, as it looks like the Wushin is going to try to create a little bit of that shield, and obviously the Wushin's going to back out of there as they are inside of the storm of the Bane's Breath. Definitely does not want to get caught by this one. This could be very, very bad for all of these players though, as it looks like they're still going to try to see if they can find it. Sanzi gets a massive hit on the GD's Dun Quinn, as it looks like he catches the elimination inside of the Bane's Breast. Absolutely insane though, but it can't say enough for the rest of the team over at Sansi Ventus trying to see if they can scramble away here, but it looks like Sanzi's not going to be able to do a lot here, and it looks like Sansi deciding to back off here, playing the smart game here, as Godly is going to have to be able to force the Monk ult, trying to see if maybe they can grab Viper into this, but it's not going to do enough here, as the Bane's Breath is still surging all throughout the space though. Still 21 seconds left, as it looks like that was Ann that gets hit by the Bane's Breath here, and it looks like another player ends up doing it as well, as Louis. Same thing as well, ends up getting hit by the Bane's Breath. There's a lot of confidence going into these Bane's Breaths nowadays. It's, oh, it ends up parrying one even within this space though, as Chuli ends up getting, oh my goodness, absolutely decimated and doused, as Ann ends up picking the elimination from Chuli, taking advantage of the Bane's Breath surging, and obviously the Viper Pit coming through, trying to see if they can get a stun. It looks like they were able to at least get one here, as Laoyi ends up still taking the pace out of this game here, as Alliance is lucky and the rest of this team, Wushin is going to be able to take them out of there. Draco Storm putting enough damage in them, but Wushin keeping them alive.
Dobby, did somebody lose a bet? What is with these 6 teams standing inside of Bane's Breath taking this fight? They're just getting bounced around like ping pong balls. What am I watching, Dobby?
I don't even know. It's like they don't even care that the Bane's Breath is happening. Like they don't even care.
So much confidence coming in from these players. And you know what's funny is that we see JJH just trying to hunt down an elimination in the middle of that. And the elimination that they're chasing dies to the Bane's Breath, and it's a natural Bane's Breath, so nobody gets the elimination. They're just like, ooh, piece of candy, gone. And absolutely insane. EWG here, able to walk away with at least something there. They do have that Draco Storm right now, like you said, that Wu Channel coming in super good for them. Ventus here, 2 eliminations under their belt in this game, down to a single player left remaining alive. I want to talk about, I talked about how Kakaishi really coming into his own as a player on that Monk today, and it seems like every time I turn around and see Team GD, Kakaishi is monked up getting a double grab. We've talked about for a long time who the top 3 sort of monks are in the trio space, right? We always talk about, you know, Sleepwalker. We always talk about 330. We always talk about Eagle, right? Those are the top 3 monks in the league. Kakaishi typically in the past has been a Viper player, right? That's where they've excelled. Now, obviously, the meta leaning even more heavily back into Transformers, Viper comp falling out of favor. We've seen Kakaishi have to turn into the monk player for their team. As we take a look back here, as WBG, AOW going head to head here inside the realm of Yang, and this was a back-to-back fight. We saw earlier AOW and we saw WBG fighting somebody else before, but AOW able to find this space here and start getting a little bit of an advantage onto WBG. They find another elimination there. PP going down to the musket shot here from Ping Tao, and WBG's Jing just looking to lock the space down, not quite able to find it. Ping Tao finds another elimination with the musket there, and Jing versus Ping Tao. Ping Tao with 3 eliminations inside realm of Yang with musket. Absolutely huge for them. We're going to see these two teams right now going head to head outside, and it's unfortunate for WBG that they're having to take this run back fight because the members of AOW have that mystic might. WBG's already lost this fight once. Now they're having to take this fight while AOW has 25% damage reduction. Honestly, it's not looking good for the members of WBG, but they are kind of forced to take this fight. They're sitting here on Yang depletion, and it's not like a ton of teams are going to be handed to them on a silver platter. Oh no, Zhao Liu tries to drop down, but WBG's Sleepwalker literally has sights on them and just grabs them up out of the air. They're able to pick them up and pick up an elimination, and this could be huge for Team WBG as they will be getting at least one of the Soul Bloom essences that they need. The third party failed on behalf of EWG. WBG finds their first Soul Bloom essence here. They still need 2 more, but at least one of their team members won't be suffering from that Yang depletion. Sleepwalker still trying to keep this fight going forward here, looking to see if they can pick up Shu Tong. There it is. They've got at least 1 more. We see here Sleepwalker picks up that Soul Bloom essence, will stay in the game. EWG gets the resurrection and finds themselves back into this third-party situation again. Picks up PP, looks to turn things on to AOW. Ping Tao taking big damage from Two-Tick in the Yodohime ultimate here, followed up by the Assassin's ones. Two-Tick gonna be forced to just keep it moving as we see Ping Tao pop the ultimate, and AOW looks like they're gonna pay the ultimate sacrifice on behalf of WBG.
Insane coming through as AOW able to hold it on for as long as possible though, and they still was able to get eliminated though, as 2 able to try to find it as best as they can here. What a surprising game coming out of a lot of these players here. I told you what I tell you. XCG out of this game, obviously a massive lead ahead of the pack regardless, right? But EWG, KLA, EWG with 9 eliminations, leading the pack at least for this game. They've been playing their absolute mind off so far, but they still have a couple more circles left. We still have some players that still can make some magic happen, and I still think that KLA still has an opportunity to catch this dub. This could be an absolute massive game. Now, I'm not just saying it, but if I call it correctly too, it's also going to be even better too.
Well, my money's on WBG.
Yeah, if anything, I think the EWG would snatch it away from him.
I mean, EWG...
What I'm expecting so far, because EWG's been playing their mind off right now.
EWG's doing okay. I'm not saying they aren't. They definitely have
they're leading the game with 9 eliminations.
They do have 9 eliminations, yes. But they had a failed third party where they immediately lost a member. And the only reason that fight didn't turn bad was WBG had Yang depletion and was forced to continue to turn the fight onto the other team so that they did not lose their members to Yang depletion. EWG comes back in for a second third party and isn't able to lock down WBG, is forced to fight AOW and takes those eliminations, and WBG was able to stay in the game afterwards. They do need to find a way to get a resurrection here together for their teammate. They are down to 2 members, but I'm just saying EWG, that Viper, the trying to come in there and just getting yanked out of the sky, that was a bit of a faux pas on EWG's part there.
Be interesting to see how this ends up as GD ends up having one player alive. Same with Ventus as well.
GD's the other team that I'm watching here, because Kakaishi might be alone right now, but we watched them earlier with just Kakaishi nab 3 more kills and take second place in final circles. So
oh yeah, they were able to do something even with that one as well. So they still were able to figure this out. So I can definitely understand that is going to be a struggle, but it doesn't necessarily mean that it's not possible though. So we'll see exactly how that all goes. Even within this space or within this momentum, though, as we're seeing a massive fight come through here, as EWG is going to be able to claim the elimination onto WBG. Remember that thing he was just talking about a second ago?
I literally was just about to say I just caster cursed at WBG. I just caster cursed at them. I was like, yeah, WBG's got a good opportunity, and then as soon as I say it, they get caught out, and we see one of them get eliminated, and I hate myself.
Didn't you just follow up together? You just said somebody. That's crazy. Anyway, putting it back down towards the end of the game here. It still has EWG. WG still has a massive opportunity here with 11 eliminations leading it up. WBG, even with their one, could turn this game around. It really could be the switch of the ages here. So you never really know what the rest of the game is going to be planned for towards the very end here. And it's only going to get a little bit better. It's only going to get a little bit crazier here. And we still have more and more to do. Yes, sir. As we're going to be able to find out how it all comes down together here. Trying to figure this out as YKC ends up getting hit by 3 bows on each side here. Trying to play this as best as possible, though, within this area. There's still more work to be done towards the very end, as we're still going to be able to find it out. But let's see where we can pinpoint this space, though. Love to see it, though, all the way with this as EWG is just holding the fort down with this. So that way it's a lot easier for everybody to try to do anything. Love to see it, even with all of this happening, though. There still could be more and more of this happening, but it's only going to get crazier, though, as we're going to be able to lock in towards the end of this game. I am excited.
Dobby's excited because right now EWG is in the lead. And that's exactly what
Because if I'm right, my predictions are really going to be, like, just on point right now. I'm really feeling it.
I mean, can you really call it a prediction when you make the prediction when they're already in the lead? That's more just taking a look at the field.
I was saying this before the game even started. Don't do that. Don't do that.
No.
I said this when the game started. I said that KLA has a shot. I said that I said that KLA and KZ. Now, obviously, KZ, that was a very big shot. But even with that one, I even said it too. I was like, EWG has a better shot than WBG. Hold on now. Even with the lead, now mind you, I said that, and that could have switched. WBG could have absolutely went off and absolutely went stupid, and then just like that, I could have been absolutely wrong. But you still put me in a space that made me feel like I had to call something out. So I was like, okay, I had to do the exact opposite. What you mean? EWG is going crazy. I still hope that KLA actually ends up snatching the elimination and gets the win. That's what I really want to see. But at the end of the day, they're still with 3 teams strong. They're still keeping it alive here. It really can be anybody's game if we're really talking about like who actually has the opportunity here. Right now, OUG, Alliance, KLA, all have 3 full teams. Everybody else is just a bunch of solos, right? So we still have EWG as 2-man, WBG has 1, GS has 1, and probably 1 other team. I think Alliance has 2 currently. So, and OUG also has 2 as well. So still, even with this spacing as well here, the numbers is going to be very, very important as Al-Zuan is able to get a massive, massive Viper ulti onto one of the players, and obviously OUG the King is going to be able to take advantage of that and eliminate GS even with this amount of momentum here. And obviously Zinyu all the way up top here, just trying to see if they can get the scramble going as much as possible. OUG just trying to hold on for as long as possible. They've done well so far, and they still have 6 eliminations deep. Alliance is at 8 right now, so they're still trying to see if maybe they can get a nice little big pick. Lin is dangerously low on heals. He's gonna have to find some time here. Beautiful F3 comes out to protect his teammate here while they're gonna be able to get the shield going. They still have to find this out here, and just to do this well and be smart, they still have to work towards what's next. Now, obviously, even with the rest of that, they still got to figure out how to get the other stuff going here, as Double S is going to try to see if they can go it, but the Yodahime ulti coming through at a good time, though, for Tutu, as Tutu is going to find Double S and gets the elimination and the finish here. EWG playing their absolute mind off here with that gold shield, trying to find it, though. And obviously, even with that Alliance and Alliance and EWG still holding the fort down as best as possible, all the way up to the top. And obviously the team that I'm rooting for, KLA. Meanwhile, WBG is up top here, and it looks like one of the other teammates actually was able to find it here. They might be able to claim a free elimination off of that one, as Sleepwalker is going to throw down and create a little bit of a scramble for the rest of the players here as a massive monk gets transformed on this side here. Definitely has to be very, very careful. Does not want to get caught in a bad situation here, but here we go. As Sleepwalker, the last player from WBG, is going to try to hold this down, hold the fort down as much as possible, seeing that maybe he can get a grab. It ends up getting sprayed in all different ways as Alliance's Lin sadly does get the elimination on OUG's The King. Was not able to at least get the finish, gets the stun, but the question is who gets the finish? That's going to be Alliance's Lin. Gets another elimination. That makes it 10 for them, and they've been absolutely trying to keep it neck and neck between them, and just like that, Alliance and EWG very, very dangerously close as the Wushin is going to take out one of their teammates here. Full Alliance up top. KLA still holding it together as EWG's the Aaron all the way at the top of the tree here. Meanwhile, Tutu is going absolutely airborne. Do you see how high this man is going? He is trying to get away from every which person, shape, or form, just like any person who works out, trying to stay away from a Krispy Kreme. As you're able to work towards this one and try to stay close. Even with all of this, KLA still has a massive opportunity, though, as he finds Zinyu and absolutely decimates him all the way towards the end, and KLA catches the next elimination. That makes 8 for them, and OUG is officially out. KLA still trying to hold strong all the way towards the top. They have a massive opportunity all the way up top. They really could get this finish going the way that they want to here. YKC all the way towards the end here. It looks like he's going to be able to go for the quick swap here, and it looks like it's going to be the final fight of the ages here as EWG is all the way up top, trying to hold on strong here with 12 eliminations. And one player left in this finish. Alliance is lucky, is going to throw down, sends YKC outside of the circle, hits him again on the outside here. CXZ ends up getting finished on that side. YKC trying to hold on for as long as possible. He tries to go for the ult, and he doesn't do it in the lick of time. KLA is officially out of this. Meanwhile, QGG gets finished. EWG's Tutu trying to hold on for as long as possible. The full Alliance team ends up shredding all over it, but it doesn't even matter. Alliance does get the dub, but do they get the final say in being the winner? It looks like they might have with that dub and with the finishes. Yes, they do. Alliances snatches it away from EWG at the very end.
So 2 things I have to say. 1, Alliance, why is this always what happens? You have a not so great day. In game 6, you decide to wake up. You decide, oh, hey, it's game 6. Maybe we should just kind of throw that Hail Mary and, you know, just go crazy. And then they pop off in game 6. If they put the pressure on in game 6 and they're able to come out on top in these game 6s all the time, why aren't they doing this all day? Why aren't they just going, hey, let's go ahead and, you know, we've had a bad day. We might as well, you know, go for the crazy plays now. If it works for you in game 6, why aren't you letting it work for you all the time? It's like every single time I see Alliance pop off, their one pop off game is game 6, where they're desperate to put points on the board. Alliance, please just play like this all the time. That's the first thing I have to say. The second thing I have to say is, Dobby, I try never to correct you on stream, but I can't keep letting you do our boy 2-Tick like that. You kept calling him 2-Tick. His name's 2-Tick. You kept calling him Tutu, man. He ain't out here prancing around being a ballerina. It's 2-Tick.
He was dancing. He was listen. He might not be considered a tutu, but he sure was tutuing around the air and the skies here as he was trying to make sure not to get eliminated. That's all I can tell you. It might not have been pink, but it sure was green. At least that's what I was able to see here. Could have been a big green tutu. You don't know. At least from what I could tell, at least it looked a little bit different from what I could see. I didn't see a pink tutu, but I sure did see green for a split second here. He was trying to keep the game alive, and obviously he was able to, though, as Alliance was able to do it. But you're absolutely right. Why does Alliance take all this time and get all of these like decent-ish finishes, and then all of a sudden they decide to pop up at the very end? Maybe you should start to do that in game 2 or 3. Not necessarily 1, because obviously the gamer's curse is still here. But obviously with game 2 or 3, it could have been a little bit better. But hey, listen, it's not about that sometimes. Sometimes you got to come through at your own pace, and Alliance was able to find their pace, and obviously that massive one will still be well for them, though. But the question is, will that be enough for them to at least go up a couple of ranks? Just a couple.
That's my big thing with Alliance, right? Is they clearly can play very well. They're capable of winning games, but it's always game 6. And what it feels like is that they have a bad day. They get into game 6 and they're like, oh, well, we've got nothing left to lose, so we're just going to go all in on everything. And then they pop off. So why don't they have that confidence in games 1 through 5? Fear. It feels like a confidence issue. It's not a skill issue, because we just watched them absolutely dominate the final circle here in game number 6. So it's clearly not a skill issue. It's a confidence issue, because it's like, oh, we've, you know, here it is, game 6. We've already had a bad day. We might as well just go in and take these fights, because it doesn't matter if we, you know, if we get eliminated early, because we've already had a bad day.
They just hit a dub like that.
And then they hit a dub. That's one thing. That's what I'm saying, is they have the skill. They just need to bring the confidence in games 1 through 5. I think Alliance could be a team to be reckoned with if they just came in and they brought that confidence. And you see other teams, right? We see it come out from these other teams. XCG will confidently go into every fight. And yes, sometimes it costs them. Like, they get eliminated early here in this game, but does that really matter when they had 3 dubs the rest of the day? Alliance could have put themselves in a very similar situation if they just brought the confidence. And look at this. They walk away 15 eliminations, a first place finish, a 29 game score. Congratulations, Alliance. But I want to see you do it in games 1 through 5.
I mean, it's a, you know, it can be a tall order. You know, personally, at least from where everything else has been going on, though. But seriously, though, EWG with 12 eliminations, 22.2. Alliance leading that one with the 29 points, and KLA in top 3, 14.5. Really was hoping KLA was going to come through with the dub. I'm not going to lie to you. I was really hoping KLA was going to come through with something massive. I would have hoped to, but hey, we can't always get what we want. I'm just happy that they were able to come through with a massive dub and was able to shut that down the way that I wanted to see it, at least. And obviously, as we look forth towards it, it looks like Lin is going to be our MVP for this game here, with 6 eliminations and 14,000 damage, unless they give it to Alliance's Lucky with 3 eliminations but 23,000 damage. I'm assuming they're going to give it to Lin here, who has the most eliminations and the most damage, obviously, from their team. Zuan also doing a very great job with those 6 eliminations and 12,000 damage, so 2K less, obviously, but still doing the absolute most that's very much needed in order to capture a massive dub. So we look back at replays here and still able to come forth here with a lot of momentum here. JJ was trying to hold on for as long as possible here, gets a massive parry on a WX98 and gets the finish off of Ventus's WX98 as Luioi. Beautiful Viper gets the dub and the finish from that round here. Look at the parry, though, the dual parry on each side as Ping Tao gets hit up by a tennis ball here. But just look at this, the amount of times that we saw people get just died and eliminated by the Bane's Breath was absolutely monumental this game. I don't know how many, I wish we could see how many eliminations that the Bane's Breath had by itself. Because it definitely had more than 2 or 3.
Well, I think I saw the Bane's Breath get 1 player in terms of like eliminations where it was just the Bane's Breath. But I'd like to see the statistic for how many players died with Bane's Breath playing a part in it, right? This was absolutely insane when EWG tries to go in for this third party and come down with the Viper roll and then just gets nabbed out of it. Man, that had to feel so bad. And then coming in here, Alliance is Lucky. You know what's funny about this? We were talking about 2-tick for EWG, right? And you were talking about how they were skyward. They kind of wasted their Yodel just to go skyward. Yeah, one of their teammates were eliminated, but the zone was so small at that point, they could have come down and at least probably picked up 1 to 2 more eliminations there. I don't get the fear coming out from EWG's 2-tick there. And clearly, Alliance, no fear in this final game. And we see them pick up a massive dub. And the MVP is actually going to go to Juan here with 12k damage, 6 eliminations. But look at this, 8 assists. He had almost 100% kill participation, Dobby.
Wow, that is definitely being able to help out the team as much as possible. A big assist coming in, 6 eliminations, 12k damage. Stamina Strike, Erudition, Alchemy, Great Sword Sap, Blistering Rage, and Phantom Step. Woo! Love to see how that goes, even with everything happening here, as Zuan is going to be able to catch his first MVP for trios just in general let alone the rest of the games here. And obviously for our final game, which obviously still confuses this guy a lot.
Look,
still confuses this man a lot.
It doesn't confuse me, right? I'm more just upset with Alliance, right? Because like we know they have the skill to pull out dubs, and they show it yet again, but it's always game 6. It's got to be a confidence issue where this team isn't coming into games 1 and 5 confident. They have a bad day, and then off the back of the bad day, they get into game 6 and they're just like, hey man, we got nothing to lose at this point. Let's just go all out. And then when they go all out, they pull big games out. So why aren't they going all out every single game? There's just not an excuse for Team Alliance here. Team Alliance needs to come alive here. They've been a fan favorite since season 1. Everybody wants to see them do well. Clearly they have the skill to do well. I don't think it is like it was in season 1, right? If you remember season 1, Team Alliance, that team was not the most well-oiled machine at the end of the day. They had a lot of issues to work out. They had a lot of kinks. They really didn't synergize well together as players. Season 2, they started to come more into their own. You know, they just barely squeeze into the World Championship. They don't really do a whole lot there. Now they're coming back this season, and every time we see them play, when they play confidently in that game number 6, they absolutely dominate. Why aren't they doing it every single game? I think Team Alliance needs to get together and just go, hey, look, we got to stop playing it safe, risk it for the biscuit. But ladies and gentlemen, we're going to throw things over to Jaeger for a quick interview before we come back to take a look at the final scoreboard of the day.
Hey guys, this is Jaeger and welcome to post-game interview. And now I'm standing here with Pinto and let him say hello to our audience. Hello, 平头，先和大家打个招呼吧。
大家好，我是 AOW 平头。
欢迎来到我们的赛后采访。So first, I would like to know. It seems like this season, this new season, your monk is really strong, and I would like to know how you change in these times. 那我特别想问一下，你这个大佛这个赛季，哎，感觉变强了很多啊，是不是？怎么改变呢？怎么现在变那么强了呢？
就因为有个制定模式，国服有个制定模式叫5倍体力，然后我就经常进去玩，然后进去就抓人。
所以这个赛季变强了很多，很好的技巧，我觉得分享给大家。So actually, in the resting time, we have a mod, a training mod in the game, and I will set it to the 5 times healthy, and then I will train again and again. That's why my monk is strong now. Okay, so let's move on to the next part, answer for treasure. 好的，那接下来就到了我们一个问答的环节啊，是准备好给大家送出福利。一会儿我们一起来看一下题目是什么。我先给我们英文的观众去说一下题目规则，好吗？OK. So we'll see a question on the screen, and if you know the answer, just type them in the chat box. After our player counting 3, 2, 1, we will take a screenshot, and the lucky guy today will be whispered. Okay, so let's see. Today's question is, how many games has XCG won today? 那今天的题目呢，就是 XCG 今天到底赢了几把比赛？哎，我想问一下平头啊，就是一样作为一个，就是在这个双周，其实目前为止排名比较靠前的几个队伍，你怎么看 XCG 的表现？
就比较稳定嘛，跟他之前一样，比较厉害。
Okay, so this team is really strong and very stable now, just like before. Okay, I think our player is prepared, and let's start it. 那我们就准备倒计时。
开始吗？
对。
3, 2, 1.
Screenshot. Okay, pay attention to your mailbox. If you are the lucky guy today, you will be whispered. Okay, I think it's time for us to find out the correct answer. 那就请平头来给我们揭晓一下正确答案到底是哪个呢？
是 C.
Yes, C 3 times. Okay, and like you guys today, you have very good performance. And we know, like last week, we saw AOW Mike. He caused a hero in the game. And I would like to know if you have time and you can choose. You have to cause a female hero in the game. Which one you will choose? 那我特别想问一下平头啊，如果让你选一个女性英雄去 cos， 准备选谁？
哎呀，我 就选神庙嘛，因为神庙穿的多一点。
穿的多一点和保守一点。So actually, I will choose Philia to cos because she is very beautiful and have enough clothes for me. Okay, thank you, 平头 for today's interview. 那谢谢平头来到我们今天赛后采访 and we will get back to our casters.
I'll bring it back. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. And Jaeger, thank you yet again for a lovely, lovely interview over there with AOW's Ping Tao. Man, what a day of games, Dobby. And I mean, XCG absolutely on fire today. Not quite the 4-piece that they were hoping for as they got eliminated here. I didn't even see how they ended up getting eliminated. We saw their early elimination. They picked up a couple more eliminations, and then they just kind of go out in the middle of the game while we're busy watching so much of that other action unfold between so many of these teams. But still, I mean, don't get me wrong, XCG, absolutely massive day. We can't take that away from them. They broke 100 points in a single day. Not an easy feat, even though we did see it, you know, earlier this week from both J Team and Team TE. But I gotta give it to Team KZ, man. That fight against JDG, where we see Fajin stop the monk transformation not once but 3 times. Do you know how many times we've seen a monk stop another monk from transforming in the NBPL, Dobby? If I'm not mistaken, the statistic before today was twice. Not twice in the same fight, twice ever. And we saw it happen 3 times in the same fight with KZ's Fajin today. You know, I love Team Wolves. Team Wolves has been my team, but KZ might be converting me here today, Dobby, because Fajin trying to win my heart after that particular moment. Yes, sir.
Whole lot of that coming into this game here, when honestly, I think I can honestly say the same about KLA. I've been kind of paying attention a little bit to KLA as they've been doing it, and obviously they've just gone better after each game, and obviously just gets a little bit crazier. And obviously with this final game, then getting that 3rd place, I think their confidence is going to come in very, very strong for the next day worth of trios here. Whole lot of madness, whole lot of action, and like I said, you love to see it coming into these games here. But honestly, I'm very happy with the games that we've had so far, and we've had a lot of wildness happening in our first games here. So it's really good to see how well these trios have also been. Plus, it's been good to get back into the trios here, at least for me as a caster, because I've been doing so many of the solos. I forgot what it was like to hear the cast the madness of trios. I need to get back to the action.
Oh man, trios is just such a different beast, right, man? I talked about it with chat a little bit earlier when we were on break, and you know, my love typically for trios, sometimes it goes to solos. It's very meta dependent, right, for me, but I really always have loved the absolute pacing of trios. And one of the things I love about trios is, like, solos is great. We get those huge, you know, those one-on-one fights. We get to see some of those skills really come out. Trios is all about coordination. It's about decision making. It's about what team comps are we going to actively be playing and how those comps fall in to the meta, right? Like, so like one of the statistics that I talk about a lot is that traditional Transformers comp, the Tianhai, Karumi, Yueishan, right? That right now is so dominant in Realm of Yang. If you're running into a lobby and you're not running that comp, running into those Realms of Yang is a massive risk for you. And I was kind of hoping to see that upset a little bit today, where we saw these Takeda Z-Ping Transformer comps come through, which was something that J Team used to great effect earlier in the week. You know, they had 100+ point day off the back of that particular comp. I wanted to see if it could stand up to that Karumi comp inside the Realm of Yang, and unfortunately it couldn't. So you have to play the comps that you pick very specifically. The only one that really has a similar win rate is the Faria version of that comp, where you're running Faria Temi into the Realm of Yang. So if you're running that more traditional comp, or you're running that Faria comp, you're able to take those sorts of Realm of Yang. If you're running Takeda Z-Ping, still a comp that works very well, but you need to go secure those Morse blessings in the mid game. You need to find those early eliminations and then get to the final zone and use that combination to pop off there. Whereas if you're the more traditional monk comp, now you can pop off throughout the mid game because you're able to go to those Realms of Yang and really pressure those and know that you have a huge advantage over almost every other team comp that's going to be going and taking those fights. That's a huge sigh of relief for those teams that are able to do that. And it's great to see that these teams are adjusting to that, making those decisions. And it's part of why I love trios so much, is there's a lot of little mind games going on, right? You gotta pick the right comps. You have to come in at the right times. You have to have the right pacing. Speaking of pacing, XCG had incredible pacing today. Was able to walk away with 3 games because of that particular pacing.
A lot of pacing going on to this one as well, and still able to do much more. But then also at the same time too, I think Realm of Yang has been a really good separation from like the people who can clutch it up and really win versus the people that really just are the easy targets. And sadly, you know, TK is one of them. 6 points, guys. Really? 6.9. This is what we doing. 6.9. I'm just so, yeah. Come on, man. Figure it out. Meanwhile, we're going to look at it again from JJH here, who at least get 15.29 for today. GS starts with a 46. 15.9 for KZ. And obviously, as we're going to keep going higher here, obviously, it's pretty much expected that we're going to see one of our top teams still staying in the top here. It doesn't really matter. But with the other teams as well, look at this. JDG taking the top spot away from WBG in 12th place. 11th place for JDG. EWG being displaced downwards outside of where KLA was with a 75.9. So a well-earned placement for them today. KLA did a good job, so hopefully they'll be able to pop off a little bit more within the standings. Obviously, OUG, the king. My king. With a 68.2, playing that well for our day number 2. And obviously, we look at our top 7 here. It's going to be an interesting stretch here to see where it is. But that was the biggest fight between KLA, EWG, JDG, and WBG. Those were the 4 that we were paying attention to a lot to see who was going to be at the top of that. And crazy enough, KLA is in the top of all 3, which is crazy. Now, if we look back at the top of the order, are we surprised? Absolutely not. 182 points, a literal 50-plus point deficit between first and second place. Absolutely ridiculous. But let's talk about this more than anything. Alliance AOW with a 67.8 to take it off with a 138. Sorry. But also Alliance surprising us at the very end with that shocking score, putting him in the top 7, 50.3, 106 in total. So Alliance might have been playing a little bit passive. Maybe they wasn't doing as well, but with them still being top 7 is good. Because that means that they still have some room to really make some magic happen. They can't really afford any bad games now, but 7th place isn't a bad place to be in our week 2. Not a bad place.
Look, they're 7th place for now. Unfortunately, they've played both of their days already, right? We still have another day. I see them dropping out of that top 7. There's no way that they realistically don't. There's a team below them that had like a 70-point day. They only need to get 20 points in the second day to kind of overcome Alliance there. XCG, unfortunately, you know, they had a very, very good day. We can't take that away from a 116-point day. Unfortunately, J-Team and TE still exist, who both had 125 points or more. And they are easily going to be able to take that top spot away from XCG if they have pretty decent days. As we take a look at the schedule here, again, guys, this is going to be it for this week, but you can join us next week for our solos and trios bi-weekly. And then after that, we'll move into our second bi-weekly final next week on the 1st and 2nd of April. So make sure you tune in, because there's going to be no fooling happen on April 1st. We're going to determine who our second bi-weekly solos champion is, and then on the 2nd we'll be figuring out who our second trios bi-weekly champion is. So make sure you tune in. Taking a look here, it's going to be groups A and B going head to head next week in our solos games.
Absolute madness coming through here as games as teams A through B is also going to go at it here, absolutely slaying it up. And like you said, we love to see it as they're going to get ready to lock it in. I mean, man, it's been an absolute heck of a day here for me and Rune, casting for all of you guys over in Twitch chat and everywhere else around the world. I hope you guys are having a fantastic morning, noon, evening, night, wherever you are around the world here, NBPL is a place that we would love to be here, being able to cast and have a good time here as we're going to get ready to lock this in. But yeah, 6.9 points. Really? 6.9? I still am salty about that. Like, I want them to do better personally. Like, I want to see them do better. I don't even want to see them win. I just want to see them do better. Now, can you imagine if this team surprisingly comes back and ends up clutching it up? That'd be crazy.
Dobby's about to come back after we get off broadcast and go call TK's manager. He's about to pick up the phone. He's gonna dial TK's manager and be like, look, you making me look bad. You got my name. You didn't even ask if you could use my name, and you're gonna be coming here with a 6.9. What kind of craziness is this?
This is I'm a little bit, even with everything that's been going on, I still feel some type of way. You can't represent a team that has my same name and then be able to pull something like that. That's not a king. Not even a queen. Not a jack. Not even a deck of cards. Not even an ace. At least Alliance was able to pop off and at least do some stuff. They was able to put an ace together. Where's my key? So anyway, even with that and all the stuff that's been going on here, we're still able to put. Anyway, you know what? You feel the same way you feel about Alliance is the same way that I feel with the King. Okay. So at least we have our teams that we want to see do well. Yours is obviously going to do well than TK, mind you. It's just more so the names just in general, at least for me personally. But at the same time, a whole lot of games coming into this. But obviously, your teammate that you was like, oh my goodness, the stopping of the ulti 3 different times was absolutely insane. But you know what? Here's what I'm gonna do. Let me see. Let me.
Dobby's about to call him up here, ladies and gentlemen. But again, I'm gonna give a shout out to KZ Shfajin today. He had a great day. I'm about to give him a call.
Rowan, you end all this, okay? Hello.
Look, Dobby's giving a call to the other team, ladies and gentlemen. We're gonna call it an end here. Make sure you come back next week. You don't want to miss the bi-weekly final. You don't want to miss those games. You don't want to miss those drops. Till then, it's been me and Dobby here. We're gonna see you guys next week.
I understand that y'all just finished. I need to talk to the players now. You think this is no, now.
Though the odds aren't in my favor, I will soar above the mountain. I won't give in nor surrender. I'm the phoenix in my head. All the scars beneath my armor, I will wear them like an honor. They remind me to be stronger, like the phoenix in my head. And they can try to bring me down or push me to the edge, but it won't work. Oh no. And they can try to bring me down or pull me to the deepest grave, but I will rise 1,000 times. Oh, rise 1,000 times. Oh, see, my blood is in the shade of a burning scarlet sunrise. The end is my beginning. I will rise 1,000 times.
I've fallen and rise from ashes. This time I'll come back stronger. I know life is getting harder, not like I would choose another. My tears and healing powers, just one drop to recover. Can't stop me 'cause I'm the phoenix.